Chapter 325. Go, Z, did you feed him pig feed? Why did he become so fat? Lin Fan recalled. He remembered that when he left, the nine-headed bug was only the size of a puppy. Damn, how did it turn from a water gun to a tank? The change was huge and he nearly couldn't recognize it. Go, Z scratched his head and said helplessly, young master, I really didn't feed him pig feed. He eats the same as us and his appetite is huge. The money you left was mostly eaten by him. Lin Fan looked at Nine Demon. With its size and 9 heads, normal people wouldn't be able to handle it. Why did you feed him so much? Just make him something simple. It seemed like Go Z thought that this was his pet and he couldn't treat it badly. Which was why he made it so good, causing it to become so fat. If Nine Demon could speak, it would definitely argue that it wasn't fat but that it was growing from an infant stage to an adult stage. It was just that he had become stronger, not fatter. Young master, now that you are back, you shouldn't be leaving, right? Go, Z asked. Lin Fan retracted his gaze. Yes, I will leave in a while. Go, Z didn't expect young master to leave right after coming back. What happened? He felt like he was useless. Apart from cleaning and cooking, he had no other skills. In the past, he wanted to cultivate. But he realized that he wasn't suited for it and had no talent at all. Young master, where are you going? Go, Z asked. Lin Fan said, I just had something to do and will need some time to return. Martial Path Mountain will depend on all of you. Oh right, tell young master Huang that our sect has a lot of potential. Tell him not to worry. Once things are solved, I will develop the sect. He could only apologize to young master Huang. The initial investment could only be wasted. He couldn't be anxious, there was nothing to be anxious about. Cough cough. At that moment, Feng Poliu walked over from afar. When he saw Lin Fan, he coughed like he had something to say. Beside the cliff. You went to the border? Feng Poliu asked. Actually, he didn't need to think much and felt that the kid definitely went there. You can even see that. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu with a weird expression. He didn't expect this fellow to guess correctly. Feng Poliu said, I sense that the situation at the border is a little tense. Are you heading back to U City? He realized that the aura that Lin Fan was giving off was already very mysterious. It made him feel as if he was someone from 2 different worlds. It was a very mysterious feeling. This could only mean that this kid's strength had become even more terrifying, to the point where it was impossible to guess. Terrifying. How long has it been? He remembered that when he first met this kid, his cultivation level was not very high. To him, this was unrealistic. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu and said, I really didn't expect your guesses to be so accurate. But don't tell anyone, I do want to return to U City. The alliance there is too strong and I am worried about my father. Also, with my current strength, I don't even need to attack. Just my aura alone can crush you. I am really strong now. At the start, Feng Poliu was slightly touched. As expected from a filial son. But right after that, he felt that something was wrong. What did he mean by crushing me with his aura? Did I ask about your cultivation? I didn't even ask if it was good or not. You were the one who said it. Was there a need to stab me in the back when we were parting? The good impression I had of him just now instantly vanished. Not even a speck of dust was left. Feng Poliu said, I didn't say that it was dangerous. Actually, with your cultivation, it is not bad outside, but if you go to the border, it might not be enough. Although I didn't participate, based on what I know, there are many experts there and they are really terrifying. Kiki, you make it sound like I am not terrifying. Forget it, I don't want to show how strong I am in front of you. I feel like there is no need. Lin Fan wanted to let Feng Poliu see how strong he was, but forget it. He wasn't someone who liked to show off. What was the point of showing him? Would he even applaud him? Feng Poliu kept silent for a moment and said, "If the border is broken, I will bring them to the imperial dynasty." Lin Fan raised his hand. "Wait, why do I feel like you are saying that the U City border will definitely be broken?" "Feng Poliu, you are such a jinx." "Just in case, who can say for sure?" Feng Poliu said. Although he didn't join in the battle, he paid attention to the border. The situation at U City was really intense and it wasn't optimistic. Many battles had occurred and the outcome wasn't decided yet. No one knew what the outcome would be. Lin Fan nodded his head. If it is really wiped out, remember to inform the Jiang City people to retreat." "Of course," Feng Poliu said. However, when he thought about junior brother, his expression dimmed. He didn't expect that junior brother would actually become the guest of the Zhao family 8th Mississippi. In the future, he would have to work for her. The key was that the battle between the younger generation of Zhao family was really intense and junior brother might not be able to handle it. Lin Fan returned to Marshall Path Mountain to take a look at the situation. It was still okay. Cousin left Marshall Path Mountain and he didn't know where he went. However, to him, although Cousin was a little dumb, he was decent and should be fine. "You aren't going to stay for a period of time?" Feng Poliu asked. Lin Fan waved his hands. "No, I am staying now." "Don't tell them that I am going to U City." Feng Poliu said helplessly. "Go, your life is more important. I will take care of Marshall Path Mountain, but when will you give me my monthly salary?" "Where is the silver?" Lin Fan rose into the air and headed towards U City. He had a lot of cultivation techniques now. When he used all of them, he could even beat a yin-yang realm cultivator. After transforming into a worm, his overall quality would be greatly improved. Just thinking about that power made him feel a little swollen. The journey from Marshall Path Mountain to U City would take half a month if one rode a horse. But with Lin Fan's current speed, it would only take a day. It might even be faster. There weren't many people left in U City and they were all below God Essence realm. Their cultivation wasn't weak outside, but in U City, they could only stay here. As for the Alliance, they were all God Essence realm and above experts. Damn, these people are getting stronger and stronger. They want to break through U City. If not for Master Lin blocking, we wouldn't have lasted for so long. In U City, many people were discussing furiously. At the same time, they had to take care of the injured. These people were all sent back from the Alliance. They were injured in the war and their injuries were all really heavy. "Let me go, I can still fight." A middle-aged man's chest was a bloody mess and one could even smell the rotting smell of blood and flesh. The people beside him pressed him down. "Don't move, your injuries are too serious, otherwise, you will die." When they saw those scenes, they were filled with rage and sadness. They really wanted to charge into the Alliance's land but they were too weak and couldn't even fly. Even if they went, they wouldn't even be able to do anything. Suddenly, someone ran in from outside the city and exclaimed, "Not good, young Master Lin is back." Those people were stunned like they didn't expect it. The middle-aged man who wanted to fight said, "Help us into the room and close the door. We can't let young Master Lin find out. Master Lin only has one son, so he can't be left here. Go to Lin Manor to inform Manager Chen to welcome us at the city gate." At that moment, those who were badly injured and could only rely on shouting to reduce the pain bit their weapons in their mouths. Their eyes opened wide and their foreheads were covered in sweat. They bore with the pain and didn't make a sound. Lin Manor. When Manager Chen learned that young master was back, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. Old Wu and the others were all in Alliance territory and there was no one. No, he definitely couldn't let young master find out. He had to send young master away. Manager Chen headed towards the city gate. He had to rush there before young master reached the city. If he really couldn't, he could only knock young master out and then send him away. Lin Fan landed from the sky. He walked on foot and looked at the not-so-majestic U city in the distance. I didn't expect that I would return so quickly. Lin Fan smiled. But he knew that after he returned, naturally, he would have to join the alliance battle. That really made him nervous. City Gate. Manager Chen sneakily looked on. When he saw young master, he became nervous. Old Wu wasn't here and he was alone, so he really couldn't hold on. There were very few people on the streets, but many of them set up stalls to sell. Right as Lin Fan was prepared to enter the city, Manager Chen casually walked out. When he saw Lin Fan, he was shocked. Young master, why are you back? Lin Fan smiled. Why? Are you surprised to see me? Continue acting, continue acting. I want to see how long you can act for. Do you really think that I didn't notice anything like last time? Young master, how can I not be surprised that you are back? Old master has been thinking about you every day. Manager Chen smiled and replied. He panicked more and more and didn't know what to do next. Lin Fan walked towards the city. Manager Chen followed beside him. He was so anxious that his palms started to sweat. He shouted in his heart. What to do, what to do? Someone save me. Lin Fan looked at the situation in the city. There were much fewer people and there weren't many stalls. Many shops were closed. Hey! It was already so obvious and they still tried to hide it. Okay, let's see what kind of god-grade acting skills they had to be able to bluff him until now. Manager Chen, what is the situation in the city? Why are there so few people? Where did they all go? Lin Fan asked curiously. He wanted to see how Manager Chen was going to make up a story. Manager Chen was a little stunned and quickly thought of something to say. Young master, there is a large-scale event in the neighboring city and many people went to watch. Oh. Lin Fan replied. He really didn't believe him. How could he say such words to coax a kid? It seemed like Lin Fan's intelligence was in the negatives in their hearts. Stall owner, your vegetables don't seem to be selling well. Lin Fan walked in front of a stall and looked at the vegetables on it. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. He wasn't that old but half of the hair on his head had already gone bald. Young Master Lin, these vegetables really aren't selling well. The stall owner smiled. Below the stall, there was an injured person who bore with the pain and didn't dare to make a sound. As he was in a rush, he didn't have time to move it in and could only hide below. Lin Fan said, it definitely isn't selling well. Look at how rotten your vegetables are. What a scammer. The moment he said that, he continued to walk forwards. The stall owner lowered his head and saw that the vegetables were all withered. He instantly felt that things weren't right. Did Lin Fan notice anything from him? Manager Chen, why isn't the meat stall open? Lin Fan asked. Manager Chen's palms started to sweat more and more. Young master, he should have gone to visit his relatives. It has been a while. Lin Fan didn't say much and continued to walk forwards. When the people on the streets saw Lin Fan, they would respectfully move aside. At the same time, they would give out respectful expressions. They seemed to remember when Lin Fan fought with the Yuan and Liang families in the past. Good acting skills. Lin Fan was impressed. As expected, they were amazing. If he hadn't spent time in other border cities, he might have been fooled by them. Manager Chen followed behind. Not only were his palms sweating, but even his forehead had beads of sweat. What should he do? What should he do? If he returned to the manor, he would definitely be exposed. At that moment, Manager Chen looked to the side and noticed that everyone raised their hands and gestured at the back of their necks like they were telling him not to worry so much and just knock him out. Manager Chen shook his head. He didn't dare as he was afraid that he would hurt young master. The people around winked at him like they were telling him that if he didn't attack, once he returned to the Lin Manor, let's see what he would say. Would he be able to explain himself? He thought about it for a long while. Manager Chen made his decision. Since that was the case, he could only knock young master out. If not, there was nothing he could do. At that moment, Manager Chen nodded towards the crowd. He looked at young master who was walking in front of him and raised his hand. He didn't dare to use too much strength and just wanted to knock young master out. Shwa! Manager Chen was really quick. He waved his arm and a hand knife landed on the back of his neck. With a smacking sound. Based on normal situations, young master would cry out and fall to the ground. If he helped him up, that would be perfect. However, the situation was a little off. His hand knife landed, but young master was actually perfectly fine. Lin Fan touched the back of his neck and turned around. He squinted his eyes. Manager Chen, what is the meaning of this? Young master, Manager Chen was so shocked that cold sweat dripped down like he had just bathed. His hands and feet felt cold. He didn't expect this to happen. He didn't use too much strength, but it wasn't light either. With young master's situation, how, pang. Just as Lin Fan turned around, the expert who pretended to be a passerby raised his hand and landed on the back of Lin Fan's neck. This strength was much stronger than Manager Chen's. If it was a normal person, they would have fainted for at least a day. If the alliance didn't attack and everyone was still hiding, then this guy was in charge of carrying goods. At that moment, the guy lowered his head and looked at his hand before raising his head to look at Lin Fan. His expression was a little complicated, like he was in a stunned state. That can't be right. The strength of his hand chop just now was not small. Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath. That's enough. You are still using hand knives. I really want to see what you are thinking. Just as Lin Fan turned around and looked at the guy behind him, another person who didn't believe it struck and was prepared to do another chop. Pata. Lin Fan didn't even look. He raised his hand and grabbed that person's wrist. Enough, how long do you all want to continue acting? Isn't it just the alliance? Act, act, act. If I wasn't smart, I would have been lied to for the rest of my life. Uproar. The surrounding people were all shocked, revealing expressions of disbelief. They didn't expect young Master Lin to actually know. Manager Chen was shocked. Young Master, you knew? Lin Fan looked at him. What do you think? Young Master, this has nothing to do with me. Old Master wanted to hide it from you, but this place is really dangerous. If you don't want Old Master to worry, then leave you city. Manager Chen said. He knew that Old Master's only weakness was Young Master. Now, only the Young Master could distract the Old Master. Okay, let's not talk about all this. Where are my father and the others? Lin Fan asked. Manager Chen didn't hide anything. Old Master and the others have passed the border and are blocking the alliance. We are too weak and can only do some logistics. Lin Fan nodded his head. As expected, it was no different from what he had heard in Laoshan City. Father really fought his way to the alliance. I know. Also all of you, you are really amazing. Your acting skills are amazing. I was even tricked by you. Lin Fan felt a little afraid when he thought about it. The people living around were all acting. Maybe they realized that this wasn't possible, which was why they sent some normal people to Yu City. It was hard to guess whether it was real or fake. Young Master, this. Manager Chen scratched his head and felt a little awkward. He didn't know what to say. Okay, no matter if it is real or fake, all of you are good people. Lin Fan said. They were really amazing. If he didn't know about the alliance from other places, he really wouldn't have known that Yu City existed to fight against the alliance. Those people who were hiding and bearing the pain cried out when they learned that young Master Lin knew the truth. Some of their injuries were really serious. It was so painful that they were about to go crazy. Lin Fan saw many injured people. Their injuries were really terrifying. If normal people were in their shoes, they would have died from the pain. Young master, since you are back, then first, Manager Chen didn't even finish his words and fell to the ground. He looked at the sky like he had seen a ghost. He didn't expect young master to fly. Wasn't that an ability that only God Essence Realm cultivators had? When young master left U City, his cultivation was really average, right? Land of the Alliance. Lin Wani, the Alliance will give you one more chance. Join the Alliance and we promise that you will become the new ruler of the Imperial Dynasty. This is the biggest concession that the Alliance headquarters can give you. An Alliance 9-star general said. Nonsense, why are you talking so much nonsense? Did the Alliance send such trash over? Lin Wani floated in the air and raged. The Alliance sent 12 9-star generals and that was enough to show how much importance they placed on the U City situation. Master Lin, the Alliance really takes care of us. Zhu Shen smiled. The machete in his hand was already shaking and he couldn't take it anymore. Zhu Shen, who was known as the top blade of the Imperial Dynasty, had terrifying strength. He had once sliced the sky, sliced the earth, and sliced the air. Lin Wani conquered him and he stayed in U City to wait for the Alliance. Just like that, he had been waiting for several decades. He could not wait any longer. Master Lin, Zhu Shen and I will restrict the 4 9-star generals. Zhang Xing said. As the manager of Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, he had done business for so many years. If the Alliance didn't come, he would have really thought that he was opening a restaurant. Old Wu said, Master, I can also restrain the 2 marshals. Lin Wani said, you can't, you can at most handle 1. 2 is too much for you. Zhang Xing smiled, Brother Wu, listen to Master Lin. As long as you can hold one of them back, leave the rest to us. Ha, that's right. Brother Wu, we'll split the remaining 7 marshals. The other old men standing on the other side laughed. U City's combat strength was really strong. Zhu Shen, Zhang Sheng, and the others weren't the only ones who could fight against 9-star generals. What was the purpose of them concealing their identities until now? It was to defend against the Alliance 9-star generals. Of course, there might be a slight gap between them and the marshal, but fortunately, there were many of them. If 1 wasn't enough, then 2 would fight. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, a dull sound came from afar. Lin Wani's expression was solemn. His target wasn't the 12 9-star generals but the true experts sent by the Alliance headquarters. Right then, the muffled sound was like a clap of thunder that resounded in everyone's ears. A person slowly walked over. The Alliance members all opened up a path and respectfully welcomed the expert. Their eyes shone with respect. One of the strongest Alliance 9-star generals. Lin Wani looked at the person in the distance and his breathing became rushed like he had met his mortal enemy. A beast-like roar came from his throat. Zhu Daoshan, at that moment. The U City experts were stunned. It was obvious that Zhu Daoshan's name made them feel that something was off. Alliance 9-star general, one of the strongest in the Alliance. This person was much more famous in the Alliance than the other 9-star generals. Lin Wani, I came from the Alliance headquarters to find you. Zhu Daoshan's voice was thick and when he opened his mouth, it felt like the space was being squeezed, forming shockwaves that spread out. Zhu Daoshan's body was really strong and as he cultivated his body to a really high level, he maintained his middle-aged looks. Actually, he was much older than Lin Wani. At that moment, Zhu Daoshan floated up and the 12 9-star generals opened up a path. Although they were all 9-star generals, in terms of status and identity, they were much weaker than Zhu Daoshan. Lin Wani, the Alliance headquarters really values you, otherwise, I wouldn't have been sent here. You are a genius who has grown up. Unfortunately, you are so stubborn, defending this place that has no spirituality at all. You are just so stupid. Zhu Daoshan squinted his eyes and smiled. Then, he looked at the ground not far away, feeling slightly displeased. Gang Xiong, what are you doing? Scram out. Hung Long. The ground shook. The Alliance's strongest land 9-star general came out from underground. Although he was annoyed by Zhu Daoshan's words, he didn't dare to go against him. Tell me, what are you doing hiding underground? Zhu Daoshan asked. Gang Xiong felt like he had lost all his face. This fellow didn't give him any face at all. He was hiding underground, so couldn't he tell what he was doing? Nothing. Gang Xiong said. Zhu Daoshan took a look, scram. No one is allowed to interfere in my battle with Lin Wani, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Even if Gang Xiong was really unwilling, he could only back off. Lin Wani's eyes locked onto Zhu Daoshan. 12 9-star generals along with Gang Xiong, a total of 13 9-star generals wouldn't give him any pressure at all. But now that Zhu Daoshan appeared, he had to go all out. Zhu Shen, be careful. Gang Xiong isn't weak. Lin Wani reminded. Zhu Shen nodded his head, understood, we will restrict them. Master Lin, be careful. Lin Wani looked at him, we will take revenge. I have waited many years for you. Lin Fan came to the border and as expected, he saw a crack there. His heart was beating really quickly. He was about to see his father and he was really nervous. When he stepped into the Alliance territory, he felt a terrifying might enveloping the sky, suppressing him to the point where he found it hard to breathe. He raised his head and looked out. He was filled with shock. In the distance, the sky flickered with resplendent light. Everywhere, the space was torn apart like a dense spider web. Father. Lin Fan looked into the distance. That was the person he was looking for. At this moment, his father was fighting with someone else. That area belonged to them and no one could get close. Many shocking phenomenons that he had never seen before exploded in that space. The void was like a piece of paper. The terrifying dimension current was like a toy that was forcefully taken out and used as a weapon. That area had been flipped. Even if Lin Fan entered, he would be instantly ripped into pieces. The U-City experts and the Alliance clashed. Corpses fell from the sky like dumplings. There were also fireworks that exploded in the sky, forming terrifying shockwaves. This was a chaotic battle, a terrifying chaotic battle. I can't wait like this, I have to help. Lin Fan kept silent for a moment and clenched his fists. What should he do? He had the technique that covered the widest area. He could only refresh. Dragon Elephant Sword Technique, 10,000 Sword Technique, and Great Sumeru Sword Technique didn't reach the returning to true realm. He was relying on the refresh to raise these 3 sword techniques to the highest realm. Wang. The sword seed in his body trembled, and 3 types of extremely strong sword Wei Qi swept over, wrapping around the sword seed and constantly strengthening it. It's just as I thought. As for the person who said that there was no little GG when using the sword, it didn't matter. He wouldn't lose his life anyway. Lin Fan raised his hand and touched his stomach. Sword seed. Shua. A sword seed floated out and floated behind him. He wasn't in a rush to head out as this wasn't enough. He needed to become stronger and use his unlimited true essence to create the strongest sword seed. Shua. Shua. At that moment, many sword seeds floated behind Lin Fan's back. Because the sword intent around him was too terrifying, it formed a sword intent storm. The number of sword seeds went from dozens to hundreds, then to thousands, then to tens of thousands. To normal people, one sword seed was the last method to die together with the enemy. But to Lin Fan, this was just one of the most destructive moves. At that moment, the sword seeds floating behind Lin Fan reached a terrifying number. The ground was ripped apart by the sharp sword intent. Even the space couldn't take it and started to crack. He activated his cultivation technique and infused all his special internal strength into each sword seed. Different colored lights flowed about. All sorts of terrifying auras wrapped around him. If someone saw this, they would definitely exclaim, "I want to report someone for being so shameless." Hung Long, Lin Wani and Zhu Daoshan were on the same level. It was really intense and both of them were slightly injured. Suddenly, a familiar voice spread into their ears. "Father, I am back." Lin Wani's expression changed and he turned around like he had seen a ghost. When he saw that person, he was emotional but then he raged, "Unfilial kid, why did you come back?" When he heard that familiar title, Lin Fan was about to cry. It had been a long time since someone called him an unfilial kid. "Father, I am back to help you fight against the Alliance," Lin Fan shouted. "Young master." Old Wu turned around and his expression changed. Why did young master return at such a time? Lin Wani was so furious that he nearly slapped the unfilial kid away. "You came back. Unfilial kid, run." The moment he said that, he saw people from the Alliance attack Lin Fan. Lin Wani was so shocked that his face turned ashen white. But suddenly, the area shook. Ah! Lin Fan opened his arms and green veins popped up on his forehead like it was really tough for him to do so. Damn! There were too many sword seeds and the pressure was huge. He was about to die from it. Shio! A sky-covering sword seeds flew over from the distance. They were like a Milky Way waterfall that hung upside down in the sky. Terrifying sword intent roared and slashed. It had already condensed into physical form. The Alliance members who were attacking Lin Fan stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were stunned like they had seen a ghost. "Father, I am here to help." "Go." Lin Fan pressed down with his palms. It contained the strongest move that he had learned in his life. No, not just one, but many. At that moment, be it the people from U City or the Alliance, they were all shocked by the scenes in front of them. Shio! Shio! The sword seeds moved really quickly. In the blink of an eye, they slashed through the air and pressed down on the battlefield. "Young master." Old Wu's eyes opened wide. In his heart, the young master was someone who did nothing and waited to die. But the young master who appeared terrified him so much that he nearly fell to the ground and exclaimed that it was impossible. Very quickly, a strong wind blew over and blew onto everyone's body, making them feel really uncomfortable. This was a sword intent storm formed when sword intent was condensed to a certain level. What a terrifying sword intent! When the Alliance 9-star generals sensed the sword intent, they just frowned. But very quickly, they thought about something terrifying. As 9-star generals, these small tricks weren't worth mentioning. But other people might not be able to block it. "Retreat, all of you retreat." Some 9-star generals hollered in rage. He already understood how terrifying this attack was. But the moment he opened his mouth, countless sword seeds appeared beside him and exploded with a loud explosion. Damn! That 9-star general was fine, but the explosion totally infuriated him. Sensing the strength of the explosion, he was shocked and turned his head. He realized that numerous sword seeds had entered the battlefield. Those sword seeds seemed to be controlled and sped past the U City people. Their target was the Alliance. How was that possible? To be able to control so many sword intents, how thick was his true essence? "General Zhu, the sword intent is really strong. They won't be able to block it." Some 9-star generals hollered. Zhu Daoshan frowned. He raised his hand and slashed down. Instantly, a black light seemed to split open the sky and slashed between the Alliance and U City experts. Explode! Lin Fan didn't expect the Alliance 9-star general to be so strong. He waved his hand and slashed open the dimension. But before it formed, self-destruction was still useful. Hung Long. All the sword seeds entered the dimension and exploded. A terrifying shockwave spread out. The dimension that wasn't fully formed shattered like a mirror. Numerous shards struck towards the Alliance members. Ah! There were screams. Chapter 326. The shattered dimension turned into shrapnel that spun and flew backwards, slicing apart the bodies of the Alliance experts. Some were lucky and only their skin was sliced open. On the other hand, some experts were not so lucky. The void shrapnel stabbed into their bodies and tore open huge wounds. Fresh blood flowed out. There was no need to talk about the God Essence Realm and Void Realm experts. Their cultivation was really strong outside, but at this moment, they were like cannon fodder and had no way to fight back at all. Countless experts of these two realms were killed or injured. Although it was just a dimension shrapnel, when the sword seed exploded, the impact was really terrifying. It caused the dimension shrapnel to scatter really quickly and caused irreparable damage to them. As for the 5-element realm experts, many of them were injured. Some were unlucky and their heads were sliced open by the dimension shrapnel. The U-City experts looked at those scenes with their mouths agape. Suddenly, they hollered excitedly. Amazing, really amazing. Young Master Lin is so amazing. I actually didn't notice it in the past. He hit it so deeply. Ha ha ha, to those sons of bitches, they probably didn't expect things to turn out like this. The U-City experts felt really good. It felt like celestial energy entered their bodies and all their pores opened up. When the Alliance 9-star generals saw the situation, they were instantly furious. They didn't expect that the Alliance would suffer such heavy losses. They really deserved to die. Schwa. The Alliance 9-star generals locked onto Lin Fan. Their deep and furious gazes seemed like even the space around couldn't take it. The praises from the U-City experts made Lin Fan feel a little uneasy. He didn't like to show off and what he did just now was just the basics. Suddenly, his body shook and he felt numerous gazes lock onto him. He followed their gazes. The Alliance 9-star generals had vicious expressions on their faces. Their gazes seemed like they wanted to swallow him up. Waves of frightening killing intent surged, interweaving into a huge net that enveloped the heavens and earth. The Alliance is just so strong. With my father here, who dares to hurt me? Lin Fan didn't hesitate and ran towards the back. What happened just now was too arrogant and caused everyone to be furious. His rage points were like a rocket, swiftly increasing. He knew himself. Whether that move just now was cool or not, there was no need to say. It was definitely cool, but what was the use of being cool? He didn't see that the 9-star generals were perfectly fine. There were even many 5-element realm people who survived. If it wasn't for that fellow who could form dimensions with a wave of his arm, the Alliance's casualties would be terrifying. Now, he knew that he had incurred the wrath of the masses. If he continued to jump on the table, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even when he faced Lin Wani, he treated him with a solemn expression. But now, a kid actually insulted him like that. It infuriated him. Damn. Zhu Daoshan couldn't take it anymore. His voice was dark and terrifying. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment and then he reacted, damn. Instantly. The entire place was silent. Zhu Daoshan and Lin Wani's son scolded one another. This was something that no one expected. They opened their mouths and looked on with their mouths agape. It was obvious that they didn't expect that one of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance, Zhu Daoshan, would actually curse because of young Master Lin. What made them respect him more was that young Master Lin wasn't afraid at all. He just scolded Zhu Daoshan without any fear at all. Old Wu said softly, "Young Master, be low profile, be low profile." Lin Fan said, "Old Wu, what is there to be low profile about? Look at him, he is so dumb and dumb. Only he is an Alliance 9-star general. In my opinion, the Alliance doesn't have many people like him. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. Take a good look at the domineering rage points. He relied on this to earn a living. When he was in Laoshan City, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. After all, there weren't many people to protect him. But it was different now. He was in his own territory, so how could he be afraid of them? Old Wu was speechless and he was in a state where he doubted his life. Ha ha ha, Zhu Shen held the machete and laughed out loud. Young Master Lin is right. One of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance, Zhu Daoshan, is indeed a dumb person. Schwa. Zhu Shen's words infuriated the Alliance members. Lin Fan was a little unhappy. What did he want to do? He was here to attract rage points, so why did he interfere? I remember that you are not a pig killer. Lin Fan shouted. Zhu Shen said, Young Master Lin, you have a good memory. I am a pig killer and my secondary job is to kill the Alliance. Lin Wani didn't move at all. The fighting intent in his body didn't stop but a smile appeared on his face. Zhu Daoshan saw that smile and he was so furious that he nearly exploded on the spot. He was too careless. He let Lin Wani's son use such a strong move to deal a fatal blow to the Alliance. But even then, the Alliance wouldn't retreat. General Gang Xiong walked beside Zhu Daoshan and said, We have suffered heavy losses. Although no 9-star generals have been sacrificed, we are being held back by them. Even if we fight to the end, the Alliance will be the ones who will have to sacrifice the most. His suggestion was to retreat. Are you ordering me? Zhu Daoshan looked at Gang Xiong. The strong could do whatever they wanted. Even if Gang Xiong was called the strongest 9-star general on land, it was useless. Damn it. Gang Xiong really wanted to press Zhu Daoshan to the ground and hammer him. He even wanted to holler. Do you really have no brains at all? Didn't he look at the situation? If they fought head-on, as 9-star generals, they might be fine, but it was hard to say for the others. No. Gang Xiong replied. Naturally, he didn't dare to fight Zhu Daoshan. Zhu Daoshan was stronger than him and he was a really domineering person. Scoff, it is best if you don't. Zhu Daoshan said coldly. Gang Xiong didn't want to say anything more. What happened next would depend on what Zhu Daoshan thought. If they continued to fight, then they would. But now that the core strength of the Alliance was at a disadvantage, the final outcome might be that apart from 9-star generals, everyone else would have to die here. Retreat. Zhu Daoshan raised his hand and told the Alliance members to retreat. Even if he was furious, he didn't lose his rationality. The current situation wasn't good and if they continued to fight with the U City experts, the outcome would be bad. Gang Xiong heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, they retreated and not fought head-on. Otherwise, he really wanted to slice open Zhu Daoshan's head and see whether or not it was filled with mush. Lin Wani, don't be too gleeful. The moment you stepped into the Alliance land, your outcome was decided. Zhu Daoshan said coldly. Scoff, if you have balls, then come. Lin Wani replied. The fighting intent in his eyes didn't decrease at all. Lin Fan definitely couldn't see the Alliance leave. Why are all of you so cowardly? Didn't we just lose some people? If you have balls, then continue. Why do you want to run? Lin Fan shouted. Old Wu pulled his young master, Shush, young master, softer. The current outcome is for the best. There is no need to fight to the death with the Alliance. Lin Fan still wanted to say something, but it was as if he had understood something. He nodded his head and agreed with Old Wu's words. Alliance trash, listen up. I will let you off today, but if you dare to come again, I will break your limbs. Lin Fan hollered. The battle didn't continue but he definitely couldn't stop talking. He scolded them. He gained a wave of rage points. Chapter 327. The Alliance 9-star generals remembered Lin Fan in their hearts. Lin Wanni's son. Good, this was really good. A new target had appeared. As long as they captured him, they would be able to restrict Lin Wanni and even make him submit. Tisk, Alliance. Lin Fan glanced in disdain. These Alliance people were really cowards. They knew that the situation wasn't right and retreated. They really had no courage at all. At that moment, Lin Fan's body shook. He felt a father's love spread from behind him. He had left U City for so long, and now that he was back, he really missed it. You unfilial kid, why did you come back? Lin Wanni's expression was really strict and his tone was filled with rage. It was different from what he thought. Father should have been too emotional when he saw him return, or should have been so excited that his face changed when he saw that his cultivation had risen to such a realm. What a waste. It was different from the scenes that appeared in his mind. Father's unfilial kid pulled him back to reality. He knew that it was impossible. Father, I just came back. Lin Fan sighed. He turned around and looked at his father, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Maybe because of the pressure from the long battle, he felt that his father was much more haggard than before. Lin Wanni said, "Who told you to come back? What can you do? What is the use? What can you help with?" He asked 4 questions at once. This made Lin Fan feel like his father was a little too much. He definitely came back by himself. He definitely came back to fight the Alliance. As for the last 2 questions, they were a little repetitive. Wasn't it obvious that he was useful? The Alliance was chased away by him. Lin Fan said, "Father, you saw it too. I am quite useful." These words were absolutely true. Lin Fan had always been quite useful. Otherwise, who knew how this battle would have been resolved? But this was also because he caught them off guard and the Alliance 9-star generals didn't notice. Otherwise, with their strength, they could have opened up a dimension and absorbed all of Lin Fan's attacks. What a waste. It was too late to say anything now. Scoff. Lin Wanni scoffed. He was still angry. "I told you to leave U City because I didn't want you to be dragged into this. Now that you are back, the Alliance will remember you. Don't think about having a peaceful life." Lin Fan said, "If it isn't safe, then so be it. With such a thing happening, as long as one has a bit of guts, they wouldn't want to live. You can be at the border, so why can't I? You still." Lin Wanni was about to explode from Lin Fan's actions. Just as he was about to scold him, Old Wu rushed up to calm him down. "Old Master, young Master is already back. If we chase him away and he bumps into the Alliance, then what should we do?" Lin Fan smiled and secretly smiled at Old Wu. As expected, Elder Wu was still the one who spoke up for him. Lin Wanni's face was cold and he didn't give Lin Fan a good look. "I will deal with you later." Father headed forwards to take a look and ask about the casualties. Due to Lin Fan's arrival, there weren't many U City experts who died. But there were many who fought too intensely with the Alliance and suffered heavy injuries. This will be a tough battle. Lin Fan looked around and understood that U City's defense line was probably the one that was going to face the toughest out of all of them. However, Lin Fan's return shocked many people. They could be said to have watched Lin Fan grow up, so they knew what he was like normally. He was just a person who ate and waited to die. But the current situation shocked them so much that their eyeballs almost popped out. Damn! This change was just too huge. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. "Young Master, what have you been through during this period of time?" Old Wu asked with concern. The change was huge. It wasn't that young Master had changed but that his strength had changed too much. Lin Fan said, "I have been through a lot and it isn't something that can be explained in a short while." Old Wu looked at young Master and felt heart pained. During this period of time, young master must have suffered a lot outside. Lin Fan thought about it. Did he suffer outside? He didn't seem to have suffered much. No, he had suffered a lot. He had been wanted for a long time, and he had almost been beaten to death. If he wasn't lucky, he wouldn't have been able to return. It is okay. Lin Fan said, I found out about the situation in Yu City from somewhere else, so I rushed back. Now that I am back, I don't want to leave. Old Wu, you have to help me, otherwise, my father will chase me away. Old Wu sighed, young master, actually, I want you to leave. We are fine here, but since young master has asked me, how can I not agree? Old master doesn't want you to stay here not because he doesn't like you but because he is afraid that something might happen to you. But it is good that young master is back, I am not afraid. Kiki. Old Wu didn't say what it was like, he felt that it wasn't good to say it. He knew what old master wanted to do. At the crucial moment, old master would stop at nothing and even sacrifice his life to kill someone. But young master's return could calm old master down. There were gains and losses, there were pros and cons. Lin Fan nodded his head and understood his father's thoughts. However, he had already decided to fight to the death with the alliance in Yu City. At the same time, he would gain some rage points to raise his cultivation. As long as he raised his cultivation to the peak, he would have enough capital to challenge all enemies. Defense Alliance main camp. This place had been taken down by Lin Wani. The reason why there were so few people in Yu City was because most of them had moved here and could fight with the alliance at any moment. At that moment, within the room. You unfilial kid, why did you come back? Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan said, I came back to fight the alliance. Lin Wani smiled. His smile made it seem like he was looking down on him. Fight? Just you? How strong are you? Can you beat an alliance 9-star general? Father, you don't need to care about whether or not I can. Since I am back, I won't leave. Even if you chase me away, I will head to another border city. No one will protect me there, so I will just charge forwards. If I die, then so be it. Anyway, no one will take me in. Lin Fan's words sounded like he was a rascal. He directly told his father that if he didn't take him in, then he would be sending himself to death. If Lin Wani's body wasn't that tough, he would have been so infuriated by Lin Fan. Old Wu stood at the side and said, Old master, I think it is better for young master to stay here. Firstly, he can take care of him. Secondly, young master's strength is not bad. If young master goes to another border alone, I am afraid that something unexpected will happen. Zhang Tianshan, that bastard, he can't even do such a simple thing. Lin Wani was so furious that he turned his rage onto Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan, who was laying out the formation outside, sensed something. He raised his head in confusion like someone was saying bad things about him. What a weird thing. However, when Lin Wani heard Old Wu's words, he understood that this was the only way. With this unfilial son's temper, what wouldn't he do? What happened to your cultivation? Lin Wani asked. When Lin Fan heard this, he was instantly excited. Father, this is a long story. Your child's innate talent is already considered top-notch, there is no need to doubt this. After leaving Yu City and coming to Martial Path Mountain, I started to cultivate and went through many difficulties. However, I feel that my luck is really good. Last time when I was walking on the road, I noticed a bottle of medicine on the ground and ate it. After that, my cultivation increased. There was also a time when I didn't do anything and a heavily injured old man fell from the sky. He said that he couldn't take it anymore, so he transferred all his cultivation to me. Then, there was another time when I was cultivating. Suddenly, I felt like my soul was being pulled by something. At that moment, the Tao of heaven and earth appeared in front of me. Before Lin Fan finished bragging, Lin Wani interrupted him. Okay, you unfilial son, shut up. What are you talking about? Lin Wani stared at this unfilial son who was full of nonsense. If he could believe these words, then he, Lin Wani, would really be sick in the head. Old Wu smiled. He didn't believe what young master said at all. However, there was a voice in the depths of his heart that reminded him. Actually, he could choose to believe it. Lin Fan said helplessly, "Father, you are the one who asked me. I told you, so how can you blame me?" Although most of what he said was fake, some of it was true. "You just stay here. If you dare to go out and cause trouble, I will break your legs." Lin Wani scoffed and left with his arms by his back. "Young master, you should rest." Old Wu smiled. Seeing young master return, he was really happy. Although he was worried, since things had reached such a stage, hiding it and forcing him away wasn't realistic. He could only accept reality. In another room. That damn kid. Lin Wani was so furious that he sat on the chair. His face was cold, but very quickly, he thought about something and laughed. "He is actually so amazing." Old Wu smiled. "Old master, you are really happy. After all, young master's cultivation isn't weak. In my opinion, no one in the younger generation can compare to him." Lin Wani smiled. Of course, the younger generation doesn't even have half of his ability. When these words came out of Lin Wani's mouth, he was filled with pride. Old Wu felt that old master just wasn't telling the truth. In front of young master, he acted so solemn and didn't care at all. But when young master wasn't here, he was so delighted. This is why I said that young master is really outstanding. Maybe when he was in the manor, he was already working hard to cultivate. Now that he went out and obtained a fortuitous encounter, his strength directly increased and he is no weaker than some of the older generation experts. Old Wu said. Lin Wani nodded. "Brother Wu, I will pass the heavy responsibility of looking after him to you. The Alliance definitely won't let this go. Don't worry old master, I won't let young master get hurt." Old Wu said firmly. "Who do you think will be responsible for this?" Zhu Daoshan looked at them and asked. "In this battle, the Alliance sent over 12 9-star generals. Gang Xiong was the local 9-star general and he, who was known as the strongest 9-star general in the Alliance, actually lost at Yu City. If this matter were to spread outside, it would be like a slap to the face. It was very painful to hear the popping sound. General Zhu, we were too careless this time. We didn't expect Lin Wani's son to appear. Moreover, his moves were so strong and injured so many people." Marshal Gang Xiong said. "Indeed, we were careless. So what if he's Lin Wani's son? To us, that level of cultivation is nothing but an ant. But why didn't you react in time? If I hadn't slashed open the dimension and absorbed most of the attacks, how many of our core forces would have died?" Zhu Daoshan asked. Gang Xiong looked at Zhu Daoshan and cursed in his heart. Scram, his words were even better than his singing. If you hadn't slashed open the dimension, you wouldn't have been able to react. You didn't even care about it at all. If I hadn't reminded you, you would have just been watching the show. General Zhu, the situation isn't optimistic. I suggest that the Alliance headquarters send more experts over to wipe out all the natives. A 9-star general suggested. Zhu Daoshan squinted and said in an unfriendly tone, "So, what you mean is that I can't kill Lin Wani?" The 9-star generals were helpless. Damn it. Could they still converse? Could they not act cool? Could they kill him? Did they not know what they were talking about? If he was so easy to kill, they would have killed him long ago. But they had no choice. Although they were 9-star generals, they still had to lower their heads in front of Zhu Daoshan. Send the portrait of Lin Wani's son to the Alliance headquarters and let everyone remember his face. I want him to be hated by everyone. Zhu Daoshan said. General Gang Xiong had nothing to say. He had always admitted that Zhu Daoshan was stronger than him, but in terms of intelligence, the gap was huge. It was a battle and either he died or he died. But Zhu Daoshan made him come out from underground. He was just so dumb. True Heaven Body Secret Technique. As expected, it is an extraordinary body training technique. It is really amazing. The fourth stage consumed 60,000 rage points. This wasn't a normal number. In the past, it would have been enough to raise his cultivation by an entire realm. But even then, it wasn't enough. His god body had reached peak 5-element realm and he would reach yin-yang realm with just one more step. He thought that it wouldn't be difficult. But looking at the situation, it wasn't enough and he needed to continue improving it. He felt that if he could improve, then his god body would reach a terrifying level. Improve. He consumed 70,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique Wang. Lin Fan could feel a gentle power coursing through his god body. Maybe it is enough. His cultivation was just so simple. As long as he had enough rage points, then everything else wouldn't be a problem. Improve. God body's 510 points jumped and he started to cross into a new realm. To experts, yin-yang realm was just so, but to Lin Fan, it was a huge step forward. His god body cultivation was already peak 5-element realm, so why not enter yin-yang realm to raise his strength? When his god body jumped to 520. Yin-yang initial formation. Hung Long. The yin-yang ocean that was opened up a long time ago instantly expanded and turned into a vast ocean. He clenched his fingers and he could feel the power in his body boiling. The space between his fingers was shaking. Who? Lin Fan took in a deep breath and opened his eyes. A weird glow shone in his eyes. It was really eye-catching and filled with a godly light. As expected, amazing. He exclaimed. If he didn't personally feel it, he wouldn't have been able to imagine how strong this power was. However, he wasn't someone who would easily sink into power. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his normal appearance. Wasn't it just an increase in cultivation? There was nothing to be excited about. Now, it was time to raise his true essence realm. His true essence realm was a little behind and was only middle 5-element realm. Looking at his current rage points, he might be able to reach yin-yang realm. Improve. Consumed 50,000 rage points. Emperor Heaven Scripture, Grade 10, Improve. Emperor Heaven Scripture, the next day. Yu City. When Liang Yichu heard that Lin Fan had returned and was shining brightly on the front lines, he was totally shocked. Damn. That was just too terrifying. Liang family head said, I didn't expect this kid to hide so deeply, to have such cultivation at such a young age. Father, to be able to reach such a terrifying realm at such a young age, apart from him, is there anyone else in the world? Liang Yichu asked. He started to doubt life, like he didn't live in the same world. Old Master Liang said, I have never heard of or seen such a thing. Even Lin Wani wasn't as terrifying as him. That was indeed the case. Liang family and Yuan family's role in Yu City was to send resources over. The two of them had long expanded their business to other cities. At this time, they were really useful. Liang Yichu and Qin Yufei were together. When Yu City entered a state of defending against the alliance, some normal people were chased away. Qin Yufei was one of them, but because of Liang Yichu, she had to stay. Old Master Liang didn't say much and just let his eldest son do whatever he wanted. Whether or not Yu City would still exist was a problem, so why think so much? Lin Manor. Young Master, what are you doing? Old Wu asked. Since young master returned to Yu City, he had been by his side. When he saw that young master wanted to move the chair that he often used to the back courtyard to the Alliance land, he was a little lost. Lin Fan said, I want to stay there for a long time, so I need to find something that I have feelings for. Actually, the main reason. That was because he still wanted to live the life of a rich family young master. It was just that he brought it to the Alliance land. When he had nothing to do, he would lie on the walls and look at the Alliance. Old Wu arranged for people to listen to young master and move whatever he wanted. Brother Lin. Just at that moment, Liang Yichu appeared. When he saw Lin Fan, he smiled and walked over. I heard people say that you are back. At the start, I didn't dare to believe it, but I didn't expect it to really be true. Brother Liang, long time no see. Lin Fan smiled. Liang Yichu asked, Brother Lin, is my third brother okay? Although his third brother was a little conflicted with him and he hated him in the past, no matter what, he was his biological brother. Good, very good. He followed me to Marshall Path Mountain and is now the eldest disciple. He has huge potential and I have high hopes for him. Lin Fan said. As for the exact truth, it was hard to say. That's good, that's good. Oh right, Brother Lin, why don't we go drink a few cups? Liang Yichu invited. Lin Fan didn't reject. Since that was the case, then he would go drink a few cups. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Brother Lin, I thought that we wouldn't be able to meet in this life. Come, let me toast you. Liang Yichu raised his cup. He was a little melancholic but he quickly calmed down and smiled. Lin Fan smiled and replied, Brother Liang, I didn't expect you to have changed so much from before. I feel like you have become greasier. He thought about the past. Liang Yichu was really dumb. He had ideas but didn't know what to do. After Lin Fan's comments, he was enlightened and had many ideas. Liang Yichu smiled, I have a heavy responsibility and am slightly pressured, but I don't regret it. My Liang family and Yuan family are in charge of transporting resources to the city. In the past, I didn't understand why father wanted to impose such heavy taxes and why he chased away the refugees. So, it was all for today. However, father underestimated the tolerance of the commoners. Although his methods are vicious, the human heart is really complicated. Oh right, I already have a wife. She is a maid in my family. I thought that father wouldn't agree, but who knew that he didn't say anything. Now, I just want to send my wife away. The more she stays here, the more she will realize that death is actually really close. Who knows when the city will be wiped out? Lin Fan wanted to brag to Liang Yichu about the outside world, but who knew that once Liang Yichu opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. It was like he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He felt like Liang Yichu was under too much pressure. Thinking about it, it made sense. He was young and didn't have much cultivation. Staying in this place where he didn't know when he would be wiped out, the pressure in his heart was definitely huge. On this day. In the end, Lin Fan wasn't drunk but Liang Yichu was. He sent Liang Yichu back and the person who came out to welcome him was his wife. Old Master Liang smiled when he saw Lin Fan. He smiled back. He just felt a little awkward. In the past, he was really good at arguing with Old Master Liang. And also on this day. Lin Fan was a dual cultivator who reached Yin Yang realm. The next day. The scenery was really good. Lin Fan stood on the wall and looked into the distance. In the extreme distance, there was a blurry image. That was the Alliance's New Yu City main camp. As for the old camp, it had already been occupied. Old Wu, when do you think the Alliance will come? Lin Fan asked. He felt like he had to cause some trouble for the Alliance. It wasn't a good idea to just live peacefully like this. They couldn't be the one to attack each time. That wasn't a big deal. He wasn't someone who would sit there and wait for others to bully him. Usually, they would be the one to attack first and then he would be the one to attack. Even if he couldn't beat them, he wouldn't let them have an easy time. Lin Fan estimated that the new Alliance main camp was at least 30 miles away. To normal people, it was a little far, but to Lin Fan, it wasn't that far. Old Wu said, Young master, that is hard to say. Heis. If I were to say, we can't just sit back and wait for our enemies to attack us. The only way is to strike them down and scare them off. If we wait for them to attack us every single time, we won't be able to gain any advantages. That was what he felt. When the Alliance attacked, that would be when the Alliance was most prepared. That wasn't good for you City. If he had his father's cultivation, he wouldn't have hesitated and would have attacked right away. Young master, actually, it isn't that we don't want to fight back, but some things aren't as simple as we think. Now, all the border defenses are really tense. Maigu City being broken is like a bolt from the blue to us, which was why Old Master tried his best to break the alliance at U City to level the scales. The current situation isn't good for us. The various sects are just watching, and if we lose one at the defense, our strength will be weaker. When Lin Fan heard what Old Wu said, he slowly understood. Then, can't we disturb the alliance and not give them enough time to rest? That was what he was thinking about. Anyway, they were going to fight. Even if they didn't fight head-on, they had to discuss the alliance a little. Old Wu smiled, young master, this matter is hard to say, really hard to say. We don't even know how to disturb them. Leave this to me, I will deal with it. Lin Fan patted his chest. It seemed like he had to think about what was the best method to use. Lin Fan laid on the chair. Old Wu, let me think for a while. If you have something to do, then go do it. Old Wu looked at young master and left with a smile. He didn't know what young master was going to do, but if he really had a plan, then it would be great. To Lin Fan. If he couldn't kill them with strength, then he had to rely on something else. It wasn't a good thing to let them bully him. Chapter 329. The sky slowly turned dark. Lin Fan laid on the chair and was really bored. He laid on the wall and looked at the light in the distance. Pata! He grabbed the edge of the wall with both hands, and suddenly, a terrifying true essence spread out. The bug controlling technique became stronger and the special internal strength spread out. It wasn't as small as before, but it became much wider. Let me test your wariness first. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back and looked into the distance. His long hair danced in the wind. The ground outside the base camp began to tremble slightly, as if something was about to come out of the soil, pushing out mounds of earth. There were many bugs around. Although they were all normal bugs, under the buff of the special internal strength, they weren't normal anymore. Go, have some fun with the Alliance members. To other people, it was really tough to control so many bugs. The true essence needed was just too thick. Normal people wouldn't even be able to do anything before their true essence was used up. Alliance. Team after team of Alliance members were patrolling. They gathered here from all over the Alliance to attack the rich land. Beneath their feet, there were numerous bugs crawling about. It was just that they didn't notice them. Within a dorm. The bugs bit open a crack in the metal floor and then surged out. They were really dense and formed into a ball. CSI. There was a small sound. The bugs seemed to have mutated. They actually grouped together and formed a bugman that was half the height of a human. Its two side-like arms were really sharp. The Alliance member who was sleeping sensed something and opened his eyes. When he saw the terrifying being, he wanted to scream, but the moment he was about to, Poochie! Fresh blood splattered onto the wall. Within the Alliance 9-star general's room. Great-grandfather, when are you coming back? Cool, misses you. Within the room, Zhu Daoshan smiled and looked really benevolent. The equipment in front of him projected a person. It was a little girl hugging a teddy bear and wearing pajamas. Zhu Daoshan said lovingly, "Cooter, be good. Once I am done, I will head back." This was totally different from Zhu Daoshan on the battlefield. Oh. Then Kuer will wait for great-grandpa to come back. The little girl in the projection said happily. At this time, another voice came from the projection. Kuer, hurry up and go to sleep. Don't disturb great-grandfather's rest. The smile on Zhu Daoshen's face didn't disappear. Suddenly, he frowned and sensed that something had happened in the main camp. Okay, bring to sleep. I still have something to deal with here. Zhu Daoshen said. In the projection. Great-grandfather, good night. Zhu Daoshen waved his hand. Sleep well. Great-grandfather will be back in a few days. Patter. The projection turned off. Zhu Daoshen got up and retracted his smile. His expression was dark and sunken and a terrifying aura spread out. The space in front of him ripped open and he stepped in. Ah! Help! What kind of monsters are these? Don't panic. Kill these things. The Alliance was in a mess, and many technical members of the Alliance had been killed. They weren't strong, and some of them were still in deep sleep. When they faced these unknown bugs, they couldn't defend at all. Of course, there were some experts who noticed that something was wrong. They attacked right away and killed many bugs. Smelly bug, don't come over. Someone save me, I don't want to die. The alarm rang out. Numerous Alliance members who were fine but were in deep sleep were woken up. They didn't know what had happened, but the alarm meant that an enemy had invaded. When they came outside, they saw countless black things moving in an overwhelming manner. On closer look, they didn't expect them to be bugs. Hung long. Many terrifying auras exploded forth and crushed down, causing those bugs to explode. Where did these come from? General Gang Xiong's expression was solemn and he didn't expect such a thing to happen. But now wasn't the time to think about such things. He had to clear out all these bugs. All the 9-star generals attacked at the same time. A terrifying aura that normal people couldn't touch swept the entire camp. The aura was like an invisible blade. With a pucci. Many human-shaped bugs were wiped out and not even bits of them were left. Not long later. All the bugs in U-City Alliance's camp were killed. Some of the dead bug liquid gave off a weird smell that spread in the air. It made one feel like vomiting. Zhu Daoshen came out with a cold expression. What is going on? Why did so many bugs enter this place? Are the patrolling people dreaming? When the terrified Alliance members heard the 9-star generals holler, they lowered their heads in fear. At the same time, they were roaring in their hearts. That's right. Were those patrolling people dreaming? So many bugs attacked and there was no alarm at all. They were so terrified that they were about to collapse. Especially those who were in the toilet. Suddenly, they realized that their butts were cold and they lowered their heads to take a look. Damn! The toilet bowl was actually filled with bugs, and there were many bugs with big pincers, making kacha 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 sounds. If one's reaction was not fast enough, it was very likely that the thing would have been broken. At this moment, bean-sized beads of sweat were dripping from the foreheads of the patrolling members. General, we didn't notice anything weird at all. They were very scared. They really couldn't be blamed for such a thing happening. They didn't know where these fucking bugs came from. Someone from the bug clearing team came to report. General, based on our search, we noticed that these bugs came from underground. A guy reported the situation. His expression was a little unnatural. He saw that the people who were killed by the bugs died so badly. If one's heart wasn't strong, one would have vomited on the spot. How is that possible? The ground is made of Alliance alloy and it is really tough. How can these bugs break it? General Gang Xiong said. General Gang Xiong, that is really the case. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. The alloy has been bitten open. The guy said. There were some things that couldn't be easily blamed. Even if one was a 9-star general, it still wouldn't work. Those U-City people are attacking. Zhu Daoshen said coldly. To him, without even thinking, it was definitely done by the natives. Otherwise, who would dare to attack them? If my guesses are correct, they should be similar to Monster Emperor. General Gang Xiong found it weird. Monster Emperor? How is that possible? Monster Emperor is working with the Alliance and is far away in Maigu City. How can he come to Yu City? How are the casualties? Zhu Daoshan asked. I don't know yet, but it seems like they noticed it early and didn't cause many casualties. However, it dealt a huge blow to some of the Alliance's researchers. General Gang Xiong said. That was really the case. Those researchers were indeed scared out of their wits by this scene. Or rather, they had never seen such a horrifying scene before. They were used to dealing with clean equipment, but they had never experienced such a terrifying scene. Zhu Daoshan's face was cold and he didn't say a word. It was obvious that he was furious deep down. Oh my God, I didn't expect them to notice so quickly. So many bugs died. Lin Fan was filled with regret and helplessness. He thought that he could play for a while longer, but who knew that they wouldn't give him a chance at all. When the bugs were crushed by the 9-star generals, he sensed that his connection with them was cut off. So boring, I will come tomorrow to play with all of you. He left the city wall and walked towards the resting area. The next morning. Young master, breakfast is ready. Old Wu's voice spread in from outside. Lin Fan woke up. This was the most comfortable night he had ever slept and he didn't need to worry about anything at all. I am coming. To him, this was like returning home. No, he was at home, just that the territory had changed. He wasn't in Yu City but in the Alliance's territory. He came to the dining area. Old Wu, where is my father? Lin Fan asked. Old Wu said, Old Master woke up and went to check on the situation. Lin Fan didn't say much and just continued to eat. He still had things to do later. Since he returned to Yu City, he couldn't just wait quietly. He had to cause some problems for the Alliance. The Alliance's situation last night seemed to have spread to them and many people were discussing it. They heard that something happened at the Alliance's side which caused some chaos. After the meal, Lin Fan casually strolled around. The experts here all knew Lin Fan. After all, they were once people of Yu City. He couldn't remember them but they remembered him. Young Master Lin, where are you going? Someone asked. Just casually looking around. Lin Fan smiled and continued to walk forwards. Suddenly, he saw someone and shouted, Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan pushed a small cart and strengthened the formations around. He also laid out some new ones. Who is calling me? When Zhang Tianshan heard someone call him, he raised his head and saw Lin Fan right away. He knew that the kid was here yesterday but he didn't want to meet him. Who knew that he would bump into him just like that? He felt a little helpless. Why are you here? Zhang Tianshan asked. Lin Fan giggled, you are asking me why I am here? I should be the one asking you. I didn't expect that you would actually have the courage to come here. Zhang Tianshan said, Kid, what do you mean by that? You make it sound like I am a coward. Pay attention to the way you address me. Who is in charge of Martial Path Mountain? Lin Fan realized that Zhang Tianshan was jumping up and down. He actually called him Kid. In the past, he called him sect leader. Zhang Tianshan waved his hands, okay, what Martial Path Mountain, those few disciples are just playing house. Your father and I are good brothers, so I have to call you nephew and you have to call me uncle. As for sect leader or not, let's not talk about it. Oh my God. He really didn't expect that. In a short 1 to 2 months, Zhang Tianshan became so arrogant and didn't care about him at all. But before he could say anything more, a voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Tianshan said, I heard that something happened at the Alliance last night. Did you do it? He really doubted it. Before the kid came, everything was calm and nothing happened at the Alliance. But now that the kid came back, something happened at the Alliance. If one said that it had nothing to do with him, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Yes, it was me. Lin Fan didn't hide anything. There was no need to hide anything. He did it himself, so he had to let others know how overbearing he was. You really are bold, aren't you afraid that the Alliance will beat you to death? Zhang Tianshan was impressed. He was really impressed by this kid. Lin Fan smiled, you make it sound like if we didn't do that, the Alliance wouldn't beat us to death. Zhang Tianshan thought about it and felt that it made sense. Let's not talk about all this. Zhang Tianshan, I remember that you aren't that strong and only know how to deal with Yin demons. Where did you get the ability to come here? Lin Fan asked. Speaking of Yin demons, when he returned to Yu City, he saw that there were Yin demons in the forest. He was no longer the greenhorn he had been in the beginning, and he had long since learned many secrets. The Yin demons were there to block the Alliance. Not long later. The two of them stopped in front of a toilet. Even from outside, one could smell the stench within. It was said that the reason one could smell it was because there were feces floating in the air. When one entered the toilet, one couldn't see it with the naked eye, but actually, everyone was surrounded by feces. If the smell was pungent, then it meant that the feces floating in the air were thick. It really stinks. Lin Fan said. Liang Yichu didn't understand what Lin Fan was thinking about, but he still said, it definitely stinks. This is a toilet. But Brother Lin, can you tell me why we are here? Apart from feces, there was only feces in the toilet. There were no treasures. Lin Fan didn't have the courage to enter and just said, Brother Liang, I have a favor to ask of you. Liang Yichu said, please speak. Please find some people to collect all the feces in the city and place it in a vat before sending it to my side. Lin Fan said. Liang Yichu looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. Oh my god. What kind of request was that? He had never heard of someone actually having such a request. But to Lin Fan's baffling request, he really agreed to it. Okay, leave it to me. Liang Yichu said. Although he didn't know what Brother Lin wanted, as long as he didn't eat it, then everything was fine. Lin Fan couldn't take it. It was just too heavy. He thought about what he had to do next. He felt like the burden on his body was really heavy because he would be beaten to death. But in order to fight against the Alliance, so what was the big deal? Brother Liang, you have to be quick. This is a really important matter. Also, don't say that it is feces. I have already thought of a code name. Once it is collected, just transport it to the Alliance city walls. I will wait for you there. Lin Fan said. Liang Yichu saw that Brother Lin's expression was really solemn. He nodded his head solemnly. Don't worry Brother Lin, I will do this quickly. I will arrange people to clean all the toilets in the city. Although he didn't know what Brother Lin's goal was. But from his expression, one could tell that this was a really important matter. Lin Fan smiled. He was looking forward to what was going to happen next. Chapter 330. After Lin Fan and Liang Yichu went their separate ways, the other party started to gather manpower and started to move the rice in the city. Lin Fan returned to the Alliance's main camp and continued to lie on the chair. There were no fruits and no one to serve him. As expected, you're still used to enjoying life. Lin Fan sighed. He missed the days when Go Zi was by his side. They were carefree and didn't need to worry about anything. Go Zi could handle everything perfectly. Now, what he regretted was that he didn't know where his cousin had gone. He would rather have his cousin by his side than let him wander outside. The outside world was too dangerous, and if one didn't have any tricks up their sleeves, they might not be able to win against others. Looking into the distance, Lin Fan's heart gradually calmed down without much of a fluctuation. He had yet to figure out what the god territory in his body was for. It was the same as before. Apart from a wisp of gray fog floating in the air, there was nothing strange about it. It was very vexing. If he could activate the miraculous effects of the god domain, he would definitely have more tricks up his sleeves. He hoped that he would discover the usefulness of the god's domain after some time. It did not matter if it was possible. There's nothing wrong with giving yourself a little confidence. Young master, you're here. Old man Wu appeared beside him. Old master has been looking for you for a long time, but couldn't find you. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Why is my father looking for me? Are you going to ask me if I was the one behind the alliance?" "Yes, that's what master wanted to ask." Old Wu said. Since young master was so calm, it was obvious that young master did it. "Yes, I did it. I couldn't beat them, and I didn't dare to take the initiative to enter their territory. I could only disgust them a little." Lin Fan was helpless. He wanted the alliance to know that he was the one who did all of this and that they should hate him. "If you don't hate me, then what are you doing?" Old Wu was very curious. "Young master, I remember that old master trashed your bug controlling technique internal strength. How can you still cultivate it?" Old Wu couldn't figure it out. That was impossible. Once old master made a move, there wouldn't be any so-called miracles. Normally, if it was gone, then there was no need to think about it. Lin Fan said, "I just continued to cultivate. Actually, I didn't face any obstacles." Old Wu looked at young master in shock. He actually didn't know what to say. Young master made it sound so simple, but he knew that it was impossible. "Old Wu, are you busy right now?" Lin Fan asked. Old Wu said, "Young master, this old servant has nothing to do at the moment." Lin Fan smiled, "That's great. I don't want to move for now. Can you help me get some fruits and a cup of tea?" "All right, then please wait a moment, young master. This old servant will get it done right away." Old Wu had many questions in his heart, but he didn't ask too much. Young master had his own thoughts, and it was best not to probe further. Lin Fan lay on the chair and stretched his body. What a dispirited day. Very soon, Old Wu carried the food over. It was all Lin Fan's favorite food. In the past, Go Zi did all these things and he wasn't used to doing it himself. "Young master, it is best if less people know about Insect Valley's bug controlling technique." Old Wu reminded young master. What he said was the truth and he hoped that young master could remember it. "Yes, I know," Lin Fan replied. Although he said so, he actually had no idea in his heart. If they knew, then so be it. Cultivation techniques were meant to be used. To be sneaky wasn't like his style. Eating fruits and drinking tea, the days were much more leisurely. In Laoshan City, he had to be serious. But in Yu City, it was different. He could release himself and do whatever he wanted. Would the Alliance let him off just because he didn't offend them? That was impossible. This was why he had to offend them in such a way. Offending them until they exploded would be the best outcome. Old Wu told Old Master the news that he got from young master. After Lin Wani heard it, he was shocked. How is that possible? Old Wu said, "Old Master, are you sure he was trashed?" "Of course, how could I let him cultivate the bug controlling technique?" Lin Wani said. He thought about it for a moment and shook his head. "It seems like this kid hid many things from me. Maybe Old Master making young master leave Yu City was the right choice, otherwise, young master wouldn't have become so outstanding." Old Wu smiled. Lin Wani shook his head. "Hayes, what is the point of saying all this? Didn't he still come back? Who knows what this kid is thinking?" Old Wu smiled. Young master came back because he was worried about old master. He was reluctant to leave old master. At least this kid has a conscience, but I hope that he can listen to me and not come back. Lin Wani had a thought. No matter what, he wouldn't let this kid die here. It wasn't late but it was already dusk. "Brother Lin." Not far away, Liang Yichu used a cloth to cover his mouth and nose. Oh my god, this smell was just too smelly. He nearly vomited. Here, move it here. Lin Fan waved his hands excitedly. In a while, a shocking battle was about to take place. Just thinking about it made him emotional. Very quickly, a stench spread out. Those people moving the vats nearly couldn't take it and fell to the ground. It was just too smelly. To them, shit was already smelly, but who knew that when so many were mixed together, the stench would be even more shocking. No matter how strong one was. Even if one's nose was blocked, one would cry from the smell. What is this smell? Why is it so pungent? What are those people moving? I feel like it is smelly tofu, but the smell is much thicker than that. They raised their heads and looked at young Master Lin on the city walls. They didn't understand what it was used for. Very quickly, vats after vats of things called rice fields were moved over and placed all over the city walls. Liang Yichu said, "Young Master Lin, everything is prepared, but what is it used for?" He just wanted to know what the fuck it was used for. He was really curious. Secret. Lin Fan acted mysteriously. Liang Yichu was eager to know what this mysterious hook was used for. Thank you all for your hard work. The people moving the vats were all you city experts. Their cultivations might not have been high, but they had contributed to this battle. No, not only them, but everyone in the city, their contributions were all condensed in these vats. Young Master Lin, why do you need these? That's right, the surroundings are so smelly. They didn't understand. Even if they used their brains to think about it, they wouldn't be able to understand what it was used for. Lin Fan didn't say much and told them to leave. What happened next wasn't a good thing. Liang Yichu wanted to stay here, but looking at Brother Lin, he didn't want anyone to stay here. This made him feel helpless. Everyone had left. Lin Fan raised his hand and the lid flew up. He bore with the smell that surged into the sky. Then, the sword seed appeared and he tossed it into each vats. If people saw this, they would definitely point at Lin Fan and scold him. This was an insult to the sword path. How could he taint such a sincere sword path? He wasn't worthy of using the sword. To Lin Fan. Wasn't this a sword? What was the big deal? As long as he could use it, then it wasn't a problem. If the sword seed had intelligence and could speak, it would say, WQNMLGB. In case the vats leaked out and stained the land, he could only use true essence to seal the lids just in case. Alliance, I have prepared a gift for all of you. Please accept it. Lin Fan looked into the distance. In a while, there was going to be a battle with a smell. If people could remember it and spread it down. He hoped that the name of the battle would be, You City Shit Battle. The alliance was a little far from here, but that wasn't a problem. Lin Fan was a dual cultivator and had shocking strength. Just his strength alone would be able to toss the vats over to the alliance. Let's go. He didn't say much and started to move. He tossed the vats into the distance and all of them turned into shooting stars and disappeared. Alliance. They were attacked by bugs last night and were still cleaning up. Each corner of the room was covered in bugs and it was just disgusting and terrifying. At this time, it was time for dinner. The alliance members lined up and took their food. As the place where they ate was occupied by bugs, they were cleaning up the corpses and disinfecting them. Everyone ate in the empty space outside. A bunch of people gathered together and chatted with one another. Although they were all alliance citizens, they came from all over the world. My friend is at Maigu City and he told me that Maigu City is really comfortable. He doesn't have much to do every day, just watch movies and listen to music. Occasionally, he would even gain a lot. How is it like us? How did you all come to U City? Were you assigned here? The college assigned me here and I hope to train and strengthen myself. Who knew that the frequency of battles in U City would be so high and the death rate would be so terrifying? It is glorious to fight for the alliance. Glorious, they said in unison. To them, the situation here was really dangerous. It was indeed honorable to fight for the alliance, but they also told their friends about the situation here and told them to be careful and not choose U City. The intensity of the battles here was dozens of times that of other places. Especially last night, it was like a nightmare that wrapped around their hearts. Those disgusting bugs appeared beside them for no reason at all. It terrified them so much that they were about to explode. To experts, naturally, they didn't fear anything. But to some researchers, in front of those bugs, they were defenseless. Look in the sky, there seems to be something. Someone raised his head and noticed that there was a black shadow in the clouds. However, it was really blurry and they couldn't see it clearly. Everyone held their bowls and raised their heads. They looked on curiously. Slowly, all of them were engrossed. It really does seem like it. It seems like it is going to rain. The moment he said that, hoo-la! Thick rainwater fell. It was yellowish in color, and there were some unknown lumps of unknown things. One of the researchers looked on in confusion and muttered to himself, yellow rain, could it be some kind of radiation? He thought about it and didn't understand. With a smack, a pile of shit smashed onto his face. He reached out and grabbed it. He lowered his head and looked at it. What was that? He smelled it. It was so smelly. Then, his body trembled violently, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Ah! His body was trembling, and his hands were trembling. His entire body was screaming in agony, as if he had suffered some kind of serious injury. Someone lowered his head and ate. Yellow rainwater dripped into his bowl. It was just rain, so he didn't care much about it. But very quickly, that person smashed his bowl on the ground. What is going on? The rice is smelly shit. This is rain shit. Hung long. A loud explosion spread out in the sky like thunder. Sword seeds exploded. The vats all exploded and the rice inside fell from the sky like a flood. When Gang Xiong heard the commotion outside, he was shocked and charged out. It was a mess outside and he hollered, "You all, put on." A yellow liquid mixed with a sticky substance was poured onto Gang Xiong's body. General Gang Xiong's expression changed. He sniffed and a weird smell swept over, filling up his nose. He then lowered his head and noticed that there was something on his clothes. His brain seemed to have been emptied. He didn't dare and wasn't willing to believe all of this. Ugh! The disgusting smell caused Gang Xiong's urge to vomit to the max. He bent down and vomited. Gang Xiong, what is going on outside? Zhu Daoshan frowned and was really unhappy. What was going on? Don't come out. When Gang Xiong heard the voice behind him, he turned around and waved his hands to stop him from coming out. But as he used too much strength, the unknown liquid on his fingers and a sticky thing that was the size of a fingernail splattered onto Zhu Daoshan's face. There was also a small piece that splattered onto the corner of his mouth. Zhu Daoshan's face was calm but his heart was filled with rage. He raised his hand and wiped it off. Maybe because he had destroyed the stability of the unknown substance, its structure collapsed. A pungent and disgusting smell exploded out. This is the smell of shit. His breathing became rushed but he suppressed the rage in his heart. He looked outside and saw that there was dirt all around. On the buildings and on everyone's bodies. A group of people were running in the yellow rain, while another group of people were holding their heads and screaming for their parents. At that moment, on the empty ground, a young man was very good-looking and could be said to be very handsome, but at this moment, his entire body was covered in sticky stuff. His hair, face, and body were all covered in sticky stuff. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. His body was trembling as he walked forwards. Shio! A pile of stuff landed on his head and smashed into pieces. But he was expressionless and didn't react at all. He just walked forwards like that. He then called the signal. The moment a question spread out from the other side, the calm and handsome guy hollered, "Professor, I want to go back. I don't want to stay here. I want to die, I really want to die." Wu Hao, calm down. You have to calm down. You are my best disciple and this is the best time for you to gain merits. I believe in you. No difficulty will make you retreat. The professor on the other side sensed the disciple's holler and was instantly confused. What was going on? Wu Hao said in a frenzy, "Professor, this isn't difficulty. This is hell. Last night, when I opened my eyes, there were bugs in front of me. Now it is raining shit and I am eating under it. I am going crazy. I want to go back, I don't want to stay here." The other side was silent. Not long later, he said slowly, "Everything is for the Alliance. Damn the Alliance. Pata." He hung up the signal. Ah! Wu Hao raised his head and hollered in rage. Rain fell into his mouth. Pang! He fell to the ground. Regretfully, another one went crazy. After a long while, the rain stopped. A rare 7-colored rainbow appeared in the sky. It was really beautiful. A thick smell spread in the air. This was a smell that could make one collapse. Even people who loved to eat smelly tofu found it hard to accept. General Gang Xiong's face was dark and sunken. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. He was like a furious lion. "Gang Xiong, go take a bath." At this moment, the rage in Zhu Daoshan's heart was no less than Gang Xiong's. As one of the strongest 9-star generals, he was actually tainted by such a dirty thing. But he couldn't be angry. Looking at those members, they were about to go mad. General Gang Xiong was provoked by those words. His eyes turned red and he hollered in rage, "Native, I will fight you to the death." Pang! The alloy ground cracked. Gang Xiong dashed into the distance. All of this was done by the natives. How disgusting, how despicable. Gang Xiong. Zhu Daoshan saw that Gang Xiong wasn't in a good state and hollered right away. But Gang Xiong didn't care about him and just disappeared. "Stupid thing, you are just asking to die." Zhu Daoshan chased and spread his voice, "All 9-star generals follow me. General, organize people to clean up the area." Those 9-star generals were still in a stunned state. Thousands of curses flashed across their hearts. Damn it! Was that even something a human would do? When they heard Zhu Daoshan's voice, they followed closely. It was obvious that the people from Yu City had seen the situation. When they saw the situation on Gang Xiong's body, they were all shocked. Damn, Gang Xiong was drenched in shit. Oh my god, if this gets out, I'll lose all my face. Do you think General Zhu was drenched? They discussed softly and felt that there was a possibility, otherwise, why would they be so furious? Actually, they felt fortunate that they were in the room and not outside. Otherwise, if they didn't pay attention, they would really think that it was rain and not shit. It was really smelly. They didn't dare to chase Gang Xiong as he was too smelly. If they stood beside him, they would be surrounded by shit. On the city wall. What happened? Lin Fan was waiting for the situation to continue. Maybe they would feel really happy. Suddenly, he saw movement in the distance and didn't dare to hesitate. He shouted at the top of his lungs. "Father, come out quickly. Someone is attacking us." The moment he said this, Lin Wani appeared beside Lin Fan. Lin Wani appeared beside Lin Fan. He was so quick that one couldn't react at all. Perhaps this was a father's love that had a telepathic connection. Hung Long. The other experts instantly came out. Damn, is the Alliance dog so arrogant? Do they really think that I am easy to bully? Zhu Shen was really annoyed and he couldn't take it anymore. Gang Xiong was furious. He wanted to kill these natives, but when he got close to the U-City experts, he saw Lin Wani from afar. He stopped and didn't head forwards. Lin Wani squinted. You want to fight now? Zhu Daoxin said coldly, Lin Wani, you have balls. The current situation was a battle between two elders. Lin Fan felt much better and much safer. He wasn't afraid and he was perfectly fine. Lin Wani frowned and didn't understand what he meant. Why? Now you know that I have balls. Good, very good. I didn't expect you to actually do such a thing. I really didn't expect that. Zhu Daoxin said. What? Lin Wani was even more confused. What was he talking about? He didn't understand at all. At that moment, Lin Fan felt like he couldn't just not say anything. Some things had already been done, and it was a matter of principle for his father to stand up for him. Father, I admit that I did it. I gathered all the shit in the city and transported it to their side. I gave them a shit rain. Look at that General Gang Xiong, his body is covered in shit. Guys, when we fight, you must pay attention to this shit person. Don't let him touch you. He should spit shit. The moment Lin Fan said these words, the air seemed to freeze up. Everything became really silent. Everyone's gazes landed on Lin Fan. Their gazes were a little strange. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. Why are all of you looking at me like that? I just sent some shit to the Alliance, I didn't send any treasures. Lin Fan was a little nervous. Not only were the Alliance members looking at him, but even his father and the others were looking at him like he had given them something precious. He was innocent. He just sent some shit. He really didn't give anything else. Chapter 331. The rage points that the 14 9-star generals gave him were a lot. He loved such an environment. He looked at him in rage, but there was nothing he could do. Especially General Gang Xiong, the rage aura he gave off had a weird smell to it. One could smell it from so far away. He acted like he was fanning himself like there was a stench coming from him. When Marshal Gang Xiong saw Lin Fan's humiliating actions, he was instantly enraged. Damn it, damn it. He really wanted to step on Lin Fan, to crush his head and crush his body. You unfilial kid, you are just so disgusting. Lin Wani kept silent for a long while before saying those words. Those words had no substance at all and it made Lin Fan a little sad. What? He really wanted to ask, Father, do you know what you are saying? None of your words are encouraging. Do you know how much of a blow it has dealt to my heart? Can't you just praise me? Lin Fan retorted, Dad, I don't agree with what you said. I'm just watering them, fertilizing them. Although it looks disgusting at first glance, after a period of time, they'll realize that they've already grown up. Look at that guy who's been watered, he's obviously grown up. Lin Wani looked at the unfilial kid and didn't know what to say. Till now, he didn't understand what the kid was thinking. Was there a need to be so vicious? Even suppressing them to the ground would have been better than this. In the past, Lin Wani felt that he was one of the people that the 9-star generals had to kill. But now, things had changed and the target was his son. As expected, it was passed down from generation to generation. Ha ha ha. Zhu Shen laughed maniacally, young Master Lin is right and you did well. Gang Xiong, you should head back to take a bath. Whoever dares to attack you has turned into a shit person. They don't even want to talk to you. What is the saying? Oh right, it is called spitting shit. Ha ha ha. Zhu Shen is really knowledgeable. Everyone laughed and mocked in an unrestrained manner. To them, to be able to see the Alliance 9-star generals lose face, naturally, they had to take the chance to mock them. Even if they didn't attack, they had to make them feel disgusted. Shut up. Gang Xiong roared angrily. The rage of a marshal was terrifying. The world itself was trembling. But to the U City experts, the angrier Gang Xiong was, the happier they were. Maybe he was unhappy and wanted to fight them. Lin Fan said solemnly, "Be careful, General Gang Xiong wants to spit shit the moment he opens his mouth. The stench is so strong that normal people will have to avoid him." Young Master Lin is right, everyone be careful. Ha ha ha, Alliance's strongest General Gang Xiong actually became like this. It seems like we need to promote it and let more people know. General Gang Xiong was the most tragic one out of all the generals. He wanted to shout. Just who did I offend? Why is it that when I come out, shit and piss fall from the sky, but nothing happens to them? Right now, it was these natives who were bullying others. What were they doing? All of them acted as if this matter did not happen to them and did not care about it. Was this the kind of friendship they had? The current situation. This was the first time Gang Xiong felt despair. He looked at the people around him. Their faces were expressionless. In fact, it seemed to him that some of them were trying to hold back their laughter. It was as if his current appearance was really very funny. Gang Xiong, calm down. Zhu Daoxin consoled him. He understood that General Gang Xiong's mentality had collapsed. Not to mention that a general's will was greater than the heavens, that was all nonsense. He could only blame the U City natives for going overboard. They were just too despicable. Lin Fan said casually, "General Gang Xiong, how can you calm down? They are just here to watch the show. If I were to say, you should just fight and explode. Take out all your strength and hammer me, the main culprit, to death. Then, you will be able to calm down. If not, you will be a black mark for the rest of your life." It seemed like he was consoling him, but actually, he was provoking him. Lin Wani looked at this unfilial kid and felt a little furious. Rage points plus 66. He was the one who did it and said those words. If there really was a war, they would be the ones to fight. As expected, he really planned it well. Gang Xiong, calm down. Don't be affected by his words. Zhu Daoxin didn't expect this kid to really be able to sow discord. If Gang Xiong couldn't take it and a war broke out, should they fight or not? If they didn't, Gang Xiong would definitely die. But if they did, Gang Xiong wouldn't be the only one who would die. Lin Fan continued, "Hayes, what a fake brother relationship. If my friend suffered such humiliation, he wouldn't be able to calm down. He would definitely sacrifice his life to gain face for his brother." At that moment, Zhu Daoxin looked at Lin Fan like he was saying, "Damn, can you shut up?" He noticed that Gang Xiong's emotions weren't calm. It was like he was really provoked by Lin Fan's words. Old Wu looked at Young Master's performance and was shocked. Young Master was really amazing. Society, it was just too society. Gang Xiong, turn around and look at your brothers. They are all expressionless and some are even suppressing their laughter. Do you think they care about you? Actually, to them, the more humiliated you are, the happier they will be. If you die, they will unscrupulously spread the news of you turning into a shit person. If you don't believe me, then take a look. Lin Fan really hoped that Gang Xiong could suppress the rage in his heart and explode with his most terrifying aura. Then, his father and the others would kill him. Rage points plus 999. Rage points started to explode once more. The Alliance 9-star generals looked at Lin Fan in shock. Their thoughts were simple. This kid was really cunning. The person who had been secretly smiling now held it in. His expression became very serious, and when Marshal Gang Xiong looked over, he said seriously, "Gang Xiong, we can understand your situation. If you want to attack, we will definitely attack together with you." It wasn't that they were afraid that Gang Xiong would see them cause trouble. But when Zhu Daoxin's gaze swept over them, their bodies shook and they were actually a little nervous. Hayes, how fake. Gang Xiong, if you have balls, then attack and see whether or not they will attack. Don't worry, I definitely won't attack. Lin Fan said. Damn. Of course he wouldn't attack. Weren't the people beside him humans? Moreover, the current situation didn't give the Alliance 9-star generals much of an advantage. If they really attacked, then this would be U-City's territory. With U-City's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for them to kill some 9-star generals. Lin Wani, you better control your son. People who are too arrogant won't have a good ending. Zhu Daoxin's tone became dark and sunken. It was obvious that Lin Fan had angered him. If Lin Wani and the others weren't here, he swore that he would definitely let this kid know what true terror was. At that moment, Lin Fan looked at his father and realized that his father's gaze towards him was a little off. Father, is something the matter? Lin Wani sighed and didn't want to say anything. He felt that this unfilial kid was really bold and dared to mock everyone. Now that the 14 9-star generals were right in front of him, he didn't hesitate at all. As expected, he was really bold. Gang Xiong really wanted to attack. The rage in his heart was boiling. But for some reason, Gang Xiong didn't rage like what Lin Fan expected. He didn't care about anything and just charged towards Lin Fan. Brat, remember this. I, Gang Xiong, can do nothing in this life, but I will definitely take your life. The atmosphere was a little suppressed. This was the oath that an Alliance 9-star general said. If a normal person was stared at by a 9-star general, they would probably pee their pants. They might even cry for their parents and beg for their lives. Unfortunately, his target was Lin Fan. General Zhu, let's go. The Alliance will definitely flatten U-City. Just wait and see. Gang Xiong's eyes turned red and his tone became really hoarse. Zhu Shen stood beside Lin Fan and told him that he would protect him. Zhang Sheng and the others also stood to the side. They noticed that young Master Lin's expression was solemn and thought that Gang Xiong's words stunned him. They understood. After all, this was a 9-star general and not a normal person. But, Lin Fan said calmly, I am waiting to see. Since that is the case, then let's head back to shower. If not, this shit will solidify and it won't be easy to wash it off. The U-City experts looked at Lin Fan with their mouths agape. Dear young Master Lin, is this for real? Do you really want to anger Gang Xiong to death? They thought about it from a different perspective. Not to mention Gang Xiong, if they were in his shoes, they probably wouldn't be able to take it. Gang Xiong's expression changed once more. If Lin Fan was one of the people he hated the most, but if he wanted to kill the most, it would definitely be Lin Fan. Zhu Daoxin walked beside Gang Xiong and wanted to pat his shoulder. But he thought about something and retracted his hand. Gang Xiong, just remember him. In the future, he will be someone that the Alliance has to kill. Damn. The smell was too fucking strong. He choked so badly that tears flowed down. He couldn't take it. But Zhu Daoxin couldn't retreat, otherwise, Gang Xiong would know that he was right and that they all despised him. He didn't expect this kid to be so vicious. His methods were really vicious and he was just killing people. A shit rain crushed everyone. Now that he was here to console Gang Xiong, he didn't know what was going on at the main camp. Father, why don't we attack? Lin Fan said softly. He didn't have the strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now. Lin Wani stared at Lin Fan and didn't say anything. This unfilial kid really knew how to cause trouble. They had already reached their goal of defending here, which was to restrict the Alliance. They definitely wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Lin Fan sighed, Old Wu, why don't we attack? Old Wu smiled and didn't say anything. This made Lin Fan feel really awkward. Based on the situation, he probably wouldn't be able to attack today. What was there to be afraid of? Wasn't he just doing something? Not long later, Gang Xiong and the others left. Lin Fan was really reluctant. Even if he continued to mock him, he didn't turn his head. But he could sense that his killing intent had locked onto him. Haze. Only when he disappeared did Lin Fan sigh helplessly to express his regret. Who knew that only 14 9-star generals would come? At that time, he really thought that the Alliance would go all out to suppress him and kill him. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to plan. Young Master, you are amazing. Old Wu smiled and was impressed by young Master's actions. He was really impressed. Normal people wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Moreover, no one thought of such a method. Although it was a little disgusting, it was really effective. Lin Fan said, "How is that amazing?" "It is just so. They are just so cowardly. I bullied them and they didn't do anything at all." After saying this, he shook his head like he was really unhappy. Old Wu felt that young Master had become mischievous. In the past, young Master wasn't like this. Maybe it was because he didn't walk into young Master's heart. Ha! Zhu Shen smiled, "Young Master Lin, I really admire you. I didn't expect that so many of us wouldn't infuriate the Alliance." Instead, young Master Lin managed to infuriate the 14 9-star generals. "I am impressed." Lin Fan waved his hands and said humbly, "It is okay. Actually, their internal situation is worse." Father, why did you hit my head?" Lin Fan hugged his head and looked at his father in confusion. He had just done something huge and it was okay if he didn't praise him, but why did he even hit him? That was just too much. Lin Wani's face was cold. "You unfilial kid, you can still smile. Now that the Alliance has locked onto you, unless the Alliance is wiped out, you..." "Haze, forget it, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Take care of yourself, I won't care about you anymore." "Oh." Lin Fan replied simply. "Don't care about me?" It was obvious that he was lying. If he really didn't care, then would he have appeared by his side right away? Who knew that his father was such a playful person and wasn't good at expressing his feelings? "Father, let me ask you something," Lin Fan said. Lin Wani said coldly, "Speak." It was a simple and clear word, but it revealed Lin Wani's unrestrained personality. "Father, actually, you can open up your heart and release yourself. Is it so hard to praise me? I know that you are really happy and want to praise me, but maybe because of your pride, you think that I am more outstanding than you. Actually, I understand that feeling. But as the saying goes, the disciple surpasses the master. You should feel proud. Come, open your heart and say something." "Son, you are amazing." The entire place was silent. Old Wu lowered his head and pursed his lips. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. His face flushed red and he was really amused by young Master. He had never seen young Master say such words to old Master before. Not only did old Wu want to laugh, but even Zhu Shen and the others were the same. Zhu Shen didn't hold it in and laughed out loud. "Master Lin, young Master is right. You should praise me. I am really outstanding." "Father, what are you looking for?" "I will help you find it," Lin Fan asked. Lin Wani looked left and right. "I am looking for a stick." "Where did it go?" "I remember that it is still there." "Father, I suddenly thought about something. I will leave first." Lin Fan felt that things weren't right and fled right away. Haze. He didn't expect that such a terrifying father wouldn't be able to face his true self. In the future, a heart demon would form. Chapter 332. Lin Wani looked at the unfilial kid and a happy smile appeared on his face, but he quickly hid it. Shortly after, he was solemn and a little worried. This unfilial kid had gone overboard. It seemed like it was fun, but the Alliance really remembered Fan, especially since he was remembered by one of the strongest 9-star generals in history, Zhu Daoshan. From now on, it would be tough for him to have a peaceful life. Old Master, young Master is really outstanding. He caused a lot of problems for the Alliance today. Old Wu said. Outstanding, but he nearly got himself killed. He doesn't do proper things and just does such evil things. He should just focus on cultivating. Lin Wani was unhappy. Old Wu smiled. Young Master was right. Old Master didn't want to speak the truth, but he had no choice. Old Master was just like that. Moreover, he noticed that young Master's cultivation seemed to have become stronger. Although he didn't know the exact situation, the feeling that young Master gave him was much stronger than before. Alliance main camp. When Zhu Daoshan and the others returned, the stench was really disgusting. When people entered and didn't touch anything, it felt like they had fallen into a pit of shit. The scene was really chaotic. Many Alliance members were crying like they had suffered an unforgettable humiliation. Zhu Daoshan's face was cold as he questioned an 8-star general, "Didn't I tell you to clean up? What is going on now? General, you can't blame us for this. They have all broken down and aren't listening to orders." The 8-star general's face was bitter and he was about to cry. His nose was suffocating and apart from the stench, he couldn't smell anything else. It was just too intense. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Drag those people away and find someone who is still sane to clean them up. Go. Zhu Daoshan said. He didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to do such a small thing. This was why generals would always be generals and they wouldn't be able to become 9-star generals. Yes. The general accepted the order. If they didn't act, the 9-star general would be furious and the outcome would be catastrophic. Some of the more determined members of the Alliance became the main force. They didn't care about the loot on them and started to clean up the scene. At the same time, they received orders to drag away the guys who were wailing in the middle of the field. The two most ordinary members of the Alliance looked at each other. Seeing that the person in front of them should be a high-level researcher, they grabbed his legs without saying anything and dragged him outside. Who am I? Where am I? This is a sea of excrement, save me. This member of the advanced research team seemed to have gone mad. He spoke in a language that no one else could understand, and no one knew what he was thinking. He felt so weak. However, these two ordinary members were expressionless and fearless. They were even secretly delighted. In the past, when he met these high-level researchers, he felt like he was inferior. But now, it was like they were dragging a dead dog. He was secretly delighted. Did you just get drenched in shit? Yes, it was just a drizzle. When I was young, I was playing with my friends and ran too quickly. I rushed into a pit and it even reached my nose. If not for my mother jumping in to save me, I might have died. Then, I am slightly better than you. But my family is poor, so when I was young, my dad and I collected these things to exchange for money. I was able to graduate from college because of this, so I didn't feel much about it. The two of them looked at one another. They didn't expect that they would have such an experience. Their relationship started to warm up. When the general saw how hard-working the two of them were, he felt much happier. Compared to others, these two kids were much more outstanding. Don't the two of you think that this is disgusting? The general appeared in front of them and asked. When the two of them saw the general, they were so emotional that they didn't know what to say. They looked at one another and said in unison, "Disgusting." Then, why didn't you resist? The general asked. The two of them said respectfully, "Everything is for the Alliance." This reply was perfect. Moreover, the two of them didn't say that they were familiar with it because they had dealt with shit in the past. Instead, they said it in a righteous manner. The general was satisfied. Very good. Once this matter is over, the two of you can report to me. Yes, General. The two of them were really pumped up. They didn't expect that their days of success would come just like that. General Gang Xiong's face was cold as he returned to his room to shower. The hot water couldn't wash away the smell on his body. He poured a full bottle of shower gel on his body and rubbed it really hard. But when he washed it away with water, it still smelled. Pa! Gang Xiong slapped the wall. He didn't use much strength, otherwise, the entire room would have collapsed. His eyes turned red and green veins popped up all over his body. Kid, one day I will kill you. Who said that Iron Men didn't cry? It was just that they weren't hurt yet. But now, they were hurt and tears flowed down his cheeks. Thank you. Zhu Daoshan stood with his arms behind his back. His expression was cold. The situation outside was really complicated. Looking at the current situation, it was just too tough to clear out the main camp. Also, this matter had a huge impact on those members. General, the Alliance headquarters is looking for you. Zhu Daoshan nodded and wanted to report the situation here. At the same time, the appearance of Yu City's Lin Wani's son meant that the Alliance was in control of the situation. The next day. Maigu City. Pata. Mao Shintai's expression was really ugly. Damn, Monster Emperor, that jerk. Why? General Xuedu frowned and asked, did Monster Emperor go back on his word? No. Mao Shintai passed the news from the Alliance headquarters to Xuedu. Take a look. Doesn't this person look familiar? Monster Emperor spoiled our plans. Great General Xuedu's calm expression gradually changed as he read the message. It is him. He recognized him. Right, it is him, Lin Wani's son. If we captured him, then Lin Wani would have been killed by us. Mao Shintai regretted it. Why didn't he react then? Monster Emperor, that jerk. General Xuedu was furious. Lin Wani was an obstacle to them entering the rich land. If they could wipe him out, then everything would become much easier. The current situation wasn't clear. The Alliance broke through Maigu City and did have the advantage. But if they gathered all the troops to Maigu City and started to push forward, Lin Wani would bring people over and enter the Alliance headquarters. The casualties they would cause wouldn't be small. So, to the Alliance, the best way was to take down Lin Wani. Suddenly, General Xuedu frowned. Do you think that Monster Emperor did it on purpose? He knew that he was Lin Wani's son, which was why he took the risk to save him. Monster Emperor actually allied with Lin Wani and was just pretending? Mao Shintai thought about it. The possibility isn't high. Don't forget that Monster Emperor has blood on his hands. If he was on Lin Wani's side, he wouldn't have killed so many people. No, I think that it is possible. No matter which side Monster Emperor is on, he is a lunatic. There are some things that others can't do but he can. General Xuedu started to suspect Monster Emperor. That makes sense. Be careful in the future and don't trust him. Let's see what he wants. Mao Shintai felt that General Xuedu's words made sense. Yu City Alliance main camp. Zhu Daoshan frowned and listened to his subordinate's report. He started to face the consequences of what happened yesterday. How many people want to leave? Right, there were Alliance members who wanted to leave this place. Many. Some experienced yesterday's events, and their minds have completely collapsed. They are muddle-headed, as if they have lost their souls. The man who reported the situation was thin and wore glasses. Under the lenses, his eyes were very deep. General, these researchers don't have high cultivation and their willpower is weak. After the bug and shit rain matter, their willpower has been destroyed. Zhu Daoshan kept silent for a long while. I didn't expect that we would underestimate the natives. I thought that it was just a disgusting method, but who knew that there would be such consequences? Is there anything else? The guy said, yes, many students have requested to return home. Some said that something happened at home and some brought their holidays forward to leave this place. Pa! Zhu Daoshan smacked the table in rage and then clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth. Which college are they from? Can't they take a bit of difficulty? Did they forget the vow they made to fight for the alliance? The guy in glasses said, General, this is just one of them. Who knows who sent this to the alliance platform? The headquarters blocked it, but it was too late. The news has already spread out. The news from the headquarters is that many people are protesting. At the same time, they are saying that General. Speak. Zhu Daoshan's expression was really ugly. For such a thing to happen, he would definitely be questioned. They said that General's ability is limited and you aren't able to take charge here. They hope that the Alliance headquarters can persuade you to send someone else. The guy in glasses lowered his head. He had a deep understanding of what happened here, and it wasn't something that normal people could take. The scenes yesterday were just too shocking. Even after a full day of cleaning, this place was still filled with a disgusting stench. No one went to the empty space outside. Everyone hid in their rooms and didn't dare to come out. They were afraid that something terrifying would fall from the sky. Zhu Daoshan took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. He couldn't be angry because of this. That was true. The alliance had been conned by Yu City, and it was by a kid who hadn't even grown up yet. What a humiliation. General, actually we can give them a taste of their own medicine. Since the natives are doing that, why don't we try? The guy in glasses said. Zhu Daoshan stared at him until he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Zhu Daoshan. A long while later. Zhu Daoshan said coldly, do you want to start a shit war between the alliance and the natives? After dozens of years, hundreds of years, it will be recorded in history. Will I, the strongest general of the alliance, play shit with the natives? General, please calm down. I didn't think it through. The guy lowered his head and admitted his mistake. That was indeed the case. The other party was shameless, but the alliance couldn't be either. Especially since he was the strongest general of the alliance. Zhu Daoshan waved his hand, you can leave. Let whoever wants to leave. Pick more people from the alliance headquarters. Those who want to leave, remove them from their original positions. Those who quit schools and those who do research will be locked up and treated as traitors. Yes, General. The guy in glasses replied. He wanted to make an example and let all the alliance members who attacked the border know what the consequences of backing out was. But truthfully, he felt that using the same method to deal with Lin Fan was effective. But since the general didn't agree, then there was nothing he could do. There was nothing he could do. Liang Yichu's eyes opened wide. When he learned that Brother Lin used shit to teach the alliance a lesson, he was totally stunned. How could he even think of such a method? He even made an alliance general covered in shit to charge over in exasperation and then leave. Just what kind of operation was this? That was just too terrifying. He had never thought that such an inconspicuous thing could actually have such great destructive power. In Yu City, the news spread. Young Master Lin used shit to cause the alliance to collapse. At the same time, he doused General Gang Xiong in shit. Such a thing caused a huge uproar. The people who stayed in the city weren't strong and were basically below God Essence Realm. Of course, there were God Essence Realm, but there weren't many of them. They stayed here to be wary of whether or not there was an enemy attack. If there was, they would inform them right away. Oh my God, doesn't that mean that we have a part of the credit too? Right, young Master Lin said that and said that it was all our credit. Amazing, this is just too amazing. I knew it. At the start, I thought that the Liang family was just cleaning up that place to make the environment better. Who knew that there would be such a use for it? Unfortunately, I wasn't there and didn't manage to see those scenes. The people in Yu City discussed excitedly. They were all really interested in this matter. Who knew which talent led the way to start a shit trend in Yu City, like they wanted to contribute to the fight against the alliance? Some people drank cold water and then hot water to make their stomachs hurt. Some people were more vicious. They directly ate croton. That day, City became smelly. There were even some puffing sounds. There were long queues at the few toilets. Some of them had to queue several times a day, causing many of them to smile as they entered the toilet. Then, their faces were ashen white as they held onto the wall and exited. But they were complacent and proud of themselves. They were already satisfied that they were able to contribute to the fight against the Alliance. When Lin Fan learned of the news, he was totally stunned. Oh my God! What were they thinking? That was just too sick in the head. He didn't dare to believe it. He even wanted to tell them to stop. Don't come anymore. That move wouldn't work. But he knew that passion wasn't something that could be settled with just a few words. Since that was the case, then he could only let them continue to be crazy. Hayes, life is sometimes lonely. Lin Fan laid on the chair and looked at the Alliance main camp. Even from so far away, he could smell it. But he wouldn't look down on it. That was because they were still there and hadn't left. Look at the rage points. There weren't many, just around 50,000. It was still too little, so little that it was really pitiful. But this wasn't much. When the next war erupted, it would be time for him to collect rage points. A few days later. During these few days, there were battles at the other border cities. Fengyue City's battle was the most intense. Qiu Dao was a terrifying expert and naturally, he was really calm when he was in charge of Fengyue City. But the alliance wasn't simple either. The 9-star generals they sent were all more vicious than the last. Swordhead also met his enemy. Maybe he shouldn't have called him his enemy. To suppress Swordhead, the alliance specially sent a sword-using general. His understanding of the sword was no weaker than Swordhead's. To the alliance, the natives of the rich land were much stronger than them. Unfortunately, the natives of the rich land weren't united, and the infighting was fierce. If they could be united, then the alliance wouldn't be able to do anything. At the start, Swordhead didn't pay much attention to the alliance's sword path general. But slowly, as the battle went on, he realized that his understanding of the sword was unique and it wasn't weaker than his. In the end, Swordhead released the massacring sword path. That day, be it the Alliance or Fengyue City experts, they all felt a terrifying killing intent cover the sky. Swordhead who released it wasn't the Swordhead of the past. Although he was still rational, he was really murderous. His methods were really vicious and when he slashed, blood would definitely be seen. At that time, Qiu Dao's face turned ashen white. He was afraid that Swordhead would go mad and that it would be an unimaginable disaster for Fengyue City. But luckily, Swordhead suppressed his madness and became rational. In the end, he forced back the Alliance's attacks and they were able to take a breather. King Wudong entered the 3 fortresses. Lu Xian learned that during this period of time, King Wudong often woke up at night and found it hard to sleep. The maids thought that there was something wrong with his body. But Lu Xian smiled calmly, as if everything was in the palm of his hand. He definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. Entering 3 fortresses was a joyous matter. If he was King Wudong, he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep either. But what he didn't know was that it wasn't because of that King Wudong couldn't sleep. It was because he really didn't know what to do next. His past experiences couldn't help him at all. The Alliance's cooperation brought him onto a path that he couldn't turn back from. Brother, why don't we just forget it and let me go back? I am under a lot of pressure. King Wudong teared up. He felt like he wasn't faking it and that he was being forced to. What he was most afraid of was the Alliance envoy coming. That was because he didn't know how to reply. Or did he really have to turn it into reality and make the Alliance trust him so that he could walk step by step into the abyss and sacrifice himself for the greater good? He wasn't sure. He didn't want that to happen either. What was his brother thinking? He found it hard to guess and felt that something wasn't right. What King Wutong didn't dare to believe was that during this period of time, many sects came to join them. Although they were small and mid-sized sects, they made him realize that the alliance wasn't weak at all. Maybe what appeared now was just the tip of the iceberg. The true terror was still hidden in the darkness. Lin Fan laid there leisurely and had nothing to do. The alliance didn't attack, and that made his life a little lost. He had been thinking about how to play with the alliance. But what happened recently definitely made the alliance wary. It would be tough to succeed, so he decided to wait a little longer. However, he thought of an idea. Demons were in the forest outside of the city to help defend against the alliance. Although he couldn't provoke them too much, if he controlled himself and harassed them, maybe he would gain something different. Young master, suddenly, a familiar voice spread out from behind him. Lin Fan turned around, and when he noticed the two of them, he stood up and was stunned. Why are you all here? He didn't expect Go Z and the nine-headed bug to actually come. Go Z walked beside Lin Fan excitedly. Young master, after you left, I asked Feng Poliu where you went. He didn't say anything, so Nine Demon brought me here. Lin Fan thought that it was Feng Poliu who told him and wanted to say that he would teach him a lesson when he returned. Who knew that it was Nine Demon? He didn't tell Nine Demon where he was going. Moreover, Nine Demon didn't know where U City was. Could it be because of the smell? You bug. Lin Fan pointed at Nine Demon and wanted to say something, but he decided against it. Forget it. Since you are back, then so be it. Without you by my side serving me, I am not used to it. Go Z smiled happily. He had gained young master's recognition. Nine Demon's body was a little huge, but luckily, the city walls were wide enough. Its 9 heads moved around happily. In the distance. Brother Wu, this looks familiar. Lin Wani asked. Old Wu said, Old master, this is Insect Valley's 9 Demon. We saw its mother and we were chased from south to north. If not for an expert saving us, we would have ended up in its stomach. Lin Wani frowned. I feel like things aren't right. The path this kid is taking is a little wild. If he attracts people from Insect Valley, Haze, what a headache, what a headache. Old master, what is wrong with that? I told you that young master went out and had good luck. Even we can't compare to him in the past. Old Wu smiled. Forget it, let him be. If Insect Valley really comes, then that is exactly what we want. If we bring trouble to them, they will be of great help. What is going on over at Old Su's side? Are there no top sects helping? Lin Wani asked. Old Wu shook his head. No, there isn't any reply. Old master, there is no need to think about it. Those who should have come are already here. Those who don't want to come were confirmed 20 years ago. They are all waiting for the situation to change. There might even be some sects that have come to an agreement with the alliance. There was nothing wrong with his conjecture. Lin Wani sighed. He was a little tired. Why were they all so stupid? If the alliance really entered this place, the top sects might be able to live a good life. But those mid-tier sects might not be able to. Old master, Zhao family is not bad. They sent experts to the other cities. Old Wu said. Lin Wani said, can they not go? If they dare to have any thoughts about the imperial dynasty, they will be the first to be wiped out. Moreover, only they know where the dragon is. This is the promise that the imperial dynasty gave them, so they hope more than anyone else that the alliance doesn't enter. Chapter 333. After Go Z returned, his life became much more comfortable. Lin Fan felt like he had become a lazy rich family young master. Every day, he just laid on the chair and Go Z would bring over fruits and desserts. He would then massage his shoulders and legs. It was a really comfortable life. Nine Demon's appetite was huge, so naturally, he couldn't let him eat as he pleased. He had no choice and could only use the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique to feed him. To Nine Demon, the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique was the most nutritious food. Young master, the wind is strong here. Why don't we return to U City? Go, Z said. To be able to continue serving young master made him feel motivated. As for what the people on Marshall Path Mountain ate, that wasn't something he had to consider. No, I have to stay here. Lin Fan had to stay here in case the Alliance came. If he wasn't there, then he wouldn't have missed out on anything. It would have been a huge loss. The shit battle reached his expectations, but he didn't get any rage points. Those 9-star generals were really cunning and didn't say who did it, such that he only got rage points from 14 9-star generals. Too little. It didn't reach the standard at all. As long as the Alliance came, he would only ask one question. Had they recovered from the fear of the shit rain? East Forest. The forest was really dark. The branches of the giant trees covered the sky and covered all the light. This place became the most suitable place for Een demons to live. Een demons didn't have a good impression of the people in U City, especially Lin Wani. That fellow who casually tore the contract wasn't human at all. Unfortunately, they had no choice. Lin Wani was too terrifying and they weren't his match at all. Moreover, in Jiang City, they were beaten up badly. That fellow slashed and they suffered heavy casualties. They were directly threatened to return to the East Forest. This was an insult to the Een demons, an insult that they couldn't forget. At that moment, the East Forest welcomed an uninvited guest. Young master, why are we here? Go, Z asked. He knew what was here, they were all terrifying living beings. On the contrary, young master's expression was really calm. It was obvious that he didn't care much about the living beings here. Lin Fan smiled, I have nothing to do, so I found someone to talk to. With me here, don't be too nervous. In the past, when the Een demons attacked Jiang City, Lin Fan felt like death was approaching. At that time, his strength wasn't that great, so the scene was a little awkward. But things were different now. He might not be very strong, but he would have no problem pushing his way through. Nine Demon followed behind him, its 9 heads looking left and right. When its massive body walked into the forest, some of the trees were in the way, making Nine Demon unhappy. It raised its foot and kicked down the trees. Swoosh! There was movement in the forest, as if something was hiding in the surroundings. The sound that came from it was terrifying. Een demons, come out. We haven't met for so long and you don't recognize me? Lin Fan walked in and shouted at the same time. He didn't believe that the Een demons forgot about him. How could such deep feelings be forgotten just like that? Go, Z followed beside young master and was a little nervous. Een demons looked really vicious and a little scary. When he saw this, he was so nervous that he didn't know what to say. Young master, I think it's better to keep a low profile. Go, Z thought about it for a moment and said his thoughts. Young master was just too arrogant. If he was a Een demon, he wouldn't be able to take it. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 111. He didn't see any Een demons, but rage points struck him. It seemed like the Een demons hiding in the darkness remembered who he was. Towards enemies. Een demons were hard to forget. A big Een demon whose personality changed after being abused by Lin Fan hid in the darkness and stared at Lin Fan in rage. It was this despicable human who had once hurt him severely. However, he didn't dare to come out. He was afraid that something terrifying would happen once more. East Forest Central Region. Een demons gathered over, King, the fellow who appeared in Jiang City is here. There was nothing above a stone throne. After the Een demon said that, a thick mist spread out and formed into a person. The sleeping Een Demon King appeared. The female Een Demon King's face was really ugly. They were bullied by Lin Wani and left the East Forest to settle near Jiang City. They thought that they could crazily search for food there, but they didn't expect that they would be slashed by an expert and be threatened, returning to the East Forest. Why did it feel like they were people who were bullied? Damn fellow, does he really think that the Een Demon race is easy to bully? The Een Demon King was furious. She clenched her fists, but in the depths of her heart, there was a voice reminding her. Your Een Demon race is so easy to bully. I was wondering where they went, so they are all here. Lin Fan smiled and walked over. He didn't have any conflict with the Een Demons. They were helping Yu City to block the alliance, so no matter what, they were allies. He had no choice. The alliance didn't come, so he couldn't just wait there and do nothing. Thinking about it, he had no choice but to find the Een Demons to have a good chat. The increase in rage points was special. There was a limit to one use, but if they had enough time and calmed down, they could use it once more. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 222. The Een Demons weren't strong, and it was a little disappointing. This Een Demon looks familiar, have you seen him before? Lin Fan pointed at a big Een Demon and asked. To this big Een Demon, he was really furious. Dog. Did you forget what you did to me in the past? Very good. Even if you forgot, I didn't. I will always remember it in my heart. This big Een Demon was tortured by Lin Fan until he was physically and mentally exhausted. His willpower was about to collapse, such that whenever he caught an alliance member, he would use the same method to torture them. It was like he was venting the rage in his heart. Rage points plus 666. Lin Fan smiled and looked around. The Een Demons all stared at him aggressively. Their deep eyes shone with a cold intent, which was enough to show that they didn't like him. What are you doing here? The Een Demon King said coldly. He was Lin Wani's son, so they hated him just like Lin Wani. I came back from Jiang City and heard that all of you were here, so I came to see my old friend. No matter what, we have dealt with each other before. Even if it wasn't good, it is all in the past, so why do I still remember it? Lin Fan's words were a little too much. He didn't remember, but the Een Demons remembered it in their hearts. We don't welcome you here. The Een Demon King didn't have a good impression of Lin Fan. She didn't even have a good impression of everyone in Yu City. Lin Fan said helplessly, there is no need to be like this, right? We are all familiar with each other. Didn't I hurt you, Een Demons? As the saying goes, if you don't fight, you won't get to know each other. Look at my current strength, if I really wanted to do anything to you, all of you aren't even enough to be crushed by me. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. The surrounding Een Demons roared and roared out in rage. Lin Fan estimated that his gains were okay, but compared to the experts of the Alliance, it was much worse. With the current situation, no matter how much he gained, as long as he had some, it was a good start. Een Demons, I don't have anything against you all. But he had no choice. The situation was a little tense, so he could only use you all to farm. Don't bully us. Don't think that just because your father is Lin Wani, you don't care about us Een Demons. The Een Demon King said fiercely, our Een Demon race doesn't only have us. We are just exiled, but if you dare to insult us, you will regret it. When she said these words, the Een Demon King was already terrified. She had no choice but to mention the Een Demon race. At the same time, she told him that they were just exiled and that they didn't have any experts. Your butt is really round. Lin Fan said out of nowhere. Een Demon King. Lin Fan, and it is really big. Een Demon King. Lin Fan, your chest is really, Go Z. 9 Demon. Go Z thought that young master was bored, which was why he came to find the Een demons. However, the following situation was a little off. Young master's words were something he didn't understand. Was it? A bold thought appeared in Go Z's mind. Young master had always rejected the marriage that old master arranged for him. Was it because the type he liked was different? He gathered his courage and looked at the Een demon in front of him. It was really weird, its skin was weird, but its body was great. Was young master going to break logic and walk a different path? Old master wouldn't agree, right? Moreover, if young master really liked this Een demon, then what would his descendants look like? Just thinking about it shocked him. Kong! At that moment, a furious roar spread out from the east forest. The surrounding Een demons were furious. This human actually dared to tease their king. This was the most sacred existence in their hearts, so how could they allow others to insult her? Rage points exploded. The Een demon king's breathing became rushed and her face turned dark and sunken. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? I am joking, why are you so angry? Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and then said something that infuriated the Een demons. Moreover, with your current strength, the gap between us is huge. Even if you stand there and don't move, you won't be able to kill me. Kacha! The ground beneath the Een demon king cracked. It was obvious that she was furious. Pang! Lin Fan didn't hide himself, his aura exploded out and instantly covered the entire east forest. Don't be rash, I am just joking. Uproar! The Een demon's aura instantly weakened. They were covered by that terrifying aura and then looked at Lin Fan in shock. How could he be so strong? Go Z felt that young master was going to forcefully do something to her. That wasn't good, right? Very quickly, Lin Fan retracted his aura and smiled. Don't be nervous, I really don't have any bad intentions towards all of you. Let's just have a simple chat. Oh right, how do you Een demons reproduce? Damn. This wasn't just a simple chat, it was developing on a deeper level. Old ancestor Su walked around the various top sects and hoped to convince them to send experts to defend against the alliance. Their Su family experts were already moving. The imperial dynasty couldn't be wiped out, otherwise, the world would be wiped out. Naturally, the top sects would fight intensely. Normal civilians were as weak as ants in front of those experts. At that moment, old ancestor Su left a certain top sect with a dark and sunken expression. It was obvious that he was bullied in that sect. Brother Su, wait. Not long after old ancestor Su left that sect, someone chased after him. Brother Yu Qing, what is the matter? Old ancestor Su smiled and asked. Even if he was unhappy, he didn't show it. Haze, Brother Su, I am really sorry. Even I can't go against the sect's decision. Yu Qing felt a little regretful and at the same time, he didn't know what to say. He had a good relationship with old ancestor Su and they had interacted when they were young. Old ancestor Su said, it is okay, there are some things that you can't decide. I just didn't expect this to happen. Actually, there is something that I didn't want to say, but Brother Su and I have a good relationship, so I wanted to tell you. Some time ago, before Brother Su came, the sect masters of the various sects were invited to participate in a mysterious meeting. I don't know the specifics, but since then, many sects have sealed themselves off from the world, said Yu Qing. Old ancestor Su's expression was solemn. It seemed like he had the same thoughts. Thank you, Brother Yu Qing, for telling me. Old ancestor Su cupped his fists. Right as he was about to leave, he turned his head and said, Brother Yu Qing, I hope that you can be careful. The alliance's attack this time is the strongest in the past. Based on my estimations, if there aren't more experts defending, the border will be broken. As for when, it is just a matter of time. The sects sealing off the mountain and ignoring the matter is only sowing the seeds of disaster for the future. Old ancestor Su saw it more clearly than anyone else. There were indeed many experts defending the border. But how long could they last for? When that time came, it would be too late for regrets. I am sorry, Brother Su, I really can't help much. Yu Qing said apologetically. It is okay, take care. Old Ancestor Su cupped his fists and left. No matter what the situation was, he had to try. As long as one top sect was willing to help, then there would be a huge change to the border. Luckily, the alliance's situation wasn't unified. If the alliance attacked together and pulled those powers together, the outcome would be catastrophic. Yu Qing looked at Brother Su's back view and shook his head regretfully. He really wanted to say that Brother Su still didn't understand. The various sects had tolerated it for a long time. Their final goal was to achieve a world without an imperial dynasty. Even if there was one, it had to be under the control of the sections. The emperor would be decided by the sects, that was the highest ideal of all the sections. Even the moment the imperial dynasty collapsed, Zhong Shou's expression changed. Numerous sects would rule themselves and claim their territory. When Old Ancestor Su headed towards another top sect, there was a huge change in the area. Waves of extremely powerful auras attacked fiercely. The space was ripped open and several cold lights turned into a terrifying killing move. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Old Ancestor Su. Hung Long. Old Ancestor Su hollered in rage, "Who is it?" He didn't expect that someone would ambush him. Shua. The space shook and 3 people appeared. The faces of these 3 figures were covered by a dark light, completely concealing their faces. These people's auras felt very unfamiliar. Who are you? Old Ancestor Su said solemnly. These people weren't weak. Although they had just exchanged one move, he felt that they weren't weaker than him. You are asking for death instead of having a good life. One of them said. His voice seemed to have been changed and it was like an electronic voice. Old Ancestor Su frowned, although I don't know who you are, you definitely have a reason for blocking my path. If you aren't from the Alliance, then you are from a top sect. I will suppress you and then see who you are. At that moment, Old Ancestor Su flipped his palm and it felt like the sky was flipped. The 3 of them seemed to be in a chaotic world. He didn't dare to be careless. The 3 of them weren't weaker than him and they definitely weren't normal people. Moreover, they came well prepared. Hung Long. A huge battle exploded and it shook the entire area. Brother Su. Yu Qing sensed the ripples in the distance and he hesitated. He knew that Brother Su was in trouble. Just as he was about to save him, someone appeared beside Yu Qing. Junior brother, this has nothing to do with you. Act like you didn't see anything. Yu Qing looked at his senior brother and then at the distance. In the end, he lowered his head, yes. There was nothing he could do. His position in the sect was high but before him, there were many people who could suppress him. Another place. Evil God Jin Ming was one of the higher-ups of Hell Mountain. He actually didn't return to the Alliance and instead stayed here. At the same time, he followed Yu Yunmeng. Your Was Temple is a sect but now I understand why it is tough for your Was Temple to get stronger. Zhen Ming said. He was cold at the start but now he spoke a lot more. Why? Yu Yunmeng asked curiously. At the same time, she realized that the guy in front of her loved to kill. He actually showed no mercy at all. Zhen Ming smiled, because I feel that all of you are stupid. You are too kind and you are digging your own grave. Since you are enemies, naturally, you have to kill them all. Leaving them alive is just a problem. Yu Yunmeng stomped her feet in rage, you are the stupid one. You haven't even seen people from Was Temple, so how do you know that we are stupid? Zhen Ming pointed at Yu Yunmeng and said, I know when I see you. There is no need to think too much. You said that your master is Senior Nun Miaozhen. Although you haven't taken her as a disciple, if she takes you as a disciple, then you won't be that smart. How can you say such things? I don't want to bother with you. Yu Yunmeng was furious and walked forwards. She didn't want to say a single word to Zhenming. She was really angry. How could he say that? Why are you angry? I am just joking. Okay, I admit my wrongs, don't be angry. Zhenming chased and said nice things. Even Zhenming himself didn't notice that he had changed. If this happened in the past, he wouldn't have believed that he would become like this. The distance between Yu Yunmeng and Zhenming unknowingly shrunk. Lin Fan left the East Forest in satisfaction. He was really satisfied in his heart. Go Zi couldn't understand what young master was doing. He felt that he was just too overbearing. The Yin demons were so furious that they were about to explode. Also, young master teased the Yin demon king, which made him feel like young master had different feelings for her. Young master, can I ask you something? Do you have some special feelings for the Yin demons? Go Zi asked. Moreover, this question was more tactful and not so direct. Lin Fan frowned and felt like there was a problem with Go Zi's words. Go Zi, what do you want to say? Just say it, don't keep it in your heart. Lin Fan said. He couldn't understand what Go Zi was thinking. Go Zi said, young master, I will always stand on your side. Even if your taste in choosing a partner is different from others, I won't have any thoughts. As long as young master likes it, it is okay. Although the Yin Demon King is a little weird, if you look closely, she is not bad. Lin Fan thought that Go Zi was going to say something, but when he heard that, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn! Go Zi, what were you thinking? How did you know that I was interested in the Yin Demon King? Was it because of what he said before? He purposely angered her. Go Zi saw that young master's expression wasn't right and thought that he was worried. Young master, after you rejected all the marriages that old master arranged, I thought that you had someone you liked. Now, I understand that you have other thoughts. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. Good luck, young master. For your own happiness, even if others don't understand you, I will. Lin Fan hugged Go Zi and pressed his head. Go Zi, what is going on in your head? How can you underestimate young master's taste? Do you want that Yin Demon King? You actually said that I was interested in her. I purposely angered her. Go Zi gritted his teeth. Young master, please spare me. I don't dare to have random thoughts. Only when he heard him beg did Lin Fan let him go. He was about to explode. Who knew that he would be misunderstood? Thinking about how the Yin Demon King looked, he was so terrified that his legs went soft. He admitted that the Yin Demon King's figure was indeed amazing, but, you know what I mean. Land of the Alliance. When Lin Fan returned, Old Wu hurried over. Young master, old master is calling you over. Oh. Lin Fan nodded his head. Why did father call him over? He didn't understand. Old Wu said softly, young master, I want to ask you something. Do you have problems with the Zhao family? No. Lin Fan replied really decisively and didn't even think about it. Zhao family. It seemed familiar, but in such a short time, he really couldn't recall anything. That's good, that's good. Old Wu muttered. He didn't understand why Zhao Qingma would come here and even say that she wanted to meet young master. Moreover, her expression seemed a little off. Lin Fan wanted to say that he remembered that there was something going on. But forget it. It was best if he didn't confess and looked at the situation first. How problematic. Chapter 334. I have a feeling that something isn't right. Before he reached the hall, he had a feeling that told him to be careful as an unknown danger was about to arrive. However, what was there to be afraid of? Since he could return safely from the East Forest, that was enough to show that he didn't fear anything. Asking the Een demons about reproduction was a deep topic and it was worth studying. The expression of the Een demon king still appeared in his mind. Perhaps the question was too straightforward. It caused her to nearly fight him to the death. "Father, I am here." The moment Lin Fan reached the door, he shouted towards the door. "Zhao family. Did that kid find his way over?" When he saw the situation within, he was stunned. He didn't recognize them, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a girl. However, the middle-aged man was familiar. Where had he seen him before? He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like it was something else. He had thought too much. However, he noticed that his father's gaze towards him was a little weird. When Lin Wani learned that Zhao Qingma wanted to meet his son, he was really emotional and excited. He felt that this unfilial kid was not bad. He went out for a trip and was actually able to attract a girl back. That made him happier than bringing glory to his ancestors. However, when he learned the truth, he was totally disappointed in this unfilial kid. Damn. Trash. If he forced himself on her and made her pregnant. At most, he would scold him for not respecting women and then arrange a marriage for them. Even if he had no feelings, as long as he worked hard, it wouldn't be a problem. "Father, you were looking for me?" Lin Fan asked. At the same time, he noticed that her eyes were locked onto him. Especially this girl, her gaze towards him was a little off. He was really confused. He didn't have any conflicts with her, right? To Zhao Qingma, when she saw Lin Fan, she was sure that he was the person she was looking for. "You unfilial kid, what did you do outside?" Lin Wani said fiercely. He started to question him in front of everyone. If someone else said that, he would definitely fight to the death with that person. However, the person before him was his father. No matter what he said, he had to accept it. Even if he was unwilling, he had to accept it. Otherwise, he would be struck by lightning. "Father, I didn't do anything. Before scolding me, can you tell me what is going on? At least let me understand. You can't keep me guessing, right?" Lin Fan had to protest. "You can scold me, but there are some things that you can't accuse me of. If you have something to say, just say it. If you keep guessing, you might just say more bad things. This is the Zhao family's 8th young mistress, Zhao Qingma. I don't want to say much, so I'll let young mistress Zhao ask you." Lin Wani said. He didn't say much and just sat at the side, drinking tea and letting the young man ask. It wasn't that he was afraid but that he was shocked by what the unfilial kid did. He roared in his heart. Why did this unfilial kid admit it? What good would it do him? How could he be so stupid? Zhao Qingma took in a deep breath and calmed her restless heart. "Young Master Lin, where did the pill you got from my 9th brother go? It is a precious item of our Zhao family, so please repay it." She only needed the purple gold dragon essence pill. This was the Zhao family's treasure and only direct descendants like them could have it. No one else could have it. Zhao Bufan lost the purple gold dragon essence pill and was deemed unsalvageable by the family. One could even say that he had lost his competitiveness. Lin Wani knew what pill she was talking about. Apart from the purple gold dragon essence pill, what else could it be? Pill? Lin Fan kept silent for a moment. "No, I felt that it was good, so I gave it to my cousin." Hong Feng. Zhao Qingma's head felt like it was about to explode. "How can you give it to your cousin? Do you know what it is?" She was close to roaring. Lin Fan frowned. "What are you doing? It is just a pill, what is the big deal? Moreover, I didn't know that it was from your Zhao family." Haze. Lin Wani sighed. Damn, this unfilial kid really said whatever he wanted to say. Couldn't he just say that he didn't see the pill? Even if they suspected and felt that he took it, they didn't have evidence and wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Now that he admitted it, that was too. Stop talking. If he continued, he really wanted to hammer this unfilial kid to death. Calm down, calm down. Zhao Qingma told herself to calm down and not be rash. She definitely couldn't be rash. She was really infuriated by Lin Fan. She thought that since he admitted it so easily, things would be easy to deal with. Who knew that this would be the case? Lin Fan blinked and gave one a feeling that he was innocent. Of course. He was silently accepting the rage points. Although it wasn't much, it was still meat. Young Master Lin, where is your cousin? Zhao Qingma asked. Lin Fan shook his head, I don't know. The scene was totally silent. He noticed that the way she looked at him was a little off. However, what he said was the truth. He gave the pill to his cousin. He didn't know where his cousin went. Did he think that he was lying? Sometimes, telling the truth would be doubted by others. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. It meant that people nowadays didn't trust one another at all. Zhao Qingma said, Uncle Lin, I want to get the purple gold dragon essence pill for the Zhao family, please help me. This. Lin Wani was in a tough spot. What decision? He didn't know how to deal with this matter. He kept silent for a long while. Niece Qingma, your big brother Fan is indeed in the wrong, but I have to say that your ninth brother is also very problematic. Your big brother Fan is a person who abhors evil and can't stand others being arrogant. It's fine if you say that Bufan is arrogant, but he should at least have an expert by his side. Now that this misunderstanding has happened, I have no choice and I can't get a purple gold dragon essence pill. Why don't you give me some face and let it go? Niece, do you think my face is worth that? Lin Wani said. Cough cough. Old Wu couldn't help but cough. Old master, you are starting to be shameless again. We aren't young anymore, we are all 60 and 70. It is best if we have some face. Brother Wu, what is wrong? Lin Wani asked. Old Wu said, Master, it's nothing. I was just thinking about the past. Niece Qingma, your father and I are old acquaintances. There was a time when your father was in danger, and it was us who saved him. If we didn't save him, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a niece Qingma. Of course. As for the process of saving him, it was hard to say. Old Wu wouldn't say it out loud. This was because old master and he told the Zhao family head to call him father. Only by calling him father would he save him, otherwise, he wouldn't. This was why the Zhao family head had a huge problem with the two of them. This was why the Zhao family experts didn't come to Yu City to fight the alliance. Instead, they went to other cities. In the words of the Zhao family head, he would rather help others than Yu City. Zhao Qingma was dumbfounded. She had never thought that this would be the outcome. Lin Wani said one sentence. Should she give him face? If she didn't, then the situation wasn't right. Also, how could my father know you? Moreover, you saved my father's life. If that was the case, then Zhao family and Lin family should have a good relationship. She felt like the people here weren't easy to deal with. Zhao Qingma looked to the side. The old man nodded his head and hoped that little miss wouldn't continue asking. How vicious. 3 guys pressed down on a young girl. Moreover, the 2 of them were seniors. Was he so shameless? Since Uncle Lin has spoken, then how would I dare to not give him face? Zhao Qingma's expression was calm but her heart was filled with despair. Lin Wani smiled, that's good. This is Uncle's good niece. Let's just forget about the pill. I've already eaten it, so how can I take it out? When Uncle gets some good stuff in the future, I'll give it to niece. Zhao Qingma was about to cry. Things shouldn't have been like this. Also, how could Lin Wani say that? He directly asked if she would give him face. Zhao Qingma didn't know how to reply. She regretted it. She should have replied like that. Naturally, she had to give him face. But this concerned the purple gold dragon essence pill. If she couldn't get it, she would be punished. Why didn't she think about it? Now that she thought about it, what was the point? Should she say it? Just as Zhao Qingma was about to speak, Lin Wani got up. The border isn't peaceful and I have to patrol, so I won't be accompanying you. Fan, accompany Qingma and remember not to make her angry. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. Oh. Lin Fan replied calmly. Instantly, only Lin Fan and Zhao Qingma were left in the room. Father and old Wu retreated really quickly. They didn't even turn their heads and just disappeared from everyone's eyes. Lin Fan smiled, "Little Miss Zhao, shall I walk around with you?" His expression was like he didn't care about this at all. As for the pill or not, that was in the past and there was no need to worry about it. Zhao Qingma looked at Lin Fan. Was there even a need to walk around in such a situation? She had prepared well before coming and even thought about how to get the truth from him. Now, she got the truth really quickly, but the outcome was something she had never expected. How to put it in one sentence? The older one was, the wiser one was. If one wasn't good at scheming, it would be easy for one to be tricked. Outside. This unfilial kid is so worrisome. However, did Zhongmao obtain the dragon transformation effect after consuming the purple gold dragon essence pill? Lin Wani muttered. Old Wu said, "Old master, the purple gold dragon essence pill is a precious pill of the Zhao family. If it can help him transform, then Zhongmao has obtained a huge opportunity. Let's hide it for a while and not let this brat see it. Otherwise, what will I take out to compensate her for the pill?" Lin Wani was helpless. He was already so old, so it wouldn't be good for him to be so shameless for once. However, forget it. If it spread, then so be it. It wasn't like other people didn't know about it. As for Zhao Qingma, it was okay for her to tell her father. If she had the ability, then come to Yu City to find them. With two fathers here, how would they be afraid of one son? Chapter 335. Little Miss Zhao, there isn't much to look at here. The only interesting thing is when the alliance attacks. However, I don't mind a beauty like you staying here. It is too dangerous. Lin Fan brought them to walk casually on the city walls. What was father thinking? Why did he want him to accompany them? Wouldn't it be over if he sent them away? Go Zi had seen Zhao Qingma and the others before and told young master about their situation in Martial Path Mountain. This woman was interested in Nine Demon, but luckily, Feng Poliu rejected and Nine Demon stayed. Lin Fan didn't care much about that. It was just a small matter. Also, he really didn't expect that they would find their way to Yu City. He just showed his face to Zhao Bufan. He really didn't expect that they would find him. So amazing. Zhao Qingma's eyes locked onto Lin Fan. Naturally, she had to give Lin Wani face. But she was really unwilling. How could they do that? The purple gold dragon essence pill was really precious, so how could she just let it go like that? Lin Fan felt that her gaze made him uncomfortable. He turned his head and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there anything?" That question was just so beautiful. Did he not know whether or not there was a problem? Zhao Qingma said, "The purple gold dragon essence pill is really important to the Zhao family. Did your cousin really consume it?" "Yes, why would I lie to you? Moreover, I have never lied to anyone in my life." Even he didn't believe his own words. Zhao Qingma didn't give up. Is there anything different about him? Lin Fan pondered for a moment and shook his head. "No, there's no change. It's still the same as before. If you ask me, this stupid pill is really useless. Why are you guys so concerned about it? Could it be that this pill contains some big secret? She asked like she didn't know anything, but how could he not know? Wasn't it just dragon form? Only cousin's eyes turned into dragon form. He didn't know the exact situation. He really wanted to study cousin, but unfortunately, he wasn't by his side and couldn't satisfy his desire. Zhao Qingma tried to hide her gaze and said, "There isn't any secret." She muttered in her heart. He didn't dragon form. Good, that was good. If he dragon form, then it would be a huge loss. The true use of the purple gold dragon essence pill was its dragonization effect. In their Zhao family, there were very few people who could dragon transform. If an outsider swallowed a pill and obtained dragon transformation and the Zhao family found out about it, they might even have the heart to kill themselves. In fact, the Zhao family would definitely get rid of this outsider at all costs. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "As if I'll believe you. You're really evil, old hag." Then, he brought Zhao Qingma and the others to look around. At the same time, he brought them to the toilet in Yu City. He explained to them how the battle of shit and poetry happened. Zhao Qingma almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. It was too disgusting. The way they looked at Lin Fan became really weird. They didn't expect this person to be so disgusting. When they thought about how alliance members were drenched in shit, they felt their stomachs turn and they felt like they were about to vomit. "Doesn't that mean that the alliance has to kill you?" Zhao Qingma said. "This damn fellow did such a thing, so how would the alliance let him off?" Lin Fan said calmly, that is the case. I am someone that the alliance has to kill. Not only me, but the entire Yu City is. Since all of you are here, why don't you stay here and fight against the alliance with us? Although the alliance likes to rape women before killing them, everything is to fight against the alliance. So, no matter how much you suffer, it is worth it. Let me tell you about the alliance's methods. When they deal with guys, they kill them in one strike. They won't let you breathe, but it's different for women. They will rip off all your clothes and use tweezers to pull out your nails one by one. Then, a bunch of naked guys will stand behind you and fix your limbs on the table. Then, Lin Fan's expression was really rich and he spoke like it was the truth. Initially, Zhao Qingma's expression was still calm. But gradually, her expression changed drastically as she listened to Lin Fan's words. "Young Master Lin, you are making it sound too serious." The old man standing behind Zhao Qingma said. He saw her expression change and knew that she was frightened by young Master Lin's words. Lin Fan said, "I am not lying to all of you. Also, have you been at the border before? Have you fought against the alliance?" The old man shook his head, "No." "Then, why are you saying that? You haven't even fought before, so how do you know that it isn't serious?" Lin Fan said in disdain. Now that he was in his own territory, he could really do whatever he wanted. His status as a rich family young master rose once more and normal people didn't dare to offend him. The old man frowned. This kid was just too much and didn't give him any face at all. "Little Miss Xiao, let me bring you somewhere else. My father gave me a heavy responsibility and if I don't treat you well, he will find trouble with me." Lin Fan smiled. Now, all the shops in Yu City were closed and most of the shop owners were experts. Now that they removed their identities as shop owners, they picked up their weapons to fight the alliance. Where would they find so much food? They didn't even have anything to play with. To Zhao Qingma, this trip was a failure and she didn't get what she wanted at all. Although she knew Lin Fan's identity and he admitted that he was the one who took the purple gold dragon essence pill, what could she do? There was nothing she could do at all. Lin Wani's name was like a mountain pressing down on her body. It seemed like she could only go back and tell her father. She would have to let him decide what to do next. Zhao Qingma was really unwilling, but what else could she do? It seemed like she could only return to the Zhao family and tell her father. That night, Lin Fan accompanied Zhao Qingma to many places and told her many terrifying things. If they were outside, he might have been able to keep his composure in case she was forced into a corner and attacked him. But here, he didn't need to worry about such small things. Kachi. Who? Lin Fan was prepared to raise his strength. The pressure here was huge, and if he didn't raise his strength, he might not be able to beat her. Just at that moment, someone pushed open the door. Lin Fan thought that it was a beauty who wanted to earn money. Father, why are you here? Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. It was his father. However, he was really curious. Since he came back, his father's attitude towards him wasn't that good. But he could understand. Father knew that this place was dangerous, which was why he didn't want him to come back. This was the love of a father. Did you smell it? Lin Wani didn't give him a good expression. Why? Can't I come to see you? Father, I didn't mean that. I was just asking. Lin Fan was helpless. Who asked you to be my father? If anyone else dared to speak to me with such an attitude, I wouldn't dare to say much. I would definitely beat him up. Lin Wani looked at this unfilial kid and was really curious. What did he go through outside? The changes were just too huge. Could it be that people with good luck could only become stronger by going out? I told you to accompany her, so how did it go? Lin Wani asked in a gentle tone. No matter what, his son was so amazing and he was really proud. However, he definitely couldn't show it. He understood this unfilial son very well. With just a few words of praise, he would be able to climb up the roof and tear down the tiles. He had to give him a severe beating. In the past, you were so lazy and I felt like I couldn't save you, so I just let you be. But now that you gave me such a huge surprise, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Lin Fan said, Father, I will definitely complete your instructions. Zhao Qingma is really satisfied with me and I brought her to many places. I also told her many things about the alliance. I think she definitely gained a lot. Naturally, Lin Wani wouldn't believe Lin Fan's words. But as long as he didn't cause trouble, he asked, let me ask you and you have to answer truthfully. After Zhongmao consumed the purple gold dragon essence pill, did he dragon transform? Dragon transformation was really hard. Even the Zhao family didn't have many. But for some reason, he felt that Zhongmao would definitely be able to dragon transform. Maybe it was because he trusted the person that he personally raised. Unfortunately, this unfilial kid was so dumb to not consume such a good thing. But from this, one could see how well the unfilial kid treated his cousin. Facing such a precious pill, even blood brothers would plot against one another, much less a cousin. Lin Fan's expression turned solemn and he nodded his head, yes, cousin did dragon transform. The part of the dragon transformation is his eyes. He didn't hide anything. If he could even deceive his father, then there wouldn't be much meaning to it. When Lin Wani heard that he really dragon transformed, his expression changed. It was obvious that he was shocked. It is good that he dragon transform. Although he had never taken the purple gold dragon essence pill before, he was very familiar with it. It contained the blood of a dragon. If he could really transform into a dragon, it meant that his body did not reject it. As long as he continued to cultivate, the benefits would increase. What do you think of Zhao Qingma? Lin Wani asked. When Lin Fan heard that, he was a little stunned. He then came back to his senses. No, she is too ugly and has a bad temper. She is also a little cunning. Father, I think that if she marries and gives birth to a child, the child might be surnamed Zhao. When his father opened his mouth, he knew that his father was up to no good. He even wanted to grumble. Dad, can you not always use this kind of thinking to treat me? I am still young and don't want to marry so early. Although I know that I am handsome and have a good body, I can't do that. Lin Wani wanted to scold this unfilial kid for not being in a rush to have a family and just thinking about it. But suddenly, he felt that his unfilial kid's words made sense. If he stayed in Yu City to defend against the alliance, his life and death would be uncertain. If he died, the Zhao family's son would have no pressure and would change his surname to Zhao. Wouldn't that cause the Lin family to have no descendants? After Lin Wani understood that, he didn't continue to talk about what happened next. The imperial dynasty emperor said that he would marry the princess to his son, so he just had to be the prince consort and not think about anything else. I am just asking. Rest early and don't stay up all day. Lin Wani left with his arms behind his back. From start to finish, he didn't say anything useful. Lin Fan looked at his father's back view and shook his head. He sighed helplessly. What was his father thinking? Can't you see how outstanding your son is? Forget it. Let's not think so much. In the future, he would understand how amazing his son was. He looked at his rage points. 177466, this was a really overbearing amount of rage points. The Yin demons were so furious that they were about to explode on the spot. Unfortunately, the Yin demons weren't strong overall and there were only a few of them. Moreover, he teased the Yin demon king, causing some of them to explode. If he teased them more slowly, he wouldn't have gotten so much. Unfortunately, this bit of points wasn't enough to do anything. It was still too little. Improve. He consumed 80,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique, Grade 6, the method of cultivating the divine body was indeed very powerful. His divine body was constantly strengthening. Although he was still in the yin-yang realm, his divine body had already been enhanced to an extremely terrifying level in this realm. He felt really terrifying. Now that he needed 80,000 rage points to raise one grade 6, the amount he needed later would be even more terrifying. After his cultivation rose to yin-yang realm, he hadn't cultivated any yin-yang realm techniques. This was something he needed to cultivate. He could raise his own strength in the same realm. Although his current strength was equivalent to an invincible existence in the same realm, he did not mind becoming stronger. This technique is not bad. Lin Fan chose Chaotic Yin-Yang Reversal. This was a fist technique and it was not bad. Improve. He consumed a total of 63,000 rage points. Chaotic Yin-Yang Reversal, return to true, damn, how terrifying. Heart cultivation consumes too much. A yin-yang realm fist technique actually can't compare to the rage points needed to raise one grade 6. Till now, he had consumed 143,000 rage points and was left with 30,000. Lin Fan could sense the increase in his strength. It was much more terrifying than before. With his current realm, he estimated that he could casually hammer at yin-yang realm, but at domain realm, he would need to turn into a bug. Moreover, the bug had to be really strong, otherwise, if he faced a strong domain realm expert, he might be smashed to death. Thinking about the Alliance's 8-star Xiao Hu, he was a really terrifying person. At the same realm, he might have been one of the most terrifying ones. That move from that day directly destroyed his bug body. He had a deep memory of it and he remembered it clearly. If he faced him again, maybe it wouldn't be so bad, but he probably still wouldn't be his match. As he hadn't fought before, it was hard to say. The next day, Go Zi's return made Lin Fan's life much more exquisite. The moment he opened his eyes, he brushed his teeth and washed his face. He ate a sumptuous breakfast and then walked around to relax and breathe in the fresh air. Another place. Zhao Qingma said, Uncle Lin, I have something to do, so I won't disturb you. She basically had nothing to do here. Since she couldn't find the purple gold dragon essence pill, then what was the point? It was best if she went back to tell her father about the situation. The most important thing was that the alliance that Lin Fan had mentioned had truly frightened her. If it was yesterday, Lin Wani might not have been willing to let her leave. But after Lin Fan's reminder, he was a little afraid. If she wanted to leave, then so be it. It was better for his son to be with the princess. Since that is the case, then I won't make you stay. Lin Wani said. Outside. Lin Fan looked at Zhao Qingma and smiled. Miss Zhao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? If you don't stay for a period of time, you might even face the Alliance's attack. Zhao Qingma's body shook. Alliance's attack? Stop joking. I didn't come here to defend against the Alliance. If what he said really happened, I would even want to die. Young Master Lin, I have something to do, so I won't stay any longer. I hope that young Master Lin can come to the Zhao family as a guest. Zhao Qingma said. Although during this period of time, both sides were quite friendly, it depended on whether or not the place was good. This was the border, how could she, Zhao Qingma, be so stupid as to do as she pleased here? Okay, if I have the chance, I will definitely go. Lin Fan smiled and then looked at Yingjiu. You look familiar. Aren't you junior brother Feng Poliu? In the past, you followed Insect Valley, so why are you with the Zhao family now? Out of the three of them, the one he was most familiar with was naturally Yingjiu. No, it should be Yanjiu, that was his real name. Lin Fan continued, it isn't a good habit for you to change so many times. You need to change it. When Yanjiu heard this, his face turned green and white. It was obvious that he was a little angry. What did he mean by changing many times? 9 Bug Gang was wiped out. Naturally, he had to join someone stronger. Was there anything wrong with that? Zhao Qingma said, Young Master Lin, he is an Insect Valley disciple. My Zhao family loves talents. 9 Bug Gang wasn't a good place for him, so he became a guest after my Zhao family invited him. Yanjiu looked at Miss Zhao gratefully. His impression of Lin Fan wasn't that good. It isn't early. Young Master Lin, goodbye. Zhao Qingma cupped her fists. Lin Fan smiled, okay, I won't send you off. If you face danger, run back. If you can't, don't let him fall into the hands of the Alliance. Otherwise, the outcome will be unimaginable, you will be. Zhao Qingma was terrified of Lin Fan's words. The main reason was that they were just too disgusting. They were just too unfriendly to girls. Very quickly, they all left. I have to be careful of the Zhao family. Lin Fan retracted his smile and slowly became solemn. Zhao family found out what he did, so naturally, it wouldn't be so easy to solve it. The reason why everything was calm now was because his father was here, so they didn't dare to go overboard. If they were outside, one could see what would have happened. Since the purple gold dragon essence pill was so important and he snatched it, then the Zhao family would probably want to kill him. As expected, it was important to have a strong father. Outside Yu City. Little miss, what should we do now? The old man asked. Zhao Qingma's face turned terrifyingly cold and there were even flames of rage burning in her eyes. That damn fellow, if we weren't here, would he even have the chance to stand and talk to me? The old man was helpless and there was nothing he could do about it. Little miss, luckily you can bear with it. Otherwise, with Lin Wani's personality, he might have killed us and destroyed all evidence. The old man sighed. Luckily, everything was calm and nothing happened. He dares. Zhao Qingma didn't believe it. No matter what, she was the Zhao family 8th miss and had a high status. The old man was sure, I don't know whether or not other people dare, but if it is Lin Wani, he really dares. Don't look at how harmless Lin Wani is and how he calls little miss your niece. However, to reach his strength and status, no one is kind. Especially if someone threatens his son, he won't be kind. The old man said as if he knew many things. Zhao Qingma looked at him curiously, how much do you know? Tell me about Lin Wani's history. What has he done? Okay, then I will tell little miss about the past. I hope that you won't be frightened. The old man said calmly, like he was talking about something really normal. There were too many legends about Lin Wani, and many of them were things that others didn't dare to imagine. Zhao Qingma was really curious, but she was really unhappy about this trip. She didn't gain anything and it was a complete waste of time. If he wasn't Lin Wani's son, she would have brought him back to the Zhao family. But now, she could only return empty-handed. How hateful. Alliance main camp. Zhu Daoshan wasn't in a good mood recently. What happened here spread across the Alliance. Even if the Alliance headquarters locked down many platforms, there were some things that couldn't be avoided. General, we have mostly calmed them down. Those who want to leave will be treated as traitors. The bespectacled guy reported the situation. Although the calming effect was good, there were still many members who were resistant to the outside world. It was like that matter had left a deep scar in their hearts. That was true. Normal people really couldn't take it. Shit was such a terrifying experience. Now, they paid a lot of attention to the defense in the sky because they were afraid that something like that would happen again. During this period of time, let everyone rest and prepare to attack once more. No matter what, we have to raise our morale. Zhu Daoshan knew that he couldn't continue like this, otherwise, it would only lower their morale and affect the entire war situation. The Alliance headquarters was trying their best to rope in the various powers. They hoped that they would send experts to help. This was a good chance and also their only chance. Before the natives were united, they could destroy all the border defenses in one go. That way, the Alliance would be able to catch a breather. Yes, General. The bespectacled guy replied. That was what he was thinking too. Young master, what are you looking at every day? Go, Z asked. There wasn't much to look at. Lin Fan looked into the distance. Look, that is the Alliance's territory. I am thinking about how to make them feel that this place is dangerous and that all of you will die if you stay here. Go, Z felt that this question was a little profound and he actually didn't know how to reply. Go, Z, inform Liang Yichu to collect all the shit in Yu City. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Lin Fan instructed. Now, he would collect it and seal it up to ferment. Maybe its quality would increase by 1 or 2 levels. Yes, young master. Go, Z replied. Naturally, he couldn't let young master do it himself. He was the only one who needed to do such a small thing. Very quickly, Go Z hurried towards Yu City. When Go Z passed young master's words to Liang Yichu, he was really pumped up. He felt like the battle had begun and his blood was boiling. Go back and tell brother Lin not to worry. Leave this to me. Liang Yichu knew that he was weak and couldn't help much against the Alliance. All he could do was transport some resources. But the situation was different now. He felt that he could help out against the Alliance. When Liang Yichu informed the entire city, everyone was pumped up. They rubbed their palms together. As Liang Yichu's wife, when Qin Yufei learned that her husband was going to collect shit, she covered her face in disbelief. Why did he have to compete with shit? Yichu, remember to wash up when you come back. Don't make the house smell like shit. I know. After that last time, when Liang Yichu returned home, the smell changed. It became so smelly that it was unimaginable. At this moment, everyone in Yu City started to search for shit. Maybe a new shit war was about to erupt. On the city walls. Lin Fan touched Nine Demon's head and thought about what was going to happen next. With the current situation, the Alliance definitely wouldn't take this lying down. They would definitely attack. There were a total of 8 border cities. Apart from Maigu City, which had been broken through, there were 7 more. Yu City was under the most pressure. They faced more Alliance troops than the other border cities. The pressure was huge. Naturally, Lin Fan was nervous. Sometimes, he was even a little afraid. If Yu City was broken through, he might die. TSK. What was he thinking about? It was natural for him to be nervous. The main reason was that he wasn't strong enough. If he raised his strength to the peak, then no matter who they were, they could come and fight him. Nine-headed bug, aren't you amazing? If I merge with you, how strong will you make me? Lin Fan was really curious. Nine Demon was an exquisite bug. It didn't eat humans or grass. It just liked to eat Go Z's cooking, and it also liked to eat special internal strength. Although he didn't have a deeper level of contact with the nine-headed bug, he believed that it wouldn't disappoint him. Nine Demon raised its head. Although he didn't know what it wanted to express, it seemed like it was looking forward to it. Lin Fan patted its head and got up. He placed his hands on the city walls and looked into the distance. He wanted to continue to cause problems for the Alliance. But after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't think of a better idea. He couldn't throw shit as it wouldn't succeed. After the Alliance experienced it once, they would definitely be wary. Moreover, it would be of great use in the future, so he couldn't waste it. Damn! He didn't expect that shit would be so popular. Old Master, young Master is collecting shit in the city again. Old Wu was helpless. He didn't expect young Master to come into contact with shit once more. Lin Wani's expression was really rich. He had many things he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say. This unfilial kid. These three words showed how helpless Lin Wani was towards Lin Fan. Couldn't he do something decent? But he had to admit. This unfilial kid's actions were really successful and dealt a heavy blow to the Alliance. This was something that they couldn't do after such a long time. Maybe this was the way young people thought. Their way of thinking had already solidified. Old Wu said, "Old Master, I don't think this is a good action. Once young Master becomes a peak expert, this will be a black mark that can't be wiped away. Maybe his enemies will give him a nickname and it will be passed down. Brother Wu, do you think this unfilial kid will give his enemies a chance to give him a nickname?" Lin Wani asked. Such actions were just so despicable. He was even more vicious than when he was young. Old Wu was speechless. It seemed like what Old Master said was true. With young Master's personality, Lin Fan really didn't have a chance. A few days later. Lin Fan had nothing to do every day. He just laid on the city walls and waited. He really didn't believe it. Why wasn't the Alliance attacking? Suddenly, the area in the distance was a little off. A thick aura covered the area. Quang Dang. Lin Fan stood up excitedly. "Father, enemy attack," he shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice shook the area. Numerous auras exploded from all around. Lin Wani was the first to appear. He flipped his palm and a halberd appeared. He looked into the distance with a solemn expression. "Hurry up and back off." Who knew that after a few days, the Alliance finally couldn't take it anymore and wanted to attack. "Father, I can't retreat. I am part of the fight against the Alliance, so you just have to look after me. You don't have to worry about anything else," Lin Fan said. He looked at Go Z and said, "Bring 9 Demon to the back. This battle isn't something you can handle." "Yes, young Master, be careful." Chapter 336. I have waited for a long time. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back and looked really cool. The U-City experts floated in the air and slowly gathered their auras to the peak. Wind blew and clouds surged. An unimaginable battle was about to occur. "Young Master, remember not to be rash. Just stay behind us." Old Wu's expression was solemn. He hoped that young Master wouldn't be too rash. If he was too rash, then it would be problematic. "Old Wu, can I take your words to mean that you don't have much confidence in my strength?" Lin Fan felt that he was looking down on him. Old Wu smiled awkwardly. Young master, I am just worried about you. I accept that reason. Lin Fan nodded his head calmly. He could sense Old Wu's concern towards him. He was really curious and filled with anticipation towards what was going to happen next. The existence of the alliance was the only thing on his mind. At the same time, he was worried about something. Each time someone died in U City, there would be one less person. Without any new strength injected in, it was a slow suicide. On the other hand, the alliance could replenish their strength. This was an extremely frightening matter. How long could they last for? No one was sure. Not long later, the alliance experts arrived. General Zhu Daoshen led the alliance members and floated in the distance. He didn't start the battle right away, and it was as if he was waiting. As experts of their level, they would usually speak a few words first and not start a fight right away. Their cultivations were extremely terrifying. Once they started fighting, it would be a world-shaking sight that could only be described as a strange phenomenon. In the darkness, Lin Fan felt a terrifying gaze staring at him. He raised his head and looked out. Right, it was you. You were the one staring at me. General Gang Xiong's eyes locked onto Lin Fan. It was as if everything around wasn't important to him anymore. Lin Fan smiled and actually nodded his head at Gang Xiong. It was like he was greeting an old friend that he hadn't seen in a long time. Such a provocative action totally infuriated General Gang Xiong. But when he thought about Zhu Daoshen's warning, he suppressed the rage in his heart and didn't explode. Young Master Lin is being stared at by that fellow. Pay attention later. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion Manager Zhang Sheng said softly. Zhu Shen acknowledged his agreement. The surrounding experts also took it to heart. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. They all saw how Gang Xiong turned into a dung beetle, so it was natural for them to be angry at young Master Lin. No rage points. Lin Fan didn't expect that Gang Xiong didn't provide him with rage points. It seemed like during this period of time, Gang Xiong provided him with rage points every day and he had reached his limit. If he wanted to obtain it again, he would have to wait for a period of time. But it didn't matter. Gang Xiong didn't have any rage points, but those alliance members had new rage points. They didn't provide any as they didn't know who did it. Lin Wani, I really don't want to fight to the death with you. You and I are in the same generation. We could be very good friends, drinking and chatting in some place, and looking forward to the future of the age, and not at each other's throats as we do now. The Alliance headquarters is willing to give you a chance. We just need enough resources and you can become the new emperor of the Imperial Dynasty. You can improve together with the Alliance headquarters. I hope that you can consider it and not miss this chance. Zhu Daoshen didn't attack right away and continued to use words to tempt him. His words were sincere and he really hoped that Lin Wani could work with the Alliance. They were the pioneers of this era. Shua. Lin Wani raised the halberd in his hand and waved it towards Zhu Daoshen. At that moment, a heaven-splitting light roared forwards like it was about to rip open the sky. Zhu Daoshen moved and the cold light stuck to his body as he disappeared into the distance. Lin Wani, is this your choice? Zhu Daoshen's voice became dark and sunken. He had said enough. At the same time, he had high hopes for Lin Wani. But unfortunately, Lin Wani didn't care. The other party didn't appreciate his kindness and didn't even think of anything else. Why are you still talking nonsense? I have been here for so long, so how can a few words of nonsense from you change my mind? Lin Wani hollered in rage. His fighting intent boiled and he smashed open the clouds in the sky. This was a battle between experts. It wasn't a battle of strength but a battle of aura and comprehension. Lin Fan was really eager. He had been waiting here for this day. If they were to fight, wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain? Father, can I say a few words? Lin Fan shouted. He knew that it was useless to shout like this. If his father cared about him, then the sun would rise from the west. He had to rely on himself. Alliance. Lin Fan gathered his energy and hollered. To attract the attention of the alliance members, he nearly broke his throat from shouting. The atmosphere on the battlefield became suppressed and a battle could erupt at any moment. The nervous alliance members all turned their gazes and locked onto Lin Fan when they heard that. Lin Wani was shocked. What was this unfilial kid thinking? Cough cough. Lin Fan coughed. Have all of you forgotten the day you were ruled by shit? As expected. When Lin Fan said shit, the expressions of the alliance members changed. It was as if Lin Fan's words had awakened them. Their faces were filled with terror. They thought back to that day. The originally clear sky was filled with shit. It rained on their bodies and smelled in their hearts. Right, all of you are right. I did all of this. I gathered all the shit in you city and sent it to you. Remember my name, I am Lin Fan. In the past, maybe you weren't familiar with me, but now you should remember that I will be your nightmare. Lin Fan was really calm. The reason why he revealed the truth to the public was so that everyone would know that he was the one who had caused all of this. Why weren't they getting angry? Young master, you, old Wu looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. He really didn't expect young master to say such words. Wasn't that the same as announcing himself to everyone? To make all the alliance members furious. Uproar. Loud noises spread out from the alliance side. Old Wu, it is okay. We should tell them. Lin Fan said. The alliance members stared at Lin Fan. Slowly, they all started to get angry. Rage points plus 666. Rage points plus 999. Instantly. Rage points exploded out. Lin Fan was shocked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. The noises from the alliance side meant that they were furious. What was the most humiliating thing in their lives? Everyone would probably say that when shit covered their bodies, that was when they were the most furious. It is him, this native did it. That damn thing, I am going to rip his body into pieces. Later, if any of you have a chance, go kill him. Okay. The rage of the alliance members was really high, about to dye the entire area red. There were many God Essence Realm and above experts. Don't think that they were weak here. If they were in the Alliance City, their status and identity would be really high. However, there were too many experts here, which gave one an illusion. You unfilial kid, do you know what you are saying? Lin Wani really wanted to beat Lin Fan to death. It was okay that he offended the 9-star general, but now he wanted to offend all the alliance members. Father, I know what I am doing. This battle is unavoidable. Father, attack, I will cheer you on. Lin Fan clenched his fists and supported his father. Damn. Lin Wani took in a deep breath to calm his raging heart down. If not for the current situation, he really wanted to teach this unfilial kid a lesson. He had already returned to U City and had a strong backer. He wasn't interested in fighting, but he could still cause some problems for the alliance. Lin Fan was unhappy and hollered once more. What is going on? Did all of you shit people forget the day you were drenched in shit? He felt that these alliance members weren't strong enough. Rage points continued to explode. How far had he gotten? Maybe the path to the peak was just so simple and not as difficult as he thought. He took a look at his rage points. Terrifying. He had already accumulated 500,000 yuan. As expected, mocking a group was the most overbearing. As long as he raised his strength, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. The alliance members wanted to forget those scenes that they couldn't bear to look back on. But this damn fellow kept reminding them like he was afraid that they would forget. Shut up. Zhu Daoshan didn't expect the kid to infuriate the alliance members. Lin Wani, you really have a good son. I think he is walking further and further on the path of death. Even you won't be able to protect him. Lin Wani smiled, if I can't protect him, then it will be time for me to die. With your strength, you aren't strong enough to kill me. Father, I am so touched. Lin Fan sniffed. Father's words were just too overbearing and he treated him as a treasure. Thinking back to those days outside, it was really painful. No one cared about him. When he said his father's name, people would beat him up even more fiercely. Look at how overbearing the current situation was. With his father here, who would dare to bully him? Ha ha ha, that's right. If you want young Master Lin to die, then let's see whether or not your alliance has the ability. You shit people are just asking for trouble by saying such words. Zhu Shen was really overbearing. He didn't hold him in any regard at all. He even mocked him without any restraint. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Shen and felt a little helpless. This was someone who knew how to steal the show. If he could also absorb rage points, maybe he would absorb more than him. Chapter 337. After this matter, Lin Fan had become someone the alliance had to kill. Especially General Gang Xiong, from start to finish, his eyes were locked onto Lin Fan and didn't shift at all. His gaze was like he had killed his father. Truthfully, it was a little terrifying. As expected, I attract too much hatred. I feel like numerous eyes are locked onto me. Are they going to fight me to the death? Lin Fan felt really uncomfortable, but he didn't fear anything. This was the path he chose. If he wanted to become stronger, then he had to pay a price. General Zhu, when do we attack? Gang Xiong's voice was hoarse as he asked. He couldn't wait any longer. A ball of rage burned in his heart. He wanted to pinch this kid to death. But even if he died, it wouldn't be able to reduce the rage in his heart. Fight! Zhu Daoshan didn't say much. He hollered and his aura was shocking. He turned into a streak of light and clashed with Lin Wani. Their battle opened up a new domain. Normal people couldn't get close at all, otherwise, they would definitely die. Ah! General Gang Xiong hollered in rage. His body was covered in flames as he slashed towards Lin Fan. He was really quick and the space around him was like a wave that was being ripped apart. Zhu Shen blocked Gang Xiong. What do you want to do? Scram, I don't want to kill you, I just want to kill him. Gang Xiong treated Lin Fan as his top target. He didn't need to kill anyone else but him. Dumb, do you think you can choose who you want to kill? Your brain is filled with shit. Lin Fan glanced at Gang Xiong. His words were a little vulgar but they made sense. There was indeed something wrong with his brain. He didn't want to kill Lin Fan and just wanted to kill him. He then sat on the chair and waved his hands, teach him how to be a human. His words were a little exaggerated. But such a situation made him reminisce about his rich family days. General Gang Xiong was really strong and it was due to his ability that he was called the strongest general on land. Zhu Shen laughed, don't worry young Master Lin, I will teach him how to be a human today. Shua. The machete in Zhu Shen's hand wasn't an ordinary item. It had been blessed. Other people were blessed by monks and they might have used their mouths or other parts of their bodies. But his machete was specially used to kill the alliance. Zhu Shen's aura changed. The machete in his hand shone brightly and he hollered. Pig slaughtering 18 forms, bloodletting. Rumble. Zhu Shen moved his wrist and the blade flashed. He disappeared and an intense battle erupted. The aura was really shocking. Gang Xiong wanted to kill Lin Fan the most. Now that Zhu Shen blocked him, rage surged into the sky. He punched forwards, causing the space around to shake. He, who was known as the invincible God Fist, just wanted to destroy everything in front of him.
Lin Fan didn't know what these people from the Alliance had that made them so fearlessly fight with them. Is it love? Or had they been brainwashed? At the scene, he was the youngest, and this battle was not supposed to be fought by a young man like him. It had always been the main battlefield for the middle-aged and elderly. Old Wu and the others blocked the Alliance 9-star generals far away. I'm afraid I won't be able to help in this battle between marshals. He wasn't underestimating himself. That was really the case. The 9-star generals were just too strong. Although they didn't dare to say that heaven and earth were collapsing, they could flip the yin and yang and 5 elements around. Especially the domains that they formed, the situation within was just too terrifying. General Gang Xiong started to pay more attention to Zhu Shen. He wasn't weak and his fighting style was really fierce. It wasn't something that normal 9-star generals could compare to. But he was unwilling. Everyone, listen up. Find an opportunity to kill this brat for me. He was being held back and definitely couldn't attack, so he could only rely on others. With the current situation, someone would definitely be able to find a chance to charge through the defense line and kill this person. Only then would he be able to vent the rage in his heart. Although Lin Fan seemed really relaxed as he laid there. But he didn't look on coldly as others fought with their lives on the line. He touched his stomach and a sword seed appeared. With a flick of his fingers, the sword seed shot into the air. He didn't dare to make too many sword seeds. Last time, the Alliance 9-star generals noticed him. If he continued, the outcome would probably be the same. In the distance. The battle was really intense. Native, die. An Alliance expert hollered. His blade was about to land and he was about to kill a U-City expert. A streak of light swept over. He was so shocked that he didn't dare to be careless and blocked with his blade. With a pang. A terrifying power spread forwards, shattering his blade and stabbing into his body. With a loud explosion, the sword seed exploded. The U-City expert was terrified. Death covered him and he had no chance of living at all. Who knew that the situation would change and he would actually be killed? That made him heave a sigh of relief. He then looked towards Lin Fan. Thank you, young Master Lin. Lin Fan nodded his head as a reply. He felt that it was a waste. He didn't expect that another one would die and he would lose a portion of rage points. What a waste. With his current strength, he could be said to be really strong. But he was the top target of the Alliance 9-star generals. He didn't dare to guarantee that if he appeared, those 9-star generals wouldn't give up some things to kill him. Other 9-star generals didn't dare to guarantee that. But Gang Xiong would definitely do that.
He was probably the one who hated him the most. The sword seed gathered all his sword cultivation and at the same time, it was his most terrifying move. If he didn't have unlimited true essence, he wouldn't be able to use it so casually. Another sword seed floated out. Lin Fan looked at the situation and realized that another U-City expert was about to be in danger. He flicked his fingers and the sword seed struck forwards. Hung Long. In the distance, the Alliance expert was about to kill the native but he didn't expect a terrifying power to strike him. It shocked him so much that his expression changed. The impact of the explosion caused his blood to rumble. If he wasn't slightly stronger, he wouldn't have just been injured. Damn. That was an 8-star general. He locked onto Lin Fan and knew who did it. Lin Fan raised his hand lazily as a form of greeting for the other party. Such actions infuriated the 8-star general and he felt like Lin Fan was insulting him. Young Master Lin, amazing. The U-City expert laughed out loud. He was originally at a disadvantage, but who knew that young Master Lin would actually help and strike him? Now, it was time for him to shine. Go, Z, bring some desserts over. Lin Fan shouted. Go, Z, who was hiding below, hurriedly replied, yes, young master. Haze, damn, I didn't expect that in the end, I would need to use a sword move. Lin Fan was helpless. He had to admit that the sword move's destructive ability was just too strong. Moreover, it was really fast and strong. It wasn't that he overestimated those sword cultivators but that they were really strong. Of course, this strength was based on the fact that they had unlimited true essence. If it was someone else, once they took out the sword seed, it would be over. But to Lin Fan, this was just the beginning. Slowly, the 9-star generals noticed what was happening to Lin Fan. Kill this kid. A 9-star general hollered. They were held back by the U-City expert and couldn't be distracted. So, they could only rely on the 8-star generals to kill him. They couldn't guess how strong this kid was. But his sword cultivation was just too strong. The aura that exploded out was just too terrifying. Even the generals were affected. Based on normal situations, normal people wouldn't be able to use such terrifying moves so frequently. But it seemed like there was no end to it, which terrified them. Go Z carried some exquisite desserts and walked to young master's side. Young master, do you need a massage? Lin Fan waved his hands. There is no need, continue to hide below. The 8-star generals listened to the 9-star general's orders and tried their best to kill him. But the U-City natives blocked him such that he couldn't do anything at all. Damn! How despicable! Those scenes made him think about something. That was the evil aristocrats. Everyone was protecting this kid, but what was he doing? Oh my god! Who could take a look at what he was doing? He laid there leisurely and sent the exquisite desserts into his mouth. He even nodded his head in enjoyment. Damn! He was actually sucking his fingers. Evil aristocrats. Others were fighting to the death, but he was enjoying it. You dumb fellow, look at what the person you are protecting is doing. Is he worth your protection? The 8-star general hollered. Why? Can't young Master Lin eat something? The U-City expert replied. The 8-star general hollered, all of you are risking your lives to fight us, but he is enjoying it so much. Is it worth it? How is it not worth it? If I am hungry, I have to eat. Okay, stop talking nonsense with me. If you want to pass, then you have to step over my dead body. The U-City expert stared at him in rage. Fighting was a common occurrence and he had many friends who died to the Alliance. No matter what, he could only fight to the death. As expected, you are such a dumb thing. The 8-star general knew that he couldn't reason with him anymore. He looked into the distance. That damn kid was actually smiling at him. Was he provoking him? Damn, he was just too despicable. In the distance, General Gang Xiong hollered in rage. His attacks became more and more intense. He really lived up to his title as the strongest general on land. On the contrary, Zhu Shen wasn't weak either. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the battle between the two was earth-shattering. Instantly, there was a loud explosion and the two of them separated. Fresh blood dripped from Zhu Shen's wrist and there was a fist mark on the back of the machete. There were many wounds on Gang Xiong's body that were left just now. Who? Gang Xiong panted and his expression became more and more solemn. The person in front of him was really strong and actually made him feel pressured. A maniacal smile appeared on Zhu Shen's face. His title as the top blade of the imperial dynasty wasn't just for show. Suddenly, a voice spread out from behind him. Zhu Shen, move aside. Lin Fan shouted. With a show. A huge vat struck towards Gang Xiong. Zhu Shen was confused and didn't understand what young Master Lin was doing. Pata. Gang Xiong grabbed the vat with one hand and stared at Lin Fan in rage. Kid, don't be happy. I will kill you later. He then clenched his fingers in rage. Pang! The vat shattered. Chapter 338. Eh. Eh. A soft sound spread out. The 9-star general who was fighting with drunk fragrance pavilions Zhang Sheng used many killing moves. Moreover, Zhang Sheng was fighting 1 against 2 with ease. But to kill these 2 alliance 9-star generals was just too difficult. But suddenly, the 2 generals stood there in a daze. They were just casually looking at the situation, but they saw everything that Gang Xiong had gone through. This, walala. Gang Xiong crushed the vat in rage. The liquid in the vat flowed out and drenched Gang Xiong. A stench surged into his face. Zhu Shen covered his nose and retreated. He then said exaggeratedly, "It really stinks. Young Master Lin, is this shit again?" Lin Fan stood up emotionally. He didn't expect that Gang Xiong would fall for it. Normally, he would smash it in the air, but he didn't expect Gang Xiong to actually confidently use his hand to catch it. He even clenched his fingers and crushed the vat. Those scenes were a little shocking. "Right," Lin Fan replied. His tone was filled with disbelief. Zhu Shen laughed out loud like he was really excited. "Shit, General Gang Xiong, I really didn't see it personally. Now that I have, I am really excited. Lin Fan's desire to live was really strong. This has nothing to do with me. I was only in charge of throwing the vat. You crushed it yourself, so don't blame me." But he knew that Gang Xiong definitely wouldn't take his words to heart. Look at how he was now. He was cold and didn't say a word. He stood there without moving and allowed the dirty water to drip down from his body. To Gang Xiong, the entire sky seemed to have entered a state of silence. This is bad. The 9-star generals on the side of the alliance were terrified. They knew that since Gang Xiong was drenched in shit, his mental state was on the verge of exploding. Every day, he wanted to hammer him to death. Now, he was drenched once more. His mental state might have exploded to the point where it was totally different from before. Gang Xiong lowered his head. His face and body were covered in the extremely dirty liquid. His body trembled, and his breathing gradually became rapid. Instantly, Gang Xiong roared towards the sky. Ah! The liquid flowed into his mouth, but it still couldn't stop him from roaring. His eyes opened wide and blood patterns appeared on the whites of his eyes. He seemed like he had gone mad. The long howl covered the entire battlefield. If one had to choose, which one was more domineering, the aura or the stench? In fact, the stench was more domineering. From Gang Xiong's body, Lin Fan sensed a terrifying and explosive aura. It was the chaotic aura that a person gave off when they were in a frenzied state. Ah! If Marshal Gang Xiong's body was wrapped in lightning and his hair stood up, that would be too terrifying. Perhaps he would immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. They shouted for the great Master Saya to spare their lives. Unfortunately, other than Gang Xiong's angry voice being a little loud, he didn't have any frightening characteristics. "Zhu Shen, he will depend on you later," Lin Fan shouted. The situation was a little complicated. Looking at how Gang Xiong was acting, it was obvious that if he didn't kill me today, this matter wouldn't end. Zhu Shen's mouth opened wide and he looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. "Young Master Lin, how am I supposed to fight him?" Lin Fan was a little awkward. "It's hard on you. If not, there's nothing I can do." Zhu Shen was helpless and he even thought about dying. Not to mention how disgusting Gang Xiong looked, just the stench alone was something normal people couldn't handle. He was really afraid that if he continued to fight Gang Xiong, he would be suffocated to death by the stench. Suddenly, Gang Xiong stopped shouting and stared at Lin Fan with a fierce and furious gaze. His gaze was terrifying, like that of a wild beast staring at him. "It is useless for you to stare at me like that. I just threw a vat. You pinched it yourself, so you can't blame anyone else," Lin Fan said. The original situation wasn't like this. At the start, he wanted to use the vat to threaten the Alliance people. He wanted to remind them of the strength of shit. At the same time, he wanted them to understand that there were many of such things. If they didn't pay attention to his side, in the blink of an eye, they would be sprayed. But now, he was helpless. General Gang Xiong knocked into it himself, so who else could he blame? Zhu Shen looked at Gang Xiong solemnly. Gang Xiong was on the verge of going crazy and it would be problematic if they fought. He didn't want to touch this person covered in shit. But he had to ensure young Master Lin's safety. He definitely couldn't let Gang Xiong break through his defense, otherwise, if he got close to young Master Lin, the outcome would be catastrophic. Lin Fan didn't like Gang Xiong's gaze. What an annoying gaze. Lin Fan moved his fingers and the dimension appeared. A new vat appeared and he pushed forwards. His target was General Gang Xiong. How displeasing. What kind of gaze is that? Do you really think this young master is someone who can be easily frightened by a gaze? What a dream. Pa! A shattering sound. Lin Fan found it weird and looked at Gang Xiong in disbelief. Damn, he didn't expect General Gang Xiong to stop dodging. Another vat of shit smashed onto his body. At that moment, the area suddenly quietened down like everything was in a state of silence. Why does he keep targeting General Gang Xiong? Is he really not afraid of dying? The Alliance members were all shocked. Many people saw General Gang Xiong being sprayed but they knew that there was nothing they could do about it. But now, they were truly dumbfounded. A general had a really high status. Now that they were being bullied like that, which general would be able to take it? Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage, Lin Wani, don't you find it disgusting? Lin Wani was shocked by Lin Fan's actions. He didn't expect such a situation to occur. Damn. Did this unfilial kid know what he was doing? Scoff, I don't know whether or not it is disgusting. You have to ask Gang Xiong. Lin Wani gave Lin Fan face. Calling him an unfilial kid was a display of love. In front of outsiders, he was really protective of him. Zhu Daoshan took in a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. He really didn't expect that things would become like this. Gang Xiong couldn't suppress it anymore. If he continued, he was really thinking about whether or not Gang Xiong would beat him up too. Actually, he didn't need to think about it and that was really possible. If this happened to him, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Suddenly, something happened in the distance. The Alliance was in chaos. Run. Damn, how can you be so disgusting? Shit, they are all shit. Zhu Daoshan looked into the distance and saw many vats exploding. A sky full of yellow things flew about. Damn. The U-City experts retreated quickly. They were all stunned by those scenes. Damn. Why was young Master Lin's attack so different? It was originally a really depressing battle, but for some reason, it was a little funny. The Alliance experts were a little traumatized by all this. When they saw it once more, they panicked. They didn't want to end up like Gang Xiong. Kid, I will kill you. As expected. General Gang Xiong exploded. It was like he had gone mad and attacked Lin Fan without caring about anything. Wishful thinking. Zhu Shen hollered in rage. He could only bite the bullet. Damn, he was going to fight the shit man later. Just thinking about it terrified him. A light barrier stuck to his body and he hoped that it could block the shit on Gang Xiong's body. Pig killing 18 strokes, dragon bone blade. The blade in Zhu Shen's hand gave off a weird glow. One could see a bone dragon roaring out. With a schwa, a really deep wound appeared on Gang Xiong's body. Zhu Shen was delighted. But at that moment, his hair stood up. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually ignore his attacks. Even if he was injured, he didn't care at all. His goal was simple, which was to kill young Master Lin. Not good. Zhu Shen exclaimed. He hollered and struck forwards. If he got close to young Master Lin, then he would really be in trouble. When Lin Wani saw this, he was shocked. He wanted to save him, but Zhu Daoshan stopped him. If you want to save your son, then let's see whether or not you have the ability. Scram! Lin Wani hollered in rage. But how would Zhu Daoshan let him succeed? Scoff, you deserve it. Lin Wani, I told you that I would make you send your son off. Lin Fan looked calmly at Gang Xiong and a look of disdain appeared on his face. Tisk, if a shit man like you touched me, I would have to soak in hot water for a long time to wash away the stench on my body. Forget it, I will give you a chance. He was confident that he wouldn't die in Lin Fan's hands. Young Master Lin, move aside. Zhu Shen hollered. Worry appeared on his face. He couldn't catch up, he really couldn't. Gang Xiong was just too quick. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Fan. You dog, I want you to die. Pang! He didn't feel the pain that he expected. Instead, Old Wu pounced over, hugging Gang Xiong and rolling to the side. Zhu Shen, you jerk. Old Wu scolded. If he hadn't reacted quickly and focused on young master, then what happened next would have been disastrous. Suddenly, Old Wu's hairs stood on their ends and a terrifying sense of danger struck him. Go to hell. The 9-star general who had been fighting Old Wu took the chance to punch Old Wu. It was obvious that he wanted to use this chance to kill him. Pang! The other party threw a punch, and an extremely muffled sound suddenly erupted. Old Wu opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect young master to block in front of him. Pooey. Lin Fan frowned. How painful. His blood boiled and a terrifying power surged through his body. A terrifying energy wave surged from his back and smashed into the ground, ripping it open. Young Master Lin. Zhu Shen was shocked. The machete in his hand stabbed into the 9-star general's back. With a slash, a thin and long wound appeared. Lin Fan raised his hand and slapped his face. Since you punched me, I would slap you first to remember this debt. Recover. The existence of the blood demon reversal technique was indeed monstrous. It could instantly heal his injuries. Zhu Shen hollered in rage and sliced the 9-star general into half. He grabbed Lin Fan's hand and headed towards the city walls. Ah! Gang Xiong hollered in rage. A terrifying aura exploded from his body and blew Old Wu away. Zhu Shen, don't worry about me. Go help Old Wu. Lin Fan said. Young Master Lin, then you. Zhu Shen looked over and was shocked. What was going on? Young Master Lin suffered a blow from the 9-star general, and even if he didn't die, he would have been badly injured. But looking at the situation, he didn't look like someone who was injured at all. I am okay. Let's go quickly. Lin Fan waved his hands to tell Zhu Shen to move quickly. It seemed like cultivating the god body to a high level had huge benefits. His life-saving methods were really strong. But without the blood demon reversal technique, he would have died. As expected, it was a practical technique. Chapter 339. As expected, everything changed in the blink of an eye. A 9-star general died just like that. Lin Fan exclaimed and was filled with disbelief. Each 9-star general was terrifyingly strong, so how could they be so weak? No. It shouldn't have been because he was weak. Zhu Shen was much stronger than this 9-star general. At the same time, the blade pierced his back and sliced him in half. There was definitely a special power that pierced into his body. If he thought about it that way, then there was no problem at all. Kiki, the Alliance has suffered heavy losses. Their first 9-star general has fallen here. What a waste, what a waste. Lin Fan didn't feel anything. To him, everything was normal and he didn't feel like there was anything wrong with it. Gang Xiong was infuriated. He was so close to killing this kid, but who would have thought that someone would spoil his plan? He looked at old Wu and hollered. A berserk aura exploded out and hot steam spread out from his body. Die! A scorching glow exploded from Gang Xiong's fist as he punched towards old Wu. The aura was just too terrifying. Cracks appeared in the space around his arm. At the same time, the space shook and ripples spread out like waves. There was a gap between old Wu's cultivation and General Gang Xiong's. Especially when Gang Xiong was in a frenzied state, the power that exploded out reached an extremely terrifying level. Old Wu's expression was solemn. He couldn't block that fist, but even then, he couldn't retreat. Hung Long. At that moment, Zhu Shen held the machete and slashed forwards. The blade clashed with Gang Xiong's fist and caused a terrifying shockwave. Zhu Shen's machete had 4 finger marks on it. Old brother Wu, you have to compensate me. Zhu Shen felt pained and wanted to cry. He didn't expect the machete to be so weak. The shockwave swept old Wu's 2 sides and blew his long hair. 2 long motes appeared on the ground behind him. The shockwaves from a battle between experts were extraordinary. What is the point of saying all this at such a time? Old Wu stepped forwards and fled. The stench on his body made him feel helpless, but it didn't matter. To save young master, it was worth it even if he had to sacrifice something. Zhu Shen didn't let him off. Don't think about bluffing me so easily. Once this ends, you have to compensate me. But this isn't a loss. I just killed an Alliance 9-star general and this is a lesson to them. Bang! Gang Xiong punched Zhu Shen away and hollered in rage. His eyes became redder and even his body started to give off a red mist. His anger had reached the pinnacle, and even his blood was boiling. What a troublesome fellow. Zhu Shen didn't dare to be careless. Apart from Zhu Daoshan, Gang Xiong was the most terrifying. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been crushed. Old Wu looked at the guy who had been cut in half, and a smile appeared on his face. Well done. He had finally killed an Alliance 9-star general. This was a huge blow to the Alliance. Zhu Daoshan saw one of the Alliance's 9-star generals being killed mercilessly and hollered in rage, Lin Wani, the Alliance will fight you to the death. Lin Wani chuckled and said, you speak as if we didn't fight to the death in the past. You don't want to fight, but I want to kill you. Well done. No matter how many 8-star generals died, it wasn't as exciting as the death of a 9-star general. After noticing that the unfilial kid was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was just messing around and nearly lost his life. Once this ended, he was going to teach this kid a lesson. Young master, how could you fight a 9-star general head-on? If anything happened to you, even if I killed you, I wouldn't be able to save you. Old Wu said. At the same time, he was touched. He didn't expect young master to block in front of him. But he really wanted to ask. What happened just now? Could it be that the 9-star general was a fake? Looking at young master's appearance, he was perfectly fine. There was only a hole in the front of his chest and nothing else. Old Wu, this smell is a little pungent. Lin Fan said. At this moment, in Lin Fan's heart, Old Wu was a true hero. Don't tell him that killing many 9-star generals was a hero. Compared to Old Wu, who dared to push a shit person to the ground, they were just little brothers. Old Wu looked at Lin Fan like he wanted to say that he was doing this for young master. Did he really think that he wanted to pounce on him? He had no choice. Young master, you can't blame me. Old Wu wasn't young but his heart was still young. Thinking back to when he roamed the world with old master, he had done all sorts of despicable things but he had never experienced something like this. He might not have faced such a situation even in a few lifetimes. Just at that moment, Zhu Shen shouted, "Old brother Wu, if you are fine then come and help. This fellow is crazy." Gang Xiong was about to go mad. He suffered twice in a row and it impacted his willpower. No matter whether or not he had an invincible heart, when he faced such a thing, he was pretty much on the verge of collapsing. Gang Xiong's mental state was decent. The first time he faced such a situation, his mental state exploded but he still bore with it. But the second time was like a landmine, exploding right away. It totally infuriated Gang Xiong. He didn't care about Zhu Shen at all and just wanted to kill Lin Fan. "I am coming." Old Wu turned into a streak of light and slashed towards Gang Xiong. Gang Xiong was injured and when he took Zhu Shen's blade head-on, he was already injured. Now that Old Wu and Zhu Shen worked together, they restricted Gang Xiong. One had to say that Gang Xiong was really strong. Even then, he wasn't at a disadvantage. He wanted to find a chance to kill Lin Fan. But unfortunately, he only had one chance. If he missed it, then he would have really missed it. There definitely wouldn't be a second chance. The alliance was in a mess. They were attacked by shit and didn't dare to get close. Some of the alliance members were covered in shit and their faces were ashen white. Some people who were clean freaks wanted to take off their clothes and wash their bodies with clean water. But there were some overbearing people. The alliance members who felt that they were experts didn't care about the shit on their bodies when they faced the U City experts. They smiled evilly and licked their lips, "All of you are dead." Ugh! Those scenes shocked many people and caused them to vomit. To them, this fellow was just retarded. That was just too disgusting. He could even do such actions and he was really familiar with them. Most of the U City experts felt a chill down their spines. "Young Master Lin, your move is really beautiful but it is just too vicious. All of us are going to be dragged down. Gang Xiong, you bastard, just wait to be sent to the Alliance Court." Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage. He pressed down with his palms and the sky turned red. Numerous meteor-like red balls landed with long tails. Lin Wani waved the halberd in his hand and a light exploded from the tip. Many golden dragons roared out and clashed with the red meteors, giving off an eye-catching glow. Zhu Daoshan was furious. Such a thing shouldn't have happened. But all this was because Gang Xiong made a decision and caused chaos on the battlefield. The enemy had a chance to make the alliance lose a 9-star general. When Gang Xiong, who was in a frenzy, heard Zhu Daoshan's words, his body shook. But very quickly, he came back to his senses. Since that was the case, then what else was there to say? He had already lost a 9-star general, so he had to get a bigger reward. "You bunch of bastards, I am going to kill all of you." Gang Xiong hollered in rage. He didn't care about the injuries on his body at all. Instead, because of his injuries, Gang Xiong looked even more berserk. He was like a demon that had returned from the abyss. Gang Xiong stepped on the ground with a vicious expression on his face. Power spread out. Battle the sky. A thick and thick word filled with the power of heaven and earth exploded out from Gang Xiong. There was a loud explosion. The earth was trembling, as if a giant was constantly trampling on it. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Popping sounds rang out incessantly as cracks appeared on the ground. Each crack was really deep and one couldn't see what was deep within. It was like it was connected to the abyss. Zhu Shen, his aura is rising too quickly. He is going to fight to the death. Old Wu said solemnly. It was impossible for the strongest 9-star general of the alliance to not have some skill. It seems like Gang Xiong is going to fight us to the death. But it is okay. If he wants to, then I will fight with him. Let's see who wins. Zhu Shen's expression was solemn and he didn't fear anything at all. The sound of things swelling up spread out. His right hand that was holding the machete swelled to twice its original size and he pointed it towards the sky. Wang! The space shook and the power of heaven and earth gathered over. A terrifying aura wrapped around Zhu Shen's body. Zila! Two terrifying forces were colliding. Gang Xiong raised his head. His eyes were cold and filled with rage as he hollered, "Invincible." This shout was really loud, like all the power in his body was exploding out. Hung Long. An aura pillar charged into the sky. The pillar destroyed the ground and formed a deep hole. This power was just too terrifying. Zhu Daoshan frowned and then relaxed. "Lin Wani, Gang Xiong has gone mad. This power will definitely kill one of you. If you want to die, then all of you will die. Don't think about taking advantage of us." Lin Wani knew that he wasn't lying. With the aura that Gang Xiong gave off, it wasn't so easy to block. Between Zhu Shen and Brother Wu, one of them would definitely die. Zhu Daoshan felt that Lin Wani's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. He laughed. "You want to save them? Stop dreaming. With me here, you can forget about going anywhere. Just watch them die." Gang Xiong hollered in rage and continued to accumulate terrifying power. Suddenly, a yellow waterfall descended from the sky and poured onto Gang Xiong's body once more. Lin Fan controlled the vat to float above Gang Xiong's head. He then tilted it and the liquid inside poured down. Uproar. Gang Xiong was stunned and looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. His expression of disbelief was really obvious. Maybe even he didn't expect that. "Don't look at me like that. I just saw that you were a little angry and wanted to cool you down. But don't blame me, there is no water source around, so I can only make do with this." Lin Fan was really calm and felt really helpless. It was like he was talking about something really normal. Gang Xiong still hadn't reacted. He only had one thought in his mind. This was the third time. The U City experts all looked at Lin Fan like they wanted to ask, "Young Master Lin, was there really a need to grab onto Gang Xiong? It was easy to make one collapse." Chapter 340. Young Master, you, Old Wu was speechless and didn't know what to say. They all saw how furious Gang Xiong was and even they were shocked by Gang Xiong's gaze. Maybe one could say that his gaze wasn't that of a human. It was the gaze of an infuriated beast. Lin Fan smiled. His smile was really calm and he didn't care much about this at all. Maybe to him, even if Gang Xiong was so furious that the sky collapsed, it didn't have much to do with him. There were only two situations. Either he had balls to fight him. Otherwise, he would just suck it up and leave with his tail between his legs. "Lin Wani, your son is just too much." Zhu Daoshan hollered. He couldn't take it anymore. He thought that Gang Xiong was someone who couldn't suppress the rage in his heart, but looking at the situation, he knew that no one would be able to take it unless they had brain problems. "Ha ha ha, too much. Your alliance is as dumb as a pig, so who can you blame? Zhu Daoshan, your alliance can forget about breaking into U City. As for all of you staying here, I can ensure that all of you will be wiped out." Lin Wani hollered in rage. He shouted in his heart. "Good kid, well done." But his gaze towards Lin Fan was like, "You unfilial kid, you are finished when you go back." As expected. Just like what Lin Fan thought, his father wasn't good at expressing his emotions. Was it really so hard to admit that someone was amazing? My chance is here. Zhu Shen saw that Gang Xiong was stunned and knew that his chance had arrived. He waved his arm and a mysterious power wrapped around the machete. This power was really foreign to Lin Fan. If he had to describe it, maybe this was the power of the Tao. At that moment, Zhu Shen slashed down with his blade and the entire area turned gray. It was as if a streak of light had turned the originally clear sky cloudy. Shocking, it was just too shocking. This power is too terrifying. Lin Fan looked on expressionlessly. He sensed how terrifying this power was. No wonder he couldn't beat the 9-star generals. There was a gap in strength. Gang Xiong, who was stunned and furious, was shocked when he sensed this power. He raised his head and noticed that the blade light pierced through the sky and locked down all his paths of retreat. Damn! Gang Xiong hollered in rage and took it head-on. Rumble! A shocking rumble resounded throughout heaven and earth. Ah! The machete in Zhu Shen's hand was wrapped in an eye-catching glow. Gang Xiong blocked with his bare hands. You dog, move your shit-covered hands away. Let me kill you with one blade. Gang Xiong's face was filled with rage. He could even say such shameless words. If he let go, then he would be the one to die. Anyone with a brain would know what to do. A terrifying shockwave spread out with the two of them at the center, causing the surrounding space to distort. Is the battle prowess of cultivating one's physical body really so terrifying? Old Wu muttered to himself. He knew that Gang Xiong cultivated his physical body, but this was just too terrifying. Zhu Shen's strongest move caught him off guard. Who knew that Gang Xiong would be able to block it? Although he was at a disadvantage, he wasn't in any danger at all. Lin Fan furrowed his brows. The shockwave that was formed between the two of them wasn't something that just anyone could take part in. Even he was in a precarious situation. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might lose his life here. Suddenly, a sense of danger struck him. He looked into the distance and saw a weird giant thing appear. From afar, it looked really high-tech. Cannon. Although he didn't know what it was, the Alliance members were injecting something into it. Look, what is that? Lin Fan reminded everyone. The U-City experts who were fighting were shocked when they saw the item, Young Master Lin, that is the Alliance's weapon. It can shoot out light pillars that are really strong and can even kill domain realm experts. Lin Fan knew that the Alliance's technology level was really high, but he didn't expect it to be so high. But if the Alliance had such a weapon, they wouldn't even need manpower to attack. They just needed to prepare a few hundred or a few thousand and they would be able to destroy everything. Based on the situation before, it might have been because the weapon required a huge amount of energy and couldn't fire so many times. Now wasn't the time to think about all this. He felt a sense of danger. Moreover, the cannon was aimed right at him. Damn! Who did he offend? Why did he have to shoot him out of all people? What happened to him? Old Wu blocked in front of Lin Fan. Young Master, leave. You can't stay here. What do you mean? Lin Fan didn't understand. Old Wu said solemnly, I have experienced this weapon before and its range is really wide. Although I don't know whether or not I can block it, it is best if you leave and don't stay here. In the distance, the Alliance tech members injected energy into it and their expressions were really vicious. Damn fellow, who asked you to use shit to water us? I will blast you to death with one cannon. They didn't choose any other target and just stared at Lin Fan. They wanted to kill him. Lin Fan didn't leave. Refresh. The bug controlling technique special true essence spread out. Gather. Gather crazily, gather all the insects in the surroundings together. Under the buff of his special true essence, numerous bugs started to mutate. They were at least several times stronger than before. Charge. In the depths of the ground, numerous bugs sped about. The mud was like tofu in front of them. The researchers controlling the weapons were all very young. They were all in their 30s or 40s. Their mouths were full of profanities as they operated and cursed at the same time. Damn! I will blast you to death. Damn, I want you to die without a single corpse left. On the control platform, the energy display gave out a beeping sound. It is full, charge complete. Okay, don't aim anywhere, just aim at that fellow. The researchers were really excited. This was the weapon they specialized in researching. At the same time, it was to prove to those Alliance experts that technology could easily destroy them. Fire! The researcher hollered and pressed the button. A buzzing sound spread out. A bright ball of light floated at the mouth of the cannon and it felt like particles were being attracted over. Hung long. A light pillar exploded out. It was really quick and it felt like it exceeded the speed of sound. No. It was even faster than the speed of sound, so quick that one couldn't react at all. Suddenly, the ground caved in. "Oh, damn!" Exclamations spread out. The base of the cannon was unstable and it caved in. The muzzle tilted and the path of the light pillar changed. Some Alliance experts were at the back and looked around warily. Their battle with the U-City natives was too intense, so they split up and didn't continue to fight. They were waiting for the 9-star generals and Gang Xiong's situation. Instantly, they sensed that the space behind them was a little off. They turned around. Damn! The light pillar covered them and there was no reaction at all. The researcher who had caved in climbed up and looked at the situation in the distance. His eyes opened wide and his face was ashen white. "No, Lin Wani, the Alliance won't lose this battle. All of you will have to pay the price for your rejection," Zhu Daoshan said. Lin Wani didn't know what that meant. Maybe that was what the Alliance dogs usually said: "Scoff, we won't lose. Look at your situation, your losses are worse than ours." They had suffered huge losses in this battle. But the Alliance's losses were the most terrifying. U-City also sacrificed many experts. This was something that no one could accept. But U-City was prepared to die. This wasn't their fate but their choice. Since they stayed in U-City, they had already chosen their future path. There is no point in talking so much. Lin Wani, today I will fight you to the death. Let's see how long you can last. Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage. He was much older than Lin Wani, and he knew that Lin Wani was a peerless expert among the natives, as well as the most talented person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight with him to such a degree despite their age difference. If he was given time. Zhu Daoshan didn't think that he could restrict him. True perverts didn't listen to reason. Lin Wani was one of those unreasonable people. Suddenly, Zhu Daoshan frowned and felt that something wasn't right. He noticed that Lin Wani was smiling. That smile was really cunning. Not good, something was definitely wrong. Behind him, Zhu Daoshan turned his head and slapped. But when he saw the light pillar, he was stunned and dodged right away. Hung long.
The light pillar charged into the sky and left a long tail. ZZ. It sounded like meat being barbecued. He lowered his head and saw that his entire right arm was covered in black smoke. He dodged really quickly but he was still a little too slow. He clenched his fingers and his right arm was wrapped up in light and slowly recovered. Not good. He realized that Lin Wani had disappeared in front of him and then appeared below. His halberd pierced a person. And that figure was Marshal Gang Xiong. Golyulu. General Gang Xiong didn't die but he spat out blood from his mouth. His eyes were opened wide like he didn't expect this to happen. To Lin Wani and Zhu Daoshan, any mistake would result in an irreversible outcome. General Gang Xiong was in a tragic state. He fought against Zhu Shen and was slowly starting to fight back. Who knew that a light would sweep him? When he came back to his senses, he realized that his chest was pierced. He looked at the person and didn't expect it to be Lin Wani. He knew that he was finished. If it was any other general, he might have been able to survive. But since he fell into Lin Wani's hands, he had no chance at all. Ha ha ha, General Zhu, the heavens, the Alliance really didn't want you to win. Lin Wani laughed. He didn't expect that the alliance would actually help him. That was really unexpected. Zhu Daoshan's expression was really ugly and his face was so dark and sunken. Lin Wani, release Gang Xiong. Zhu Daoshan hollered. Lin Wani laughed and then retracted his smile. His arm shook and with a pang, Gang Xiong, who was pierced by the halberd, was ripped into pieces. He was dead. No. Zhu Daoshan hollered in a heartbreaking manner. Lin Wani stabbed the halberd into the ground and his voice was like thunder. Alliance, listen up. Today, your 6th general has fallen here. If you dare to come again, you will be killed. The aura formed by the word kill was really terrifying. It caused the alliance experts to feel dizzy. It was too terrifying, really too terrifying. Was this the native that the alliance headquarters wanted to get rid of? Gang Xiong, the strongest land general in the alliance. Who knew that he would die here? Who would have believed it? If they hadn't personally witnessed it, no one would have dared to believe it. Lin Wani was like a war god. He stood tall and his long hair danced in the wind. As expected, he was handsome. His education level was a little low and he didn't even graduate from primary school. But that didn't affect his aura. As long as one was strong, one's aura would naturally stand out. Lin Fan thought back to something that Lu Sun said. When one had money, 90% of one's worries would be gone. One's IQ and EQ would be greatly increased. But the key was that Lu Sun didn't say where the money was. Father was in such a situation now. The battlefield was silent and a little suppressed. The morale of the alliance members was really low. They had lost 2 9-star generals in one battle and that was something unimaginable. Especially when General Zhu was there to restrict Lin Wani, who would dare to believe that? No one dared to believe it. Schwa. Zhu Daoshan looked behind him with a dark and cold gaze. That was where the researchers were at. The researchers were stunned until now, they didn't understand what had happened. Why did such a thing happen? They sensed the furious gazes and fearfully headed forwards. As expected, it was General Zhu's gaze. They wanted to argue for themselves that they were innocent and that they didn't do it on purpose. It was all because the ground wasn't hard enough and collapsed. How could they be blamed for that? General Zhu moved his lips. Other people couldn't hear it. But there was a thunderous roar in their heads. Just wait to be executed. Honglong. The researchers sat on the ground and beads of sweat dripped down their faces. Since General Zhu said that, then they had no way out. At that moment, Lin Fan controlled the bugs and they slowly merged together. They became bigger and then pounced towards the cannon. They covered it and formed a ball shape. They then rolled towards them. What? The researchers panicked. Someone dared to steal from right under their noses. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. General, it is him. It is all because of him. It has nothing to do with us. The alliance experts looked at the rolling black ball and hollered, stop it. Lin Fan obviously wouldn't let them. Special True Essence was free. Many bugs spread out from the black ball and they charged towards the sky without fear of death. They then formed into all sorts of creatures. Scythes, fists, etc. But in the eyes of these experts, bugs were small and weak. They were easily crushed to death. When Zhu Daoshan saw that, he didn't stop it. He just looked at Lin Wani with rage in his eyes. To him, these bullshit scientific weapons would only kill his own people. If he hadn't dodged, Lin Wani wouldn't have had a chance and General Gang Xiong wouldn't have died. Lin Wani, listen up. I won't let you off in my life. Zhu Daoshan said coldly. Lin Wani smiled in disdain, come, I will wait. 6 9-star generals. These were 6 9-star generals. Forget about the first four. They didn't expect Lin Wani to be so bold as to counterattack. As for the last two, they shouldn't have died, especially General Gang Xiong. His sacrifice was a huge blow to the alliance. It was just too difficult for another 9-star general like Gang Xiong to appear. We are here. Lin Fan smiled. He was really curious about the alliance's weapon and it was worth studying. Although some people tried to stop him, he was safe and luckily, nothing happened. But if Xu Daoxin and the other 9-star generals attacked, this thing wouldn't have been able to come so easily. Maybe it would have been destroyed.
He didn't expect that Xu Daoxin and the others didn't stop him. Was it because of the situation just now, which made them angry at the weapon, so they didn't care? That was possible. Retreat. Xu Daoxin raised his hand and the alliance members retreated like a wave. They came aggressively but retreated like dogs that had lost their homes. Old Wu exclaimed, "This battle was too dangerous, but luckily, we won." It was indeed too dangerous. There were many times when his life was in danger but they were all solved. Maybe he was just too lucky. My machete. Zhu Shen wanted to cry but no tears came out. The machete in his hand was so broken that he wanted to die. It shouldn't have ended up like this, but he had no choice as the enemy was a little strong. Old Zhang, you have to take the blame. If you weren't careless, my machete wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhang Xing's mouth was agape as he looked at Zhu Shen, scram. Damn! Did he really think that the old man was easy to bully? What did it have to do with him? Gang Xiong wasn't his match and you were the one who restricted him. Father, I am still okay, right? Lin Fan smiled and took the initiative to praise him. Lin Wani's face was cold. I will tell you when we return. His tone was a little unfriendly. Aya, what happened? I didn't make you angry. But forget it. Even if he was angry, he had gained so much this time. He had to go back and improve. Lin Fan didn't leave and just listened to Old Wu and the others report the situation. He pricked up his ears and secretly listened. According to the situation, the losses should be very small, and he did not feel that many people had died. Old Master, we lost 8 domain realm experts, 48 yin-yang realm, 31 5-element realm, 53 void realm, and we haven't counted the god essence realm, but it might have exceeded 100. Old Wu said solemnly. Although this was much less than in the past, no matter what, those who died were people they were familiar with. They were comrades who had been in Yu City for over 20 years. Remember their names and bury them. Lin Wani said solemnly. Yes. Old Wu replied and brought people to clean up the battlefield. Lin Fan looked at his father's back view and realized that his aura was a little off. He gave off a dangerous aura. Luckily, who was going to be unlucky? Lin Wani stood there and sent off those who died. Their deaths weren't worth it but it was for the greater good. Many familiar faces disappeared from his eyes. Alliance. It was totally silent. No one spoke and no one dared to speak. The researchers lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at one another. They had caused a huge problem. Accidentally injuring General Zhu was a small matter but they had killed many alliance experts. Many members looked at the researchers in rage. If not for them, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Because of their mistakes, the alliance suffered heavy losses. What happened at Yu City was actually spread out on the public platform. This had a huge impact. Even if the alliance headquarters wanted to control the spread, it was too late. On the streets of the various cities, people started to doubt and panic towards the war. At the same time, there were those who wanted peace. They wanted to live peacefully with the people of rich land. But at that time, the war cries within the alliance rose up and they were suppressed. Especially when they broke through Maigu City, it made all those who wanted to fight excited. It was as if victory had arrived. But now, U City's loss allowed them to find a breakthrough point. They called for peace and didn't want more casualties. Chapter 341. Gwangwoo College. One of the top schools in the alliance and took in many outstanding students. At least 10% of the 9-star generals came from Gwangwoo College. This was why Gwangwoo College had a really high position in the alliance. Deputy Principal's office. At that moment, the deputy principal was in his office. With a pang, someone pushed open the door and entered. He was really anxious and rushed to his desk. Deputy Principal, I want to head to the border defense. The vice headmaster was originally angry, but when he saw who it was, he said helplessly, what are you doing there? Cultivating in the academy is the most important thing for you right now. That's not a place you can go. No, my master was killed by the natives there. No matter what, I have to go. The news spread long ago that Alliance General Gang Xiong died at the border. This was a huge blow to the alliance. This student was the disciple that Gang Xiong took in. After learning that his master was killed, his thoughts were really simple. He just wanted to take revenge for his master and he didn't have any other thoughts. I understand how you feel, but the situation there isn't something you can control. You are too weak, and even if you go there, you will just be asking to die. The alliance headquarters won't let General Gang Xiong die for nothing. Go to class. The deputy principal didn't want to say anything more and definitely wouldn't allow him to leave Gwangwoo College. This was because Di Kai was a genius of Gwangwoo College. If he calmed himself down, he would definitely become a 9-star general. But if he went to the border defense now, he would just be asking to die. Di Kai was unwilling. Seeing that the deputy principal focused on his work and didn't care about him, he knew that it was impossible for the college to allow him to head there. He walked in the college. He was really depressed. General Gang Xiong was his master and was like a father to him. Now that he died at the border defense, if he couldn't take revenge for his master, he wouldn't be able to accept it. He clenched his fists tightly and his expression was really dark and sunken. When the students passed by saw Di Kai's expression, they quickly avoided him. Don't offend him. His master was killed by the natives at the border defense. General Gang Xiong is known as the strongest land general in the alliance, so how could he die? The natives aren't easy to offend. Don't have a sense of superiority, otherwise, we will just die. If the natives weren't strong, then we wouldn't have fought them for so long. Di Kai was very popular in the academy. Because he was tall, mighty, and handsome, he was very popular with the girls. But now, when someone came within a few meters of Di Kai, they would be shrouded by a gloomy aura, making them panic. The students on both sides of the road all locked their gazes on Di Kai. No one came near. No one said a word. On the street outside the academy, if you want to go, I can bring you along. Maigu City? Why not U City? Di Kai asked. What he wanted to head to the most was U City. Only there would he be able to meet those annoying natives who killed his master. Lin Sen shook his head, not U City, that place is too dangerous. If we go there with our strength, we are just asking to die. Now that the alliance has broken through Maigu City, it is the safest place to enter the rich land. I've heard that there are many opportunities in the rich lands. We're all geniuses of the academy, and according to the data, we're all people with great luck. Once we get there, we'll definitely reap great rewards. This is an opportunity for both of us. However, if you really want to go, then you have to promise me to listen to orders and not be rash. Lin Sen had high hopes for Di Kai and hoped that he could bring more reliable people over so that they could take care of one another. But Di Kai was too rash and easily caused problems. If he couldn't change his temper, then even if he had high hopes for him, he wouldn't bring him over. Di Kai kept silent like he was thinking about something. Okay, I promise you. Without going through the procedures, he wouldn't be able to head to the border. But Lin Sen was the son of the dean and had a high status. It wouldn't be a problem for him to complete the procedures. At the same time, he wanted to head out to train with the other geniuses of the college. He even wanted to see what kind of improvements they would make. Alliance headquarters. All the higher-ups were gathered here. This was the place that represented the highest authority in the alliance. On the giant projection screen, there was a fixed portrait. The person on the screen was Lin Fan carrying the vat. Perhaps they had already come up with some kind of plan just now, and it was specifically used to deal with Lin Fan. Old Master, didn't you notice that the war situation has unknowingly changed? Old Wu said. He thought about it and felt that there was a possibility. There were only the two of them in the room. After this battle, the alliance would stop for a while. After all, they had suffered heavy losses and he didn't believe that they would continue to attack. Lin Wani was confused. What change? Old Wu said, Old Master, after young master returned, didn't you feel that we are slowly gaining the upper hand? This has never happened before. That was indeed the case. Before young master returned, their conflict with the alliance was one where both sides lost their core strength. If such a situation continued, with the endless support from the alliance, unless Yu City had new blood, one day they would be dragged to death by the alliance. At that time, they would be the only ones left and they wouldn't be able to stop the alliance. But now the situation was changing. Especially after today's battle. 2 9-star generals died here and they didn't pay a high price. At most, Zhu Xin's machete was slightly damaged. Lin Wani frowned. Brother Wu, what you mean is that unfilial kid can still help after he returns? Old Master, that is what I mean. Young Master naturally can't fight 9-star generals, but his methods to deal with the alliance are really something normal people can't imagine. Old Wu wanted to say that was not something a human could do. But thinking about it, wasn't that his young master? He couldn't say that he wasn't a human, right? Not to mention the alliance, even when he saw young master use shit to water the alliance, he felt disgusted. As for pouncing on Gang Xiong, that was because it concerned young master. If it was someone else, he wouldn't care so much. He couldn't let shit touch him, right? Lin Wani didn't agree. This is the hard work of all the Yu City experts. What does it have to do with that kid? Old Wu said, Old Master, no matter whether you admit it or not, it is the truth. They all said the same thing. If young master hadn't angered Gang Xiong, he wouldn't have had the chance to kill him. Gang Xiong's death dealt a huge blow to the alliance. After all, he was the strongest land 9-star general and was much stronger than the other 9-star generals. It was the same as breaking the alliance's wings such that they wouldn't do anything too extreme in the near future. Old Master had no choice but to admit it. Young Master was really amazing, so amazing that he was a little too amazing. At the same time, he had many secrets. Young Master was hit by a 9-star general and was actually perfectly fine. Just thinking about it, one could sense that there was definitely a problem with this. How could he be perfectly fine? Even if all of you say that, I still have to find trouble with this kid. He actually used such disgusting methods, he just lost my face. You can leave, I will go talk to that kid. Lin Wani finally understood why this kid couldn't find a wife. So, this was the reason. It was too disgusting and caused others to dislike him. Chapter 342. Young Master, what is this? Go, Z and Lin Fan squatted in front of the particle beam cannon and looked around. They even touched it carefully. Their hearts felt cold and it gave off a mysterious feeling. They didn't dare to use too much strength as they were afraid that they would damage young master's spoils of war. This is a cannon, a really strong one. Lin Fan said. He was also thinking about how to use this thing. They took up more than half of the room. He couldn't throw it away. He had witnessed the might of this weapon with his own eyes. A single blast from it was truly terrifying. Not to mention a yin-yang realm cultivator, even a domain realm cultivator would be reduced to ashes. It was just too terrifying. Go Zi looked at it for a while and didn't understand what was so special about it. Since young master said that it was a good thing, then it was a good thing. If I can understand how to use this cannon, it will be of great help. Lin Fan said. He continued to think about it but was still unable to understand it. Although the Alliance's technology wasn't foreign to him, it was just too high-end. He was just a normal person, so how could he understand such a high-level weapon so easily? But it was okay. If he didn't understand it, then forget it. Anyway, he had time. He still had to raise his cultivation. The rage points he accumulated this time were a little explosive. Old Master. Go Zi saw Old Master walk over and got up right away. Lin Fan turned around and realized that his father was here. He smiled. Father, look at this. This is a weapon from the Alliance. It is a little interesting, but I don't know how to use it. Lin Wani looked at the unfilial kid. He had many things to say, but all of a sudden, he didn't know what to say. Actually, he was really happy deep down. In the past, when Lin Fan was in U City, Lin Wani nearly fainted from anger. Who knew that after going out for a period of time, he would give him such a huge surprise? Amazing, he was really amazing. But he wouldn't say it out loud. What if this kid became arrogant? This was why he had to teach him a lesson. Lin Wani looked at the black and weird thing in front of him. It would be a lie if he didn't say that he was really curious. He muttered to himself that this kid was quite skilled to actually be able to snatch this from the Alliance. He knew how strong this thing was and it was really terrifying. However, the requirements were harsh and even the Alliance didn't dare to use it too many times. Do you know that you almost died on the battlefield? Lin Wani scolded fiercely. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Fan. He just wanted to find a key point to beat him up. The situation at that time was really too dangerous. Gang Xiong attacked with all his strength, causing him to break out in cold sweat. He thought that something was going to happen, but luckily, Brother Wu was strong enough and didn't fear Gang Xiong, who had already turned into a shit man. Only then did this unfilial kid survive. Lin Fan was really calm. I know, but I believe in my own strength. I definitely won't be killed by him. Bullshit. What's the use of your strength? Do you know how strong Gang Xiong is? Do you think he's the same as the other marshals? Lin Wani glared angrily. This brat was really confident. Was he getting cocky? If he left this place, he wouldn't even know how he died. Lin Fan said helplessly, Father, can you have more confidence in me? Actually, I am really strong. The main thing is that with all of you around, I don't have much room to show off. I can only help out a little. Was that even a small help? He had completely attracted all the firepower. He forced an Alliance 9-star general to risk his life to kill him. What kind of infuriating thing did he do? But he could understand him. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Okay, don't talk so much to me. Let me ask you, what realm did you cultivate the bug controlling technique to? Also, what level has your cultivation reached? Lin Wani asked. Damn it. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have to have such strength at such a young age? If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have believed that such a thing could happen in the world. Lin Fan said, Father, I have cultivated the bug controlling technique to the highest realm. But it doesn't mean that it will remain the same forever. I realized that Insect Valley's secret technique is really terrifying. It actually becomes stronger according to one's own strength. Also the bugs, I noticed that the buffs from normal bugs are too weak. If I have the bugs from Insect Valley that were specially raised, then the strength of the bug controlling technique would increase by several times. Wait. Lin Wani stopped him. I didn't ask you about the bug controlling technique. Be honest. But deep down, he was shocked. Like he didn't dare to believe it. He had interacted with Insect Valley before. Although he didn't cultivate the bug controlling technique, he knew that it was really tough. It was really tough to cultivate it to the highest realm. Do you think I am a fool and you can bluff me like that? Lin Wani thought about it and still didn't dare to believe it. He felt that after this unfilial kid went out, he started to speak in a glib tone. He estimated it. Only 3 to 4 months had passed since this unfilial kid left U City. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it wasn't right. What a scumbag. You're treating me like an idiot. Insect Valley's top geniuses didn't dare to say that they could cultivate the bug controlling technique to the highest realm in a few years. This unfilial kid actually said that he could cultivate it to the highest realm. When my son reaches my age, he will be able to obliterate all of you with a single finger. That night, Lin Fan dragged his exhausted body back. He felt that his father was really vicious, chasing him like that and showing no signs of letting him go. Moreover, when he learned that he was at Yin Yang realm, he didn't hesitate to attack. Damn! He just wanted to ask, what kind of father would do such a thing in public, to actually be so violent? Wasn't he afraid of being laughed at? But when his father realized that the bamboo stick didn't do anything to his butt, the way he looked at him was a little off. Lin Fan laughed in delight. Internal and external dual cultivation, Yin-Yang realm. What welcomed him was a series of beatings. It was like he was too outstanding and his father felt like he lost face. He could only bully him when he was slightly weaker. Fun. Lin Fan smiled and then started to cultivate. Although he dealt a heavy blow to the alliance, this was far from the end. As long as the alliance still existed, they would definitely rise again. Don't worry, father, I won't let you die. Lin Fan was firm. Even if the alliance was really strong, he wouldn't retreat. He would raise his strength to a level that others feared. Then, no one would dare to offend the people around him. His father might be strong to others, but to Lin Fan, he wasn't strong enough. For a true expert, as long as others heard of his name, they wouldn't dare to attack him. Moreover, the alliance dared to provoke him several times. This was why he wanted to become someone that all alliance experts would scram the moment they heard his name. He looked at his rage points. Kiki. So scary. True Heaven Body secret technique was only at grade 6. There was no need to talk about anything else. It directly rose to the peak. Chapter 343. The Heavenly Body secret technique was already considered a very domineering technique for cultivating the divine body. It helped the god body a lot. He was able to take one strike from a 9-star general at initial Yin-Yang realm and wasn't instantly killed. Most of the credit was due to this technique. Improve. He consumed 90,000 rage points. True Heaven Body secret technique, grade 7, a swelling sound. It wasn't the swelling of his body, but something in his body was stimulated and swelled up. This power is really strong. Lin Fan exclaimed. His god body cultivation might have been at Yin-Yang realm, but his true strength was even more terrifying than peak Yin-Yang realm. At that moment, he thought back to Geng Xiong. That fellow's god body cultivation was really high, but he still died in the hands of his father. At the same time, At the start, he was thinking that since Gang Xiong's cultivation was so high, would he have the ability to regrow limbs? Now that he looked at it, he realized that he was thinking too much. Gang Xiong couldn't be more dead. There were no bubbles at all. He knew that he was thinking too much. But it was hard to say. Maybe his father was too terrifying, directly locking down all of Gang Xiong's weaknesses. Even if he had the ability, he wouldn't be able to revive. He accumulated a lot of rage points in this battle. It was hard to say how much he could improve, but he just wanted to become stronger. He didn't have a strong desire to become strong. His goal was to be a rich family young master, to live a luxurious life. But others didn't allow him and even wanted to destroy his current life. That was something that he couldn't accept. Only by continuously becoming stronger, defending one's rights, and defeating all those who wanted to stop one from enjoying life, then everything would become peaceful. Improve. He consumed 100,000 rage points. Improve. He consumed 110,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique, Grade 9 Peak, Hung Long. A terrifying power spread out from Lin Fan's body. He lowered his head and saw that his body was actually crystallizing, like many small crystals were forming up his body. It was a magical feeling and a magical scene appeared. Very quickly. The crystals disappeared like they were merging into his skin, filling up every pore and even every cell. This was probably the shocking phenomenon that appeared when one cultivated a technique to the highest realm. What a powerful aura! Lin Wani looked at the book Spring Colors and thought about life. His brows furrowed as he looked through the window at the night sky outside. A smile crept onto his lips as he shook his head helplessly. What was this stinking brat doing? Lin Wani didn't disturb him. If he could become stronger, it would be a blessing from his ancestors. Something was not right. The ancestors of the Lin family were all farmers. Before him, there wasn't a single outstanding existence. They were all obedient farmers. Lin Wani was thinking about the same thing. His ancestors were all farmers, so why did they change when it came to him? Moreover, this change was too big. In his own words, he had always been very ordinary, so ordinary that it was a little too ordinary. In the end, a mutation occurred, and he was born. Maigu City. Yu City lost and 2 generals fell. One of them was the strongest land general Gang Xiong. Mao Shintai's face was cold and rage appeared on his face. Gang Xiong had a decent relationship with him. Now he heard the bad news. Naturally, he was sad, but more of it was rage. General Xuedu said, "The situation isn't good. What is the Alliance headquarters planning to do? If we allow Yu City to exist, we won't be able to improve at all. Only by destroying the Yu City defense line and killing Lin Wani can we solve this problem." Mao Shintai clenched his fists. The Alliance doesn't have so many top generals to send out unless those people from the headquarters are willing to take a risk. But the possibility isn't high because Lin Wani is too dangerous and they don't dare to take the risk. They are greedy for power and have become fearful. General Xuedu smiled. They might have been generals, but to be more direct, to those in power at the headquarters, they were top fighters. As for letting those people fight with Lin Wani, that was basically impossible. They all knew that in a life and death battle with Lin Wani, there would definitely be casualties. There would definitely be deaths. Who would die? No one was willing to die. If they died, then there would be nothing left. If it is possible, I hope that Monster Emperor can head to Yu City and help solve the situation there. Mao Shintai said. General Xuedu frowned. I think that it isn't possible. Monster Emperor isn't a fool. Even if he is sick in the head, he knows who he can offend and who he can't. If he dares to head to Yu City, Lin Wani will kill him first. He won't give him any chance at all. Moreover, I don't need to say more. Monster Emperor definitely thinks the same way. Mao Shintai frowned. Xuedu's words made sense. He said, since that is the case, then let me head to Yu City. You take charge of Maigu City. If this continues, it won't be a good thing for the Alliance. You are saying that the Alliance headquarters has started to ask for peace? Xuedu asked. Mao Shintai nodded, that is indeed the case. Based on the news I received, there are people asking for peace in the various cities. They are saving those natives who are treated like animals and displayed in front of people. Maybe they want to use them to pull strings. General Xuedu raged, they are traitors. We have fought for so long and sacrificed so many people. They actually want to ask for peace. They are just asking to die. No, they aren't traitors. Lu Siki knocked Leng San's head, you are just jealous and envious. Leng San didn't want to say more. Forget it, whatever they said, he just didn't believe it. But Lu Siki's attitude towards him became much closer. Although it was hard to say, he could sense that she was really happy. Zhang Rongming smiled and felt that it was really possible. He met many people in Laoshan City. At the same time, there was an expert who saw that he was talented and was willing to teach him. However, he didn't take him as a master. After all, he was a disciple of Giant Sword Sect, so how could he take someone else as a master? Wouldn't that make him a traitor? Phew, not bad. I am starting to step into domain realm. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. He felt that the phenomenons would be a little shocking, but since he had already reached such a stage, there was no point in thinking about it. Improve. The 540 true energy in his body started pulsating, and before he had even reached the primary stage, a resounding boom rang out in his body. It was as if the world had been split apart, and a resplendent light burst forth from his body. The yin-yang ocean that was opened up mixed with the 5 elements and started to change. This change was really mystical and it was hard to describe with words. However, he could feel how terrifying the power that was condensed was. Lin Fan didn't bother about it. He continued to improve his god body. At such an important moment, he had to raise his god body cultivation to domain realm. Hung Long. An invisible power spread out from his body. It was a light barrier that was a little dark. The area that was covered was in a gray world and it continued to expand. This. At that moment. Within the occupied main camp of the Alliance, countless experts stood up in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. This was a domain. It was really unfamiliar. But it was really strong. Who was it? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.